And that was a good call. They knew that Muterus had rotated archway, so it's the right read to be able to split B. But it still takes guts, doesn't it? There's not a lot of time on the clock, and you can't afford a single mistake. The clearance out towards New Box was everything. The smoke down onto the bomb was everything. Imagine if that bomb goes down without smoke. Imagine being in that position and Crimbo's just out in the open.
Aragorn may well be frustrated how close he got to denying that bomb plan if only he had the breathing to go for the spam. He had to focus on more immediate threats. And that internally saw with only a half buy. Economy game starting to go in favour of Big. Have savings all the way through for the rest of this half, the rest of regulation. And they've now brought this back from 11-5 to a manageable scoreline. And the rifles come out. In this half by round, you hope for a miracle if you saw, and hoping for a clean easy getaway if you're big.
This kill is everything from A-Gill. He's jiggling, he's not overextending. Both Tabson and Process are waiting for that extension.
Ollie sends deep towards the W corner flashbang. Turned away, back turn, but Tabson got Muterus before he fell. A-Gill cleans him up, apartments will get cleared out, and now they start the rotation because B's the real target, now stands down again.
But is it? This could be a double fake. This could be pressure on towards Big to go back into brackets. This doesn't have to be a full commitment from Big.
Smoke across, 35 seconds. A-Gill blind spray, he's going to stick around, and right so. Now he becomes the solo element, that's the hero for his side. Footsteps heard, backup called. Crimbo. Where does he plant for? Can story denied. He may well do two back to turn, but he gets neither of those kills. And JD in the apartments can shoot him in the back. Advantage extended by JDC, who has popped off in this late game. And maybe the difference maker for Big.
Well, fair play to Big in the late round on the calls. They are getting Saw to over-rotate like crazy. They are getting them to just constantly be moving, constant question marks. It's been the fakiest T-side out of anything. When I look at Saw's T-side in the first half, very structured. Every time it was a sight hit, it was a sight hit. There was no double bluff. There's no double pump. You don't know about the hesitation. And that looked as if Saw had everything going for them. They were blocking on B, they were getting mass players out there, but it's the council on the rotation. And now if you're Muterus, you're wondering, what do we do? Do we sit back? Do we constantly over-rotate? You get in your own heads a little bit.
Someone's going to say something about this because, as you mentioned, it has caught them completely flat-footed. Big have been playing with them. Toying with the Portuguese side and coming into life in the late portion of this matchup. At 11-10, we're game on. Saw about to see their lead disappear. Big about to set themselves on to usurp the team that have had the lead for the longest time here. Saw's chances. And rife and ready to take those 2 rounds they require. Aragorn pressured, utility pulled out, trying to switch to the M4, but he gets overwhelmed by JDC, who adds another kill to his tally and kicks things off for Big.
Just being beaten by pace quite consistently towards this B bomb site, whether it be top of car or actually against the site hit. You've got players caught repositioning, getting caught with their util out in the open, and JDC's hitting every single kill that comes towards him. And now Gamble stacking, because you kind of have to. You're in round 22 where you're up by 1. You've lost a player in the round. You don't have a great amount of util. Gamble stack towards B and hope.
It looks like they'll pick the wrong gamble. It's Big walking their way into the apartments A site, the target. Utility from Tabson just to ensure that they do commit to the rotation. They are definitely playing to try and bait them even more so. Doesn't know about the rotation that's already happened, so it's just a case of formalities now. They are going to consign themselves to conceding this one, and Big will get all the way back from 11-5 to 11 apiece. Our Saw about to do unto Big what Big did unto them in the first map of the series and choke an unlosable lead. It was 10-4 on Nuke at one point, 11-5 here on Inferno. A deficit of similar value. No matter of 6 rounds disappearing, Big are all the way back.
Well, I'm very surprised about the lack of intent to hunt here. I don't know if they're maybe afraid of a last-minute retake coming out from the long side, but right here, just you feel that even if 2 players go down, it will disrupt the economy for round 23 and then even round 24. Process, I mean, goes for it as 1 player, but there wasn't intent behind the team. This has been a very heavy streak of rounds, and perhaps it's a moment of time for Saw to change the tempo and go really aggressive. Something to maybe get a flash over second mid, peek out from bedroom, either run down mid directly, or even take Banana as 3. At the moment, they're sitting back, they're giving a lot of space and freedom in mid-round, and then they're getting caught of either gamble stacking or over-rotating because of fakes. I think if they get on the front foot and work an opening kill, they'll have a much easier time.
And they got 1 tack left in it, so I'd like to have seen him use that right there and then. They do try and push forward towards Banana. JST still deals with him. Can't get a second kill, but Tabson found crazy in the meantime. He charged all the way up mid, so there was some aggressive fighting from Saw. It just didn't go well for them at all. 4 on 3 for the German team. Flashbang in from Uterus, trying to hunt for another trade back, but nothing is presenting.
You can respect the call. Saw have done exactly what they haven't done, and they've changed it up. They've changed tempo of the round, but how unsuccessful have they been? A 3v4 in the deficit, another gamble stack is looking to come out towards A. And every single time we've seen a gamble, Big have hit the right bomb site. They have always hit the undefended bomb site or the lighter one.
Minute to play with. And Big setting up their utility to take this B bomb site. It all rests in the hands of Muterus, the lowest HP player in lobby right now. He's waiting on the back of the B bomb site. He's hoping that the last second tick down is going to provide him the kill he needs on Tabson, the bomb carrier.
They know they've got the info play. They've got alert coming through from the backstab out from Banana, but they need to stall for time on the 2 players on B directly.
Story smoked. Take Gjiiehao to try to open up the vision. A-Gill's caught Crimbo on the backstab. 3 on 3. 16 seconds. Hyper going to get forced back. Story on rotation. Muterus is sussed out to the backside. 12 seconds. Orb leans in. Body blocked or blocked by aim punch, I should say. A-Gill makes his way in, but he cannot connect the shot. Tabson and Hyped hold their nerve, and Big now hold a lead. The comeback is complete. They're on map at match points.
They've had to work for it. Even that very last round looked promising from Saw. Great wraparound on the timing. Looked as if it had sort of taken the offensive away ever so slightly. It would separated the T-side individuals, but Tabson getting that kill. And we've probably seen, I'd probably like to say 3 rounds in this second half that 1 bomb plant denial and it's just done. And every single time they've not been able to deny that bomb.
Circumstances were there, but the position, the tactic, the play, whatever it was not. And Sora back to passive ways, not contesting, not challenging Big. It didn't go well in the last round, yes. But you're about to concede this series when you were up 11-5. Choke of a lifetime for Saw when they really had Big on the ropes.
Big are just starting to get a feel completely on how they can outclass the calling. Retaking util towards top Banana, and JDC just hugs on the edge of it. He sees nothing. He knows that there's no intent of taking that space.
.45 seconds, Big. Taking that bomb out towards the Banana entrance. A 3rd player and a 4th man should join them soon. They're sending utility down towards the A bomb site to telegraph some sort of A hit, but it's all a ruse again. Another attempt to get Saw to over-rotate, but they're not biting the bullet this time. Story Zorp is ready. With limited on the clock. And have flashes to push him off. Shoulder bait's attempted. Instead, JDC goes down first up. Counter incendiaries are there. Nays to the cross. 16 seconds. Biggs flank inbound. Process has stuck his way forward, and Story's caught by it. No one accounted for the push of the smoke. 10 seconds now as Aragon stalled for enough time. Not quite, it seems. Process gets his kill, and the bomb plant is secured.
Retake on, players coming through from Banana quickly, but where's the utility? They've got one flash and they've just used it to clear the half wall.
Hyped, holds the entryway, shot doesn't connect. Second player seen crazy, buys a bailout moment. A 3-on-3 with Tabson low, Crimbo hiding, Process now revealing himself. As Tabson made, Tabson goes for an engage and wins it out. Crimbo's kill, once again, Big hold the bomb site and recover the series. The most disastrous start on Nuke turned into the most wonderful comeback on Train, and even better here on Inferno. At 13-11, at 2-1, Big move forward.
Big were playing like James VP towards the end there. How many late sight hits we were getting. Probably saw anywhere between 5 and 6 20-second executes. That is very late and very disciplined. And for Big, they just found their footing at the right time in the series to close out.
Indeed. And I think this Inferno really shows exactly why we are so harsh towards Big sometimes. Because look, that was a pretty good showing from them by comparison to Train, which we are all in agreement was awful. By comparison to Nuke, which we were all in agreement was awful. This was a far better showing, and something that I hoped we would have seen throughout the course of the entire best of 3.
It was, but they were still 5-11 down. And with OG and M80 on the other side of the bracket, man, it's going to be a tough draw. It's going to be a really difficult best of 3.
Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that I don't have a lot of faith in Bing going forward. However, at least for now, it's a win, and at least towards the tail end, it's something to smile about. Maybe some more smiles on the desk who may be a bit more positive than what we've seen so far today.
I'll tell you what's positive, Jay. The fact that Big were able to secure that comeback, that was impressive. And it's not the first comeback they secured this this matchup, this series overall. It was a second map. It was the reverse sweep in maps overall. Look, I'm impressed, but we've got a task on our hands here, lads. We've got to break this game down in a few different segments. So let's start off with the first part of it. And I wouldn't call it, the first half. I call it the first segment until we got to the 11th round for Saw here, Ted.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a reoccurring topic, right? And it's a little bit of a shame for the side of Saw, because in the end of the day, you will feel like you just had a strong start on 2 maps and you were just not able to hold on, right? That was one of the main things that we were concerned about. Are Saw going to be able to come back into it after losing 13 rounds in a row on Train? Because this is how they ended up dropping the second map. And you know what? They did. They lose the pistol, but they answered back with an immediate win on the forest buy. And then from that point on, it felt like Saw just had complete control over everything that was going on. On multiple occasions, we'd see Big try and put pressure in towards Banana, but then Saw group up, retake it later on, go into a B exit, win the round, find a lot of good gaps. I think that T side was decent coming out of Saw, and the start of the second half as well was pretty good. I still feel like in the end of a game like this, you will feel like you called good enough, you feel like some of the individuals were able to show up a good enough form for you to close it out, and something was just missing the moment that you approached the finish line.
What would you say, Brandon, happened at that point as they were approaching the finishing line? Because I feel like it happened twice today, not only Inferno, but Train as well.
I think you got to give a lot of testament here for Tabson and his calling on this T side. And I'll tell you why. It's because you look at the way those rounds were played, and obviously Inferno is all about the push and pull effect. Can we make the CT side over rotate so consistently? And there was really good appropriate conditioning here from Big, and the fact that they were so passive in their setup, then they go into the mid-round control. And what that does is it makes it impossible for Saw to actually gain any ground early. And you can see that they started to do it, like Dwag and Joe were calling for this early banana control being taken. The reason why they couldn't do it, the reason why they never felt comfortable doing it, is because Tabson is playing this really long, drawn-out game where they're trading utility effectively, where they've always got resources in their back pocket, then they go in and take the map control. And the fact that they are, in essence, whilst these rounds look really complicated from a zoomed-out perspective, you zoom in, well, the ultimate play is that they are going in together, they are trading, they are building on these execs, and it was just a fantastic, absolutely fantastic call from Tabson all the way through.
Ted, want to follow up on that? Because, it wasn't easy task for Tabson to deal with all the mental curveballs he was throwing out today.
No, I feel like not at all, right? There was, again, something that we mentioned on the previous map. I feel like there was a couple instances on which throughout this entire series, you could say it's really easy for Big to feel like they're just completely out of the game. You're down 0-7 on the previous map. Here you're down 5-11 on the T side, and all of that comes in from the fact that you lose the pistol, you lose the conversions. There's a couple big plays coming out of Crazy at the start of the CT side. The game felt over. It felt like it was done for. And then Tabson is somehow able to find within himself the level of confidence to actually go for a lot of those fakes, right? We saw a multiple amount of occasions where they would just take space simultaneously at different points of the map, throw in a little bit of Veto, run it back later on, fake a bit of an A-Rap, go into a B-split, then fake the B-split and go into an A-Rap, or double down and go into a B-exit. Tabson was just playing, and I really like that reference coming out of Dweck. He was really playing some old school James type of Counter-Strike where he would just enter the bomb site after 2 fakes on 15-20 seconds, but it just felt like everything was really well thought of, and it didn't feel like Big at a certain point really believed that they were out of the game. They were playing pretty much to win, right? And you could see that from a lot of those aggressive moves on the lurks from Process, from JDC. There was a lot of good things on that T side from Big once we went down into the buy rounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things here. I'll try and go over some of them very quickly. Firstly, remember Big was the team that reinvented the meta on Inferno in CSGO when they were dropping those deep A-Rap smokes. Like Tabson's always been the innovator of just reinventing this design on T-side Inferno. So it actually made a lot of sense for them to sort of go back to an old reliable, especially where they're in this period of flux. Secondly, I think JDC, we spoke about his impact and how useful that would be coming into map 3 towards the tail end of this game. So many crucial multi-kills where if JDC doesn't effectively bail out Big, then you're going to be struggling, and Saw would eventually have closed the game because Big didn't give themselves enough lead time in terms of errors being made. And I think thirdly and final point from me is this speaks volumes to a lot of the belief still within these players, within the organization, because if you can look and go from a series where you do not look good in map 1, you bounce back on map 2 because you can't close map 1, then you, again, this time actually grind it out, come all the way back in map 3, you're able to close in a position where you are not winning these best of 3s. The amount of belief you have to have in Tabson in that moment, I think, is a testament to him as an in-game leader, but also a testament to Big for this project and where they hopefully see themselves by the end of the season. Because if they qualify for this LAN, that would be such a shining light in what has been a cloudy sky for them this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to give Process his flowers as well, right? Because he's coming to the team in a moment of turmoil when he's played only 8 maps. As of right now, he's averaging a 1.28 rating. And all in all, it hasn't been the prettiest types of games. It hasn't been the highest level of competition that Big have been facing off against. But ever since getting Process back into the mix, they've won 3 back-to-back-to-back best of 3s. And this is something that usually doesn't happen for Big. It hasn't really happened in a long time. And it's a bit of a shame for Sol because, again, they didn't play a bad game of Counter-Strike. But as you said, Tabson calling well, everyone else seeming to have all that trust and believe in him, even when things were not going well, and some of the individuals showing up whenever they were needed, guys like JDC and Process finding the impact and hyped as well in that first half. There is definitely at least a little bit of optimism to be had with Big's chances to make it all the way.
Yeah, and of course, it being a third victory in a row for Big, it doesn't come out without its mistakes, right? You know where you need to look out to get things going in the right direction for your following matches, because you've got important ones coming up, right? Because this wasn't the end of the journey of this close qualifier. They'll need one more to make it to Malta for the Thunderpick World Championship overall. But let's go back to the discussion about Saw, right? Because we haven't seen them in competitive play, Brandon, for about a month now. And I feel like that shakiness really reflected on the server today.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment to make. I think also what you can say though is that there are improvements. The difficulty obviously is closing the game, but that can be argued for both teams. But I think we got a lot more of an insight into what Crazy can produce for this team.
Sure.
Agil, I know Ted's pretty big on Agil. Like, he did very well in this series too. Aragorn, it's such a shame he wasn't able to carry on his good momentum on Inferno, because he single-handedly, despite his kills, saw 3 of those rounds early on Inferno. So it's one of those where it's his integration into tier 2, tier 3 that's going to be a little bit of a step up, and that's why I expect this team to take a little bit longer to adjust. But hey, you're going up against Big. Both these teams have made a lot of changes recently. It's very nice to see that, hey, look, they are at least competing. And let's be honest here, guys, they probably should have won the series.
Yeah, and also, it feels only just to give them a little bit of time to actually implement what they've been doing in practice, right? As we said, this is something that Seoul have been doing a couple times throughout the last couple of years. They take around a month and a half without playing too much. Once you get back into officials, even if you do have good initial game plans and everything is a lot more fluent than it was a little while ago, you just need a little bit of experience and a couple officials to get everything going.
Well, this was just the morning shift, folks. I know it's not morning for people out in Europe, but, you know, it's the early shift out of the way with the first 2 matches being completed. We've got Legacy versus Gjiiehao and Betboom versus 9Z later on today. Well, the morning shift, lads, us and Eternal J and Dweg from the casting desk are out. We've got a brand new core of broadcast talent to take you through the action. You're in safe hands, don't worry. But it's Tech Girl, Trav, and Hayes to take you through the action in terms on the analyst desk. So yeah, that's us from the morning shift. We'll see you again tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of the matches today, folks.
going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers. We've had a bit of a switcheroo here on the desk. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the next two best of threes. And joining me, two familiar voices you hear a lot of. Hayes and Trav are here. Two South Africans. Travis, we're punishing you today, hey?
I wouldn't call it a punishment. I'd call it a pleasure. Okay? Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. I've spent my fair amount of time with Matt on broadcast, so
Yeah.
I know what it's all about.
I was just thinking we could have had him in the middle, been like a South African sandwich. He's basically the Boerewors at that point, Sam.
There we go. If you're not South African, you have absolutely no idea what we were talking about there. I don't think Hayes and I have actually, we've been on broadcast, but not together on a broadcast in many years. So this should be quite fun, Hayes.
Yeah, we did the Intel event, that LAN in South Africa 2022. I think Yumi and Tools were on the desk together. I think that might have been the only time we've worked a desk segment together. That was obviously on LAN, but it has been a while.
So there we go. But here we are for the close qualifiers for Thunderpick. We've had two incredible first games, and now we're moving into the next one. Of course, it is Legacy versus Gjiiehao, and I'm going to be dead honest. I said to both these boys, I was like, GG who? Who is this team? Where have they come from? Hayes, I'm gonna be. All I knew was that Boris once played for them. There we go. That's about as much information as I can give you.
I think the other name that will definitely have a lot of recognizable value has to be Issa. Like, he's just been playing for a long, long time. There was obviously a little, intermission in his career around COVID where he went off to the game that will not be mentioned, the Voldemort, obviously, of esports. But he's come back. He's the IGL of the team. He is the veteran. He has a lot of experience. He was actually playing at a really high level before he took a break. 2018 around with Hellraisers. I'm happy to see him back, but I don't really blame you, Sam, for not having a huge amount of knowledge on this team, because they don't really have players who have been around for a long time or accomplished a whole lot. They do have guys who play a lot in Face It. They've got a heavy hitter in Mini, but it is a team that comes into this qualifier as massive underdogs.
I mean, Travis, that was exactly how I would describe them, right? Underdogs. What do you think they're going to bring to the table if you were to define the play style that you could expect from them?
Well, the thing is, I think they do play very aggressive, and I think that's kind of what they need to do to sort of activate Mini. I mean, the only reason they're actually here at all playing in EU is because Valve changed the definition of the regional sort of regions in general, just where they would have to play. They played in Asia before, now they're having to play in EU. I thought they would plummet down the rankings once they started playing in EU, but they've actually been all right considering what they've got to work with, right? I think underdogs is the right way to say it. I casted them quite a bit in the Star Series qualifier. Mini had a couple of crazy pop-off maps. They had a 13-0 against Ecstatic on Dust 2 where he dropped a 2.5 rating. Kind of everything went his way. His AWP should be the main focus because the other pieces are sort of very middle ground hit and miss pieces. Gjiiehao is kind of a bit of a no-namer from the local Kazakh scene. He's okay, but nothing special. He's only 19 though. Of course, he can grow. But Issa is probably the main man, Matt mentioned, is the one that you're going to be looking at as to kind of give you the late round impact frags when necessary.
Of course, they now have to go up against Legacy, who I rate have two of the strongest South American players on their lineup. I would argue this is a team that the potential is there, Travis. And if they are all activated, it's a scary, scary team to face off against.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite South American teams to watch by far. I mean, something I've been quite critical of in South American Counter-Strike below Tier 1 is that it's a lot of quantity without much quality. But Legacy have felt like they're a threat to anyone they have a chance to face. I think they'll be disappointed with some of their recent results. The loss against FlyQuest at Blast London was a tough one to take for them. But I think they're one of the favourites actually to make it through, in this portion of the bracket. I really think they can get there. Damar and Latta have been one of my favourite rifling duos and have been since the God Sent and 00 Nation days. One of my first ever LAN events that I covered, they beat Furia on LAN at an ESL Challenger when they were playing for 00 Nation. That kind of got everyone a bit more sort of noticing what they're all about.
I think that the thing is, like, as you highlighted, Sam, Lato and Gjiiehao have been recognized as prospects and players who are really talented for a long time, but haven't necessarily kind of accomplished what we know they're capable of. Now, obviously, with their run at the Austin Major, all eyes are on this team, and they've had that taste of success. I don't think that they're going to be content just being prospects any longer now that they've been in the limelight, now that they've tasted that success. I think that they're going to be pushing to consistently remain at this level, go deep in these sort of events. The problem for this team is online competition. Like, they have the LAN buff and that online debuff. And you could see it when they were on LAN. Gjiiehao was shouting. He was so excited. He was feeding off the energy of being, you know, across from his enemies or the people that they were playing against, surrounded by his teammates. That aspect of being on LAN, the anticipation, the excitement, all plays into this team. And I think that when they're online, it's way more difficult for them to harness that sort of energy. So I think that it will be difficult for them in that regard to try and keep the same level that we kind of saw on LAN from them. But they still should certainly have what it takes to win this game. I think another important name has to be Lux, if I can just divert for a second. He's now come into this team as the IGL, which is a new role for him. So I'm kind of keen to see how that's going to play out over time as well.
So obviously, I wanted to have that online conversation, and I think we're going to have it for a couple of these games. Is the fact that there are teams here that the upset can occur because the LAN buff doesn't exist, right? So if there was going to be an upset, and if Gjiiehao was going to do it, my question, and Trevor, I'll pose it to you, is how do you upset Legacy? How do you beat them in a best of 3?
I honestly think you have to play around one individual and one individual alone, and I know it's bad to say, but it's Mini. I mean, like, Mini's had a couple of crazy games that I've seen from him. I mentioned that 13-0 against Ecstatic on Dust 2 during the Star Series qualifier. He's the only player that is really putting up consistent numbers as well. I will give out a small shout out to Osamas. I think he deserves to be mentioned, because you look at his rating and you think, there's nothing really too special here. But he does have a really, really good first bullet and quite a smart player, I feel like, as well. Because obviously with the team they have, you don't expect stunning ratings when you're mostly struggling against this sort of tier 2 EU competition, right? Because it's always going to be you have to switch regions like this. So I think he's doing okay. But I think they really just have to use Mini, get him on the AWP as soon as possible, get him into the sort of get some puggy maps in the Veto to try and set him up. Because I think, and to pick up on what Matt was saying as well about, like, online games, I think Gjiiehao are used to that. But also, I think Legacy themselves, by the way, are like playing the VRS very well. Like, they haven't accepted too many online, like, South American CCTs or anything, right? They've only played like 2. I think all they've played since the Austin Major, the qualifiers for ESL Pro League, which they won, the quals for Blast London, which they won, and Blast Bounty, and then London, of course. So, like, that's showing that they're playing the VRS well, not taking the risk, not taking the gamble of losing too many random online games. Whereas Gjiiehao are having to play all these long online games to sort of keep relevant at all.
Legacy's level of competition that they've been playing as well, though, is somewhat higher than GG, right? Because obviously, Hayes, yes, they might have lost to like a Furia or a FlyQuest during Blast Open, but they've also been able to get maps off of those teams. So they're coming in with probably a lot more structured Counter-Strike and playing those top teams, maybe a little bit of a stronger game plan, would you say?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, think about the experience that they've gleaned from those opportunities going up against those sorts of teams. They've definitely would have learned and grown from that. And that's why I look at them no longer as this team who are like dark horses or have prospects. It's like, no, we've seen that potential realized in the server consistently. And now it's about showing that and not just saying, we know that they're capable of that, but we want to see that now game in and game out. And I think that they should be able to kind of steamroll the series without much of a challenge if we are going to get that level out of them. If they are going to lose this, it means that they just weren't at their best. It's as simple as that. It's one of those situations where if we get both teams at their best, Legacy should roll this without much of an issue, and that means it's like a win condition for Gjiiehao is Legacy not really showing up, which is never really sort of something that you want to go into a series needing to work out in your favor.
I also think as well, like, if you look at Gjiihao's results, the most important thing for them is that they can compete. They've beaten teams like Medisport, Zero Tenacity. These are like stalwarts of like Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike. But they did get farmed by TNL, maybe to be expected. They've beaten Tricked as well. But again, it's very sort of... It's nothing really that's been a shock. I haven't really shocked anyone. The only real good result was that win against Ecstatic. But then, of course, There's an upper bracket and lower bracket in that Star Series qualifier. Ecstatic just 2-0'd them right back the next time they played, right? So, yeah, they are one of the biggest underdogs here. They've got some special players that can do something, and Issa still can be that player, even in these light rounds, even now after such a long career, of course, in Hellraiser's an OG. But, yeah, it's going to mostly have to be Mini, and that's not enough when you have such a strong rifling core on Legacy.
The Veto should be coming in really soon, and I'm curious, I mean, how do you think this is going to play out? Is it going to play a big role in who's able to take this?
I think each team has a small gap in the Veto, but Legacy hold all the cards, right? I mean, Gjiiehao have a rough Inferno. They've yet to find any results there at all. It's one of Legacy's favourite picks, not just online, but on LAN as well. Despite a couple of losses on it lately, they're, of course, against decent opposition in some of these Blast events, right? So you can't really blame them for that. Legacy don't play a whole lot of Dust 2, and that's the main map Gjiiehao would have had in their wheelhouse, but that's been banned. So Gjiiehao can play Nuke. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I look at these maps and I think this has to be a 2-0 for Legacy. It's got that written all over it. Inferno and Mirage are Legacy's 2 most picked maps, guys. It's like they only have picked 3 maps in the past 3 months, Inferno, Mirage, and Nuke. And Inferno, Mirage are the 2 most popular for them, and they've got both of those as the opening maps and the favorites in this series. Honestly, like, all signs point in the direction of Legacy winning this, and they should be able to do it quite comfortably, especially with Inferno and Mirage to open up.
I actually think we've got some Inferno stats that we can pull up, which will just further highlight your point there, Hayes. It feels like we are all leaning very strongly to the South American organization, Trav, but you can never say never, right?
No, not on a map like Inferno,
Never.
right? Things can be a bit weird. I mean, you can get these situations where the economy's rough for a long period of time. They get these close rounds, they finally break it, and they keep themselves in contention. They did finally break that streak that I was kind of mentioning, right, on Inferno. They beat Tricked on it yesterday, which is the first win they've had on it, I think, total. Mini did play a very good series overall in that one, and he had a pretty solid Inferno as well. I think Bibu played pretty well too. I think Bibu is a player that's worth mentioning because he's been around for a very, very long time at this point as well, by the way, because he played on NASA back in the day and teams like Pera as well temporarily. So he's got a lot of experience alongside Issa, even though Bibu's only 23.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm glad you bring Bibu up because he is a guy who's kind of been languishing around that tier 3 space for a while. He's obviously one of those FPL guys who's been putting up really good numbers consistently over the years and hasn't ever really gotten his shot in a team that's super recognizable or has a huge amount of potential. It's always just like pieced together with a bit of patchwork and duct tape. And I feel like with this Gjiiehao roster, it could be the first time that we're getting a team where maybe he can kind of start to realize that some of that potential where they're going to stick together for longer than 6 months, because that's always been a problem, just teams constantly changing in and out. So I think that, yeah, just talking about Bibu for a second, that this is a good opportunity for him in his career.
It's so funny because I like to be a realist on the desk, but I recently got my fingers burnt. During EWC, I categorically stated that Heroic couldn't beat Spirit. And if you watch enough Counter-Strike, you'll know how wrong I got it there. So I'm absolutely terrified of saying what I want to say here, which is Legacy. There's absolutely no excuse for them not to win this, but I've since realized that anything can happen.
It's okay.
So I need to...
Don't worry.
Yeah, I got to watch my map,
think without Dust 2 in the Veto, Sam, I think you're going to be okay. That's the one map I've seen Gjiiehao really, really hit hard on, so it would be a huge, huge shock if they're able to overcome Legacy here, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, they've got some talent, but realistically, especially adding the Veto in as well, like, they can be exciting, but they should be outclassed entirely.
I'm just too terrified to say it. I have learned the hard way. I can't do it anymore. So I haven't watched, I'll be fair, I haven't watched enough of Gjiiehao for me to be able to like categorically come in and say this, even though everything inside of me is saying it. You mentioned that player though, that we all have to keep an eye on, Mini. Let's take a look at how he stacks up, if you like, against the opposition there, because we've got a nice head-to-head that we can pull up. So I mean, for Hayes, talk me through both of these players and what they're going to bring to the table.
So you've got some contrasting styles between them. Mini is a guy who is just the centerpiece of his team. He is the guy that they rely on consistently to be the top frag. If he doesn't have that pop-off game, then they're going to struggle in most of the matches that they find themselves in. Whereas Sadzin's more of that supportive aspect. He's not going for many opening duels on the T side or more surprisingly on the CT side, it's still actually Gjiiehao and Lux who are doing all the work in the early stages of the round. So Sadzen's more the guy that they can just kind of rely on. You know, if he's posted on an angle, he's good for the shot, he's good for the kill. You know what you're getting out of him, where Mini is more that like X-Factor player who can just blow the game wide open and take over when he's having one of those games. So I think you get sort of contrasting styles, because Sadzen, he kind of plays the counterweight to players like Gjiiehao and Lux as well, who want to have that freedom and space to call their own shots. You know, normally it's the CT side Orpa who kind of dictates what the setup in the round is going to look like, where I feel like Sadzen more just kind of files into place to allow for Gjiiehao and Lux to play the game that they want.
Yeah, and the thing I think as well, right, like, it looks a bit deceiving there, that head-to-head, seeing the 1.23 versus the 0.87. Sadzen isn't a 0.87 player, by the way, I'll absolutely say that. But that is why I'm saying that Gjiiehao have to play around Mini. The rifling core for Legacy completely clears Gjiiehao. Like, even Lux, who's the in-game leader, I was very happy to see him get this opportunity on Legacy. He's done so well with it. He adds extra firepower as well alongside Gjiiehao and Lato. So he can still be very good on his day too. The main thing with a team like Gjiiehao is you want to see who they're going to bring up. What talent is going to be on the team that they're going to switch to that could be one to watch for the future. They moved on from their time with Boris. Kumau, as I said, is a pretty unknown player from the local Kazakh scene. There's a lot of players that have come up through the local Kazakh scene recently. And if there's one player that could be a bit, I think Matt described it to me before the game, blow hot and cold, keep an eye out for the Kumau hot moments, because I think he can have them.
Well, there you go. We've chatted about these players, these two teams. We're getting ready to jump into that best of 3. It should be coming up really soon. Off topic though, boys, because this is something that has been sitting on my head for a while, and I'm just curious. Before, obviously, these Brazilian teams all decided to go international, I've constantly been surprised that no one has come in and taken Gjiiehao or Lato Hayes and picked them up.
I mean, it probably more comes down to their own personal preference of wanting to play with people from their country, right, their countrymen kind of thing. I do think now, like I was saying earlier on in our pregame segment, that they've now had that taste of the big time, the spotlight, making deep runs at LAN events, getting these upset wins against teams that they've obviously just been watching from the sidelines for years. Everyone's always bigged up Gjiiehao and Lato, I'm not joking, for like 4 or 5 years at this point, guys. Their potential has been undeniable for a long time. But now that that potential has been realized, they won't be content to just kind of go back to being the guys who, yeah, we know that they're good, but we don't see all that much of them. So I think there's now almost like a ticking clock, a countdown. It's like, if we don't find success in the next few months, then maybe they will start to knock on those international doors.
Thing is, though, I think the argument with Gjiiehao and Lato, it's been a talking point of the Brazilian scene for a very long time. What on earth are their buyouts going to be, right? Like, the price of buyouts in the South American scene is the issue. We haven't got our, crazy Brazilian super team that we've wanted for so long. Maybe we don't need that, because look what Furia have done now. But still, like, it's still something that I want to see in the future, but I'm not sure we ever will.
Do you think more South American teams, Trav, are going to go the route of Furia and now MIBR and sort of branch out and go the international route?
Well, I think Furia, like MIBR, are trying to copy that blueprint, but I think they maybe picked up the wrong sheet of paper, because it's like that's way more of a risk than I feel like what Furia have put into practice with Klim, an academy prospect. And now Kicker, obviously, he wasn't even like a good factor of Paravision when he was on that team for a while. He was the in-game leader. They kind of they moved forward with Jane back as the in-game leader, and they got rid of Kicker. So, yeah, it's a very weird one. I don't think Legacy are the kind of team that want to move away from that, for sure, because they've got a good thing going right now. But I believe we've got 9Z coming later as well, which I can go into even more about how I'm not entirely content or impressed with the moves that can be made in the South American scene.
I think Legacy is the one team for me, Hayes, that looks like they have the potential to improve. I hate this because we use it so much this year, but they just need some time, right? They need a couple more LAN events. They just need a little bit more experience, and maybe they can go toe-to-toe with some of the stronger teams.
I agree with you that there's definitely room for improvement, especially when you look at the names outside of Gjiiehao and Lato are probably right up to their ceilings. I mean, a bit more experience will always help, but I think you look at someone like Lux, who's still in the early stages of his career as an IGL. You look at someone like Sadzun, who's just been playing at this level for a year now, kind of thing. So obviously a lot of room to grow for him as an AWPer. Nissim as well, kind of a guy flies under the radar. So I think there is more juice to the squeeze for a lot of these players. And yeah, that means there's more room for growth. But like I said, Lato and Gjiiehao kind of checking their watches, thinking, okay, boys, we've, done this for 3, 4, 5 months now. Need you to catch up to speed so we can have these placements consistently.
Obviously, Gjiiehao, realistically, they know that they're coming in as the underdogs, right? But if we have to take a look at Legacy, they must be... I mean, Trev, they must be saying it's LAN or bust in this particular situation.
Especially because this is a very, very cutthroat qualifier, by the way. Like, you got the round of 16, you got the quarterfinal. The quarterfinal match qualifies you for the LAN, no lower bracket. So, like, they play the winner of TNL versus Imperial. We could get, a regional domestic matchup between Legacy and Imperial. That would be pretty exciting. But they'll look at it and say, we've had the better results recently. We are the sort of forced team to be reckoned with in our little mini bracket. We should make the LAN. Like, if we don't, it's a big underperformance.
Especially as far as opening matches go in the opening round of games here. They couldn't have asked for, with all due respect, an easier game. Gjiiehao, the lowest ranked team coming into this qualifier. So that certainly does bode very well for them to kind of get going in the cutthroat single elimination bracket. Like you highlight though, either TNL or Imperial in the next round will certainly be a difficult game for them. But it's a good way to kind of warm up into this bracket by playing a team like Gjiiehao, and they've got to take full advantage of that opportunity, because even if this is a win but it's an ugly one, I think that's something that'll still play in their minds. Like, damn, how did we beat them 2-1 with an overtime on the third map when we were such significant favorites? So not only do I want to see Legacy winning this series, but I'd like to see them do it in fairly, I don't want to say dominant fashion, but at least cleanly.
There is obviously haze, like you said, because it is that single elimination, though, and it is online. There's this chance for upsets, which means it's probably the one, I would say the one close qualifier where the lesser known teams or the underdogs actually have the potential to get to LAN, which we all know now with VRS is so important, right?
Absolutely. I mean, what are the two things that normally lead to upsets? Single elimination brackets and online Counter-Strike. We've got both. It's the perfect recipe. You're right, Sam.
We are ready to jump in now. We got 2 new voices to keep you company. Vince and Anders are ready. Let's jump into game.
Wow, thank you so much, Sam. Yes, we are absolutely ready. Vince, how are you doing? We got some Counter-Strike on the menu. Are you feeling good today?
I'm feeling great, Anders. We had a bit of a prolonged wait as the other games got finished, but we're ready to go now. And we're straight into the action. First round's already kicked off.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, a little bit of a delay to get into this one. And the last match lasted a little longer than I was expecting too. So kind of interesting stuff. But yes, we'll get into it. It's Gjiiehao versus Legacy here at the Thunderpick World Championship. We are getting right into it. Really no delay. Already a couple of trades here. Sadzun and Osama's are both going down. And by the way, Gjiiehao are going to be starting on that CT side with Legacy on the T side. This is a map that they play super well. I mean, the Veto in general is brutal. I think the desk covered it well. But Nuke as a third map is just... That's a bit of a gut punch, I think, to Gjiiehao.
Oh, no doubt. However, the man that they did highlight on the desk, and for good reason, Mini, he's going to put those Julies to work. So the player advantage shifts back into the CT's hands once more. And I certainly agree with you. I think Nuke is going to be a very difficult one if we go that distance. To be completely honest, though, Anders, I would love to be proven wrong on this. I don't think many people expect it to go 3. I think most expect this to be a fairly straightforward 2-0. But Bibu, lovely USB shot there, puts down yet another Legacy player, puts them into a 2-on-4. And it could be Gjiiehao getting off to a great start.
I mean, we say it all the time, but if you're going to cause an upset, then winning all of the pistol rounds is a nice way to try and get a little bit closer. They're going to run into Isa, who's playing this corner, and the first one is essentially for free. He's going to be taking down Lux, and Gjiiehao will be straight into the grave afterwards. So that's really well done. You could see that in that round, Legacy really want to slow down the game after the initial engagement, and that doesn't really work out for them. They kind of get picked off one at a time, so maybe not the ideal scenario for them there, but nicely done nonetheless for the CT side. That's what we like to see. Mini, I think I've caught maybe like half a game of his, but I've certainly heard some conversation, and that's always, I think, a good start, when you kind of get a sense that there's someone that's worth looking for.
Right, and I think what's interesting about Mini as well, obviously hailing from Lebanon, not many players of that kind of region, honestly, not just country, but region, playing at the top flight of Counter-Strike, and Gjiiehao is made up of Lebanese and Jordanian, you've got Kazakhstan in there, Iraq, Palestine. It's a real interesting bunch of players, and he's been around since November 2023. They've been through a lot of roster changes over that duration. Kirby actually notably had a stint in Gjiiehao back in 2024 from June to August. But Mini has been there the longest by a considerable margin, so clearly they're trying to build this team around him, and understandably so when he has this much talent.
Yeah, see what he could do early on here. They're going to be careful, though, because I'm seeing a lot of Tech-9s, and if you close the distance, we all know they can be very dangerous. It's Isa to begin with, but Nissim is right there on top, and Gjiiehao down here in the pit. It's pretty good work, but not quite enough. Still going to get a chance here to get the bomb plant, and that's already pretty well played, I would say, for the Brazilian side. They've even picked up an M4 in the meantime, so the pressure is on here. The Tech-9 rush kind of working so far.
Such an explosive round, wasn't it? Like, blink and you'll miss it. And now decent post-plant positions. They do have their hands on the A4. Sadzin and Pit playing off one another. They have a flash as well. Now, the problem here is that there is a lack of kit in play for both of Gjiiehao, so they've got to get aggressive. Osama's pushing into mini pit, dealing with Gjiiehao. M4 sprays down, has to switch to the Tech-9, and Sadzin lays Boo down on the dirt. An exquisite clutch at the end, getting Legacy straight back in this map.
How sick is that? All right, I wasn't expecting it because you could see when he's juggling two different angles at the same time in that position with the M4. It's just not an ideal scenario, but yeah, the Tech-9 comes back and absolutely wrecks him in that 1v1. He actually does get dinged. He's down to 16 health, and he still picks it up. So, wow. Taking it away almost immediately, that is pretty upsetting. So, if you're Gjiiehao here, you want it to keep this going, but it's going to be very hard to do. They have invested into an M4A1. I guess that's good news, and I think some 5.7s to follow it up. A little bit of a stack onto the B-bomb side, so I guess nothing too special. I would be kind of surprised if Legacy aren't playing this round very carefully. I mean, I say that they already kind of are. Wouldn't want to see them jump into a bomb site, but yeah, what a shame for Gjiiehao.
Well, it's going to be a gut punch. But as you say, they have fully invested into this, and they can return the favor with their upgraded pistols. And let's be honest, the 5.7s are no joke. Right now in CS2, they are outrageously powerful in these off angles. Gjiiehao trying to utilize the perch just outside on balcony. And Issa now making moves. Like you say, Anna, spot on. They are taking this carefully. Now going to start to spread their wings a little bit, though. They've cleared out short. They're going to be looking to push.
Yeah, smoke is up over on Banana, so they know now is their opening to try and do it with before anyone else really starts to rotate on over. So they found a really good timing here. Gjiiehao, if he wanted to defend that bomb site, he would need to get the first headshot right away. That's not going to be available, so he will fall back instead. Look at this here bomb plan. Look at how careful they are. Even in spite of the fact that they've had the bomb site for a good 5-10 seconds, they are just checking absolutely every corner. On the CT side, I suppose it makes sense to just walk back and enjoy the moment here. Wow, we actually had a chance to kind of get into the match now, Vince. I feel like we got thrown right into it, you know, maximum speed here. But yeah, I mean, I'm assuming everyone is just universally in agreement that it's going to be Legacy picking this one up. I mean, maybe a third map we could start to be thinking about Gjiiehao, but that in itself, it would almost be a bit of a miracle, really.
Oh, for sure. But I think Hayes and Trav did a really good job of painting the picture of, like, listen, all of the cocktails, the ingredients of a cocktail for disaster are here. We have online. We have a single elimination bracket and a really interesting opening fixture as well that, you know, if a potential upset was going to happen, the cards are definitely coming down in the right way. That being said, though, it is a brutal body blow for Gjiiehao to win the pistol, immediately go down into a 2-on-1 score. Sure, they've saved some of these weapons, but it's just not the kind of CT side economy building that you were looking for here. And Legacy, I mean, you said in that last round they played really passively. They were very careful. That's absolutely the case. These guys, though, if they need to, they're one of the most aggressive teams that you'll see. And they showed this against Vitality. These were the guys, by the way, if you didn't know, it was Legacy that beat Vitality for their first loss after 29 wins in a row back in Austin. And they beat them on Inferno 13-3. So let that one just sink in for a second.
That was such a sick game. I was casting that actually in Austin when that one was going down. I remember thinking before that day, it was like, oh, we're doing Legacy Vitality. It's going to be kind of a boring game, presumably, because, you know, Vitality obviously going to win that. There's no doubt about it. But That turned out to be a really bad assumption, which is why it was so much fun. It was a really enjoyable, interesting game, no doubt about it. But yeah, again, the slow approach here that we're seeing out of Legacy, you have to respect it. They understand that there's a lot on the line. I think the analyst desk were talking about this being, you know, like a land-ready team in Legacy. They want to go to Malta and play. Obviously, they're expected to in many ways, so you don't really want to see them screw up some of these more basic rounds. And honestly, it's just good work, isn't it? I feel like this, especially with a team that's still, compared to a Vitality or another sort of top-level team, they still have much less experience. So you could imagine a world in which they would screw up some of these rounds, but they're just not doing that. So credit to them.
Yeah, exactly. It's about dotting your I's, crossing your T's, making sure that you don't faceplant directly into the ground. And that's what Legacy and Lux's leadership. You know, he's only 23 years of age, as they mentioned on the desk as well. He's quite new to this role, especially with Legacy joined at the start of this year. They're doing a really good job, all things considered. And he'll be called upon multiple times here on this T side. Also, a very young squad, by the way. Like, it's quite surprising because we have had Gjiiehao, Sadzin, Lato, Lux seemingly being around forever. Their average age on this roster is about 21 and a half years old. Lux is 23, Nissim 24, Gjiiehao and Sadzin both 21, then Lato 22. So this is a very young squad still, and that bodes so well for Legacy.
Yeah, it does. And I think the fact that they've had to battle their way through, you know, surviving in the Brazilian scene for a long time and sort of, you know, not making their way, trying to pave the way with a Cold Zero or some other player that, you know, used to maybe be a really hard-hitting player. They've kind of had to rebuild this from the ground up. But I really appreciate that. I feel like it's made them stronger. Obviously, it's a longer way to go, but I kind of like it. We're back towards the A bomb side, and this is, again, a very early execute here. Oh, they know everything. That kill is enough. That should be the round. The rotation's coming in, but I think they should call it off. I actually don't even think it's worth going for. You can see Isa is in the library. There's no reason to stick around. Wait a minute. Lux is actually walking through the smoke. He wants to challenge that. That is really aggressive. But yeah, they win the round with the speed there. It's so normal for the CT side to be playing 3 at B, 2 on A. And then if you just hit that A bomb site really early on, sometimes you can just catch them with not enough defense.
Oh, no doubt. And it's conditioning Gjiiehao as well, because we've seen the more passive and careful approach on that second round after they won with the Tech 9s. But as I said, they're an incredibly aggressive team as well, especially when it comes to Inferno T side. So you can't take anything for granted if you hear Gjiiehao. I'm a bit surprised that Issa stuck around for as long as he did, because he really needed to save that weapon. You can see their bank balance is going to be looking pretty dicey. Bibu does get a kill and trade up to the AK, I believe, that was dropped down just outside of the church. So that's at least something to play with, but there's not going to be a great deal behind that. And, you know, your early doors on the CT side, you want to be holding on to 3 rifles if it's at all possible.
Yeah, definitely essential that they keep this going for as long as they can, because we all know that once the CT side economy falls apart, then it just is, the game becomes so much harder. Probably even more true on a map like Inferno. And but we're into it again. Look at how they start 3 on the A bomb site this time for Gjiiehao, with even aggressing into the A apartments. That is such a clear sign that they don't want to be caught. But it would have been so sick if Legacy would have kept going up banana very fast this time, just to sort of like reading them as hard as you possibly could. It's not quite the case. They are taking their moment here and jumping right over. That is great work for Gjiiehao, and they pretty much just follow it up here. So now you just want to see Gjiiehao cool down, don't do anything crazy. You've pretty much won this round.
Yeah, strangely enough, though, as great as it is for Gjiiehao, obviously they have to still make sure they don't take this for granted. You've got Sadzin and Lux still alive on the server. They'll be looking to do as much damage as possible on the way out, but it's a bit of a freak round as well. It's like you've been jump sprayed from an MP9. The timing on that bedroom peak could not have been worse. So although Legacy are going to be kind of frustrated at that, at the same time, you can just be like, it is what it is. Sometimes Counter-Strike gives, and all the time it takes away. Don't look too much into this. Issa, though, fast rotation round onto T-steps is going to bag the remaining 2. And a very comfortable round in the end, and a lot of traded up weapons as well on the side of Gjiiehao. So that's an excellent outcome.
Yeah, I think we saw maybe 1 rifle there towards the end just being missed. But you're right, this is kind of a freaky round. You'll definitely take it off your on the CT side. So not bad. They steal that AWP. Maybe not the best map for Mini to be playing with it, but there are some AWPers that end up doing a really good result with the AWP. So we'll see. He's going to get smoked off in the middle. They'll know that he has it, so it's not going to be a surprise. They obviously can guess that he will have picked it up. back to the same well here for Gjiiehao. I'm curious if that's a good idea. With the M4 here, very likely to be traded back. Straight headshot on the first one and a great clear out. So kind of running the same style back-to-back rounds, and you can see Legacy already, and they're certainly going to put some speed behind us. Kind of finish the sentence, Vince, before they're already winning the round. What's happening?
Yeah, I think that round kind of epitomizes why most people coming into this just expected that Legacy would get the W, right? Like, in terms of individual prowess, it's going to be a fairly straightforward kill for Betboom. It does get traded out. But in terms of the individuals, like, Legacy are a couple of notches ahead, especially when it comes to the rifling. And I'm not too sure about that call either from Gjiiehao, because we've already seen Legacy go for fast wraparounds on short side. Double stacking in that area on the apps is very susceptible to being pushed from the back on Boiler. So the Sun was he's going to go for it. He's actually going to go for this, and he could get it now that he's got the frag onto Lato. There's no one close. It's the full defuse coming in just in the nick of time. He gets the bomb defused. What the hell?
Let's go. That's so sick. Look at his smile. Oh, man. You know what the funniest part of that whole thing is? The smoke that he threw completely failed, right? Like, he tossed it way too deep. I suppose it worked to draw the player back, but I think in reality what he probably wanted was just to underhand the smoke and defuse inside of it. Like, I'm not sure he wanted like a big fight, but once he kind of realized, I don't think he could have defused at the corner of that. I think he would have been visible inside of it. So that is so funny and so sick. All right. Well, you mentioned freaky rounds. I mean, we just had another one. Let's see what Legacy... They should be able to laugh their way out of this, but you never know. You never know when the tilt starts to set in.
Such a sketchy round, man. I still can't believe it.
It's so funny. Oh, you could see it like he's thinking about it. He's getting a bit closer. Oh, he's got the kit. All right. Yeah, nicely done. I mean, they're not the kind of rounds you want to build a whole best of 3 off of, because that's just probably not going to work, but maybe it's enough to propel you into a best of 3, and they need that. They needed that so much right now. So, yeah, well played.
Oh, no doubt. When you are the heavy underdogs as well, the pressure probably already is kind of off Gjiiehao to a certain extent compared to Legacy, and that can do a lot more harm to Legacy in terms of their thought process. Again, you just got to shake it off, though, and just think like, oh, you know, we got ahead of ourselves. Fair enough. Let's recoup. If they win this round, they're not going to care about the last one, but Gjiiehao, he's been so aggressive in apps, and this time it's yielded for him. He's got a kill. Yes, they do have a bit of mid control, but with 35 seconds left, there's not many options for Legacy.
It really isn't. It might be another kill here. I think Mini just spots the gun barrel, so definitely got an idea that someone could have been there. Respect to Gjiiehao for walking back. That's a nice shot. Catches Nizim mid-air, but the Molotovs are raining down, and he can't really escape. Lux is just knocking them out down there in the pit. That's very efficient. He's very experienced, of course, but he gets flanked. Gjiiehao running through the smoke. That's an aggressive maneuver, and it's going to be a bomb plant to follow it up. And honestly, if you're Gjiiehao here, you got to feel like you must try for the retake. Can't afford to let too many rounds go. He just got such a big gift from that defuse in the previous round, so this is a huge opportunity. You could see B-Boost on the one side, and Osama's just making sure no one's sneaking through. There's the headshot that might just set it up. Gjiiheao's left.
Off that bomb, though, ticking away, and Gjiiehao is the guy to watch out for. Top of the ratings, top of the frags, a star player, but Asomas has cut his head clean off for the retake, and they will double up. That ninja defuse will not go in vain, as they have secured yet another round, and it looked like it was just another foregone conclusion, but Legacy lose out once again.
Really interesting finishes to some of these rounds, but I respect the fact that Gjiiehao went for this retake here. I think that says something about their mentality. If they would have saved here, I would have said, oh dear, like now they're starting to play more like a team that doesn't want to lose, as opposed to a team that's really trying to win. Yeah, big ups to them for going for it, just barely getting it across the line. It does cost them a lot in terms of their money. You could see there on the CT side, they're still just a round loss away here from things going real bad. But some aggression being thrown into the mix now. Different kind of look for them. Pushing all the way down to the bottom of Banana with the MP9. Nobody's expecting this, and there's it's a really good spray down. They still don't know about it. Lux is just, he's trying to ignore the bullets. I can't recommend it.
It's like, if I don't acknowledge him, maybe he'll go away, Anders. I don't know what the thought process was there. Maybe he assumed the player behind him was going to clear that angle and he had to focus at the top of Banana. But whichever way you spin it, Nissim is doing work. He is still trying to make the most of this. Flash is good, forces Mini off the angle. It will yield a bomb plant as long as Lato goes for it. I said Gjiiehao, one of the star players. Well, Lato is the other one, and he's really yet to get off the mark so far. Just 3 frags. This would be a great opportunity for him to just come out swinging.
It's so rough for the retake here. They've got Osama's in the middle with 5 health, and then they got a Mini on the AWP. So effectively, Bieber will probably have to do a lot of the work here to even get closer. They got the kits and they got the smoke as well. They can try and get a little bit closer, but honestly, with the money that's left here, they haven't found anyone. I don't think this could easily be done. I think they might already be saying, let's lock them in, let's make sure nobody escapes, and they lose all the rifles, but I kind of get it with the low health and the AWP and the lack of money. Like, those are all factors that put you, towards saying, let's just not try and go for this one. So I appreciate it. I respect it. Unfortunately, they're going to lose the round here. We're in Legacy. Being on the T side, I think this is already like 5 rounds. They're probably feeling pretty good about themselves.
Oh, yeah. They'll be happy with this, especially considering that, of course, they did lose the pistol. And like you said, that is one of the hallmarkers in this very awkward spray. Eventually, Asamas does get his second. One of those hallmarkers of potential upsets is, getting all those pistol rounds. Well, they've got one of them, but they still find themselves trailing here. And a couple of the rounds as well, if we're being completely honest, just kind of out of nowhere. I mean, this could easily on another day be like a 7-2 scoreline in favor of Legacy, if we're being completely real about it.
Yeah, that's a fair point, I think. Not that much damage on Banana this time, so maybe a bit different from what you would normally see. Legacy really have been shying away from too many of the really aggressive fights. We saw it in the last round, but early on Banana, they've been trying to keep it cool a little bit. They're back to a much quicker A execute this time. If they could get around the corner, they would have gone for it here. Nice headshot from Lado, and they know exactly where that orb is. There's no reason not to push it, but Gjiiehao comes out on top. Oh, no, he doesn't. He should have had at least one of those kills. I think he transferred that spray right away, assuming that the dink on the Lux would have been enough for the kill. But that ult now sneaking in behind. This is an all-out chaotic round again. The flick doesn't really connect, and again, they might have to walk away. A 4v3 retake here? I don't know if it's worth it.
We've been in this position so many times, haven't we? Where it's like Gjiiehao, they can maybe go for it, but could end up backfiring. How has he survived? He just dances over the flames. Nissim somehow, alongside Sadzin, gonna be laying this one down. I thought Sadzin was gonna join Nissim in his grave, but instead stands tall and delivers with a Galil, and not for the first time, Gjiiehao, they could have backed out and saved an extra weapon, but they overstayed their welcome, and are now in a 6-4 scoreline. Their money continues to struggle. It continues to suffer as they're being choked out.
This is going to be a half of what-ifs. What if they hadn't given up the second round after winning the pistol? What if they'd won the round with the double spray down towards bottom of Banana? Or this one, where they get the opening kill on the AWP, and then they get a sneak in on the MP9, like walking straight up behind them, and still somehow not getting it. Look at the damage you could see. I mean, I don't know about you, Vince. I do this at least once a day, where I'm spraying somebody, and then I just transform to the next guy, because I'm like, this guy must be dead by now.
Yeah, exactly, because you're trying to maximize as much as you can from that position, right? And a hitbox is notoriously weird in Counter-Strike at the best of times, especially so in CS2 when someone has their back to you. And I think Gjiiehao unfortunately felt that one firsthand. And they have already lost Mini as well. Keep in mind, only 2 players have any kind of weaponry to play with, but one of them is Bieber, and he's put down Gjiiehao over on the B side. It allows him to go for a fast rotation as well. Maybe this round isn't just out of control just yet for Gjiiehao. Maybe they can still get their hands on this one, especially as the AWP is going to be activated over on the A side momentarily.
Ooh. He was spotted, but not by anyone on that side. It was Nissim who caught him slipping through. Nobody even knows that Nissim is here. That's why he was able to get into such a fantastic position. He could basically call in where that AWP was going to be. So this is looking pretty grim at the moment here. Legacy going to be up to 7 rounds. The money just devastating for Gjiiehao in some of these rounds, and obviously that's going to have an impact on them. So, wow, I don't know. It's kind of a shame. They definitely had an opportunity in some of these rounds early on to get a lot more on the board. But then again, I guess on the other side of things, the rounds they did win, some of them, especially the defuse, of course, was just a very interesting kind of result. So at the end of the day, I'm not too sad here for Legacy. I think this is a decent start for them. We'll see if they can kind of improve on this result, but so far so good.
No, absolutely. I think any jitters, any concerns that Legacy have now become a distant memory. That's just faded away because they are in prime position. And I was just looking at some of the stats there as well. You know, you're talking about how happy they'd be having this kind of a lead on the T side. Yeah, they got a 60% win rate on their CT side and a 55% on T side. So the best is yet to come. And that's playing against teams like Vitality, Mouse, Fnatic, Furia, FlyQuest, all of which are a head and shoulders above Gjiiehao and the teams that they're consistently playing against. So it's not boding well right now.
Yeah, that's probably an important context when you look at sort of the map percentages and all the rest of it. Like, they are against very, very different quality teams. So don't make the mistake of just comparing them one-to-one. That's not quite going to be working out. Looks like they could have gone for like a full-on B execute. Honestly, some of these executes have been so quick. Like, think about how fast they've been at the A bomb site. It almost looks to me like they want to do the same, but this time at B. And it would be a really good call. Gjiiehao are going to hate themselves in this round because, again, they're kind of out of position. Just the speed for Legacy. Osamas, though, and Bieber are actually doing a very good job trying to hold on here, but it still is not enough. They don't have the players for it. So another bomb plant, and as we all know, notoriously hard to retake this B bomb site.
So they're going to have to go for it. Last round of the half, 2 HEs and a flash alongside that AWP. And you did highlight before, a lot of AWPers don't have a ton of success when it comes to Inferno. Whether it be CT or T side, this is where we want to see what Mini has up his sleeve. A player that we were looking as a hot prospect coming into this game. Double nades half connected. It won't take the life of Lato. He's down to 16 on U-Box as he looks to welcome the oncoming CTs. They're all going to be together, though, pushing through on the garden towards Coffins, and it may be their final resting place. The barrel of the gun is going to betray Kujiehao, and there's Lato with a double. A very convincing half overall for Legacy as they will lead 8-4.
Yeah, that is such a hard retake. I don't know how they were ever meant to really get it. I guess as the double nade had worked, maybe that would have been the way through, but overall, a very impressive first half here for Legacy. A lot of chaos in the middle of it, which I really appreciate. I think it's the kind of Counter-Strike that is a lot more fun to watch. So shout out to the teams for bringing the entertainment, but at the end of the day, it isn't the kind of upset scenario that Gjiiehao probably were hoping for here. Much, much further behind in that sense. So we'll see how this one plays out. Pistol rounds coming up, obviously. But I agree with you, though. Legacy are going to be stronger on that CT side. I have no question about it. And you know, some of the players that they have, like I think Gjiiehao and Lato are going to be playing that B-bomb side, if I'm not mistaken. And they're going to be just, I mean, imagine going up against that right now if you're Gjiiehao. And if you can't win the banana fights there, you're in so much trouble on this map.
Oh, 100%, especially as Gjiiehao in particular is a very, very aggressive player. Like at times, he almost feels like he's an entry fragger of Legacy on the CT or the T side, kind of opening up space. As he said, down on banana is going to be a consistent theme and factor and very difficult to deal with. But this is where we're going to see what Issa has up his sleeve. He said he's been around for quite considerable amount of time. Obviously, some of you may remember him from his Eternal Fire, his OG and Hellraiser's days. He's now up to 28 years of age. He's been around the scene for a long, long time. Let's see if he can put that to use.
Yeah, now's the time for it. No question. Well, I love this. So smoke and flash onto Isa. We'll see where he ends up throwing them. But yeah, the waterfall explosive strategy out of the apartments. Definitely, I think, one of the more fun ways to get things going. There is a dual setup here, so you really have to get through. If you lose the first fight, you're in a lot of trouble. Smoke's already down. Flash going over. Doesn't really do that much. What a headshot. Sadson on the other side as well. They've really locked it down. I just said it. You've got to get in and get that first kill and put the pressure on. It's not going to be working out. Nissim will take down Mini. Just clicking heads at this point. Only Isa left, and he was the one who was supposed to set up the team and get them in there. And the smoke or the flashbang didn't really do enough. Can we have another headshot? It's going to be Isa to get one there, but yes, we'll get the 5th USP headshot. That is so clean.
Yeah, that's so crisp, so efficient. A shooting gallery kicks things off. And, well, they may have got success in the first pistol round, but this one is entirely backfired. And you can't even blame them. I mean, some of these shots are just so damn strong. I love the stubborn at the end from Issa. Sort of stubborn mentality, like, I'm not going to budge. One of us is going to die. Problem is, Chief, the rest of your team is already in the dirt. 9-4 the score. And it's not going to get any easier, is it, for Gjiiehao, let's be honest. They didn't even get, like, anything to really play with off the back of, like, a bomb plant or anything, so it's just pistols, and that's all.
Yeah, they are dreaming of of a success like the one that Legacy had in the second round, stealing it away. But yeah, we'll see. A lot more of a presence for top mid here for Legacy. And like I said, Gjiiehao and Lato are going to be the combination that's playing that B-bomb side, which in itself, I think, presents sort of a big issue. We'll see if... I mean, the other issue is that Sadson is playing out of his mind, and if he's going to be playing that AWP position running around the map, then we'll see how it plays out for them. But I think that already there's just a whole host of problems coming their way. Perhaps a bit early of an incendiary there, but I don't hate it. They are getting closer, though, on this Tech9 buy.
I think it was, hold that thought for a second, because they're going to push the trigger and get straight in the face now of Legacy, but be careful what you wish for, because Sadin on form has that for mass. A lot of weakened players. It was such a weird round again, wasn't it? It's like Sadin, you're expecting to just clean that one up, but they just didn't seem to want to die.
Yeah, he honestly did a ton of damage with the FAMAS, but he just couldn't quite even get the dink with the USP at the end. I mean, that's a nice setup for a round, honestly, for Gjiiehao. I don't really hate it. But good timing in the rotation. It's Gjiiehao who's here right as they need him with the MP9. And they already had the 3-man setup. So 10-4 is the scoreline.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was Trav that said on the desk that, like, I think it was a 0.87 rating with the 3.0 rating of HLTV. And he's like, Sadson is not a 0.87 rating player. Well, Trav, you are absolutely on the money. 17-6. The squad does not lie. He's been dominant. And speaking of which, Gjiiehao and Sadsin once again elect themselves a couple of kills. Asamas, though, has put down Sadsin, so Apps control, at least momentarily, will be in favor of the T's.
Yeah, they get to steal an MP9 as well. Just, it's so hard to find a reason to be excited about it. You just almost have to say they probably don't care on the Legacy side at this point. So we're going to need another really strong shot here. You can see Osamas is thinking about sneaking out. Actually, he does make his way past. That's pretty good. In spite of that railing once again being a bit of an issue. Down in the pit he goes, and he's not ready for the deal coming up behind him, and they will lose Iza in the middle. Bomb is dropped down towards the pit here, so with the low health and everything else, it's not going to get any easier. The longer he waits, the more people are going to show up on the CT side. And Legacy kind of rushing their way through the map almost, it feels like. They're not... I mean, they were very aggressive on the T side, which I think was a really cool game plan. I think you could even tell that, you know, never mind that there's probably a firepower difference between these two teams, just the speed with which they started with, I think it was hard for Gjiiehao to hold on to.
Yeah, no doubt. It felt like they were just kind of being drowned. You know, Legacy took them out into the deep waters and said, let's see how long you can surf these waves, and it just crashed almost immediately. Gjiiehao, couple of opportunities, but they've been few and far between, and this may be their last one. They've got rifles, they've got the op for Mini, who has really struggled on just 6 kills. A lot of grenade damage as well, just chipping away the health bars collectively as Gjiiehao not even getting to the top banana portion just yet. That flash is decent, but they haven't followed up behind it. And although the kill does come through onto Gjiiehao, another 2 players on B just pull the plug and back out.
Yeah, they find Gjiiehao. They can guess that Ladder would have been. They don't know about Lux. He is the odd man out in this particular defense, so... If they were to kill Lux at the beginning instead of Gjiiehao, if somehow those players had been in different positions, they would have been such a clear tell to Gjiiehao what was going on, and they probably would have been able to hit the A-bomb site rather quickly, because that would have told them some more information, but they just don't know as a result of it. For them, it's just one of the B players, and they're still doing a good job. If they can wrap around here and get towards the library and archway, I mean, that should be enough to take down this kind of a defense here. Sadson does have an incendiary, and I suppose if he can block off this one side of it, smoke is down as well with 35 seconds. Hold on. That incendiary could be huge. What a headshot from Nissim. Just as they walk out here, he goes for another one. Mini gets dropped. I can't believe they're so successful. Somehow, Gjiiehao not even being allowed to get close to the bomb site. We're talking 20 seconds. Now backup is starting to get there, but some of the players from earlier, the grenades like you mentioned, they're already low on health here with 15 seconds left, and Legacy holding the bomb site with 2 players against 5. The lineup is there for Sadson. He's going to be up to 20 kills behind this one, and Bibu just wondering what on earth happened to his team.
Yeah, has to try and save again. I mean, it's a deja vu, isn't it? Reoccurring theme that we saw in that first half, and Bibu trying to scarper his way out, does get the AK, but that is a drop in the bucket. I think the problem here is, Anders, that they smoked off arches. And as soon as that smoke connects on the ground, you saw Sadzin and the other player, Nissim, here he is, just activating. They know exactly what is coming up as soon as they hear that smoke plume. It's still really solid shooting, though, from the two of them. But I'd almost feel like if Gjiiehao had not thrown anything and they just went quiet there, I understand why they've smoked it. It's easy for us to, you know, hindsight 2020 and all that. But it really gave their entire play away.
That's a good detail, though. I like that. You're probably right. That probably is the trigger that kind of allows Legacy to put up the defense. Aggression coming in, Lux. I do like the idea of it. Sadzin is here, and he's certainly hearing the footsteps, but they've already made their way through. A little bit of a slowdown, potentially, with the smoke going up, and Nissim, once again, doing pretty good work. Got to be careful, though. Backup is there, finally, and they just walk right into the spray. USPs are coming out now. It's a lot of damage, but not the kills they were looking for. It's going to be Isa going down next, and somehow we're back into a 2v2. I feel like Gjiiehao, for a minute there, were coming out on top, but they can't hold on to that lead for very long. They must win this round.
Yes, if they don't, they are done on the first map. It really is that simple, and they haven't had too many better opportunities than this. As Bibu and Kjiiehao both do tandem kills, and that will keep them alive just for a little bit longer. However, Legacy have, what is it, 7? I think, yeah, 7 map points still in their pocket. So it's going to be an uphill climb for Gjiiehao, but playing for a bit of pride here, perhaps.
Yeah, you've got to find a way back in, no matter what. There's a whole second map to be played. Although I don't think that's going to get any easier either, to be honest. Even if the next one is picked by Gjiiehao, but yeah, Mirage still a very tricky map. I'm a little bit confused by the fact that there is Mirage and that they didn't just straight pick into Nuke as the second map. Gjiiehao, that is, but I'm sure they had their own logic and reason for it. I will say this, though, if they can win this round, then Legacy are going to be out of money, and that's something to think about. Once again, they're trying to wrap around the short side towards the A-bomb site, straight into Sadzin, who's been an unbelievable machine. He's back with the AWP, swinging wide. That is so bold. 3 kills in this round, 24 in total, leaving Bibu on his own with no chance in hell to get through this one.
It's just so absurd, isn't it? We're talking about Lato Dumao, and it was Sadzin. He was a player to watch out for after all. They did have the head-to-head matchup, and I think it's pretty safe to say that Sadzin has definitely won out against Mini in this first map. I guess maybe the reason they didn't pick Nuke is because they were concerned about starting on T side. That's the only thing I could think of, Anders, but you've got to have more confidence in yourself than that. I do agree. I think their chances would have been better.
Yeah, it's got to be either that or they will have cracked Mirage a lot in the, you know, sort of trying to get it under the radar, so they're secretly a little bit better than we're expecting. But either way, it seems like a dangerous pick from what we know at the moment. Bibu, he's hoping, he really wants a mistake. He wants somebody to come. He might get the first one here onto Nissim, who's kind of walking into it. That's not even going to happen. Legacy taking down Gjiiehao in the early map here. Just very convincing win for them, I must be honest.
Yeah, and you also have to take into account as well that they obviously won the first pistol round. If you joined a little bit late, they actually had the lead at one point. They had a ninja defuse as well thrown in the mix, and it still wasn't enough. Very one-sided, kind of what we expected, though, all things considered.
It was. But I will say this, I mean, it wasn't a match that was lacking for excitement and entertainment, right? We definitely weren't bored along the way, so I enjoyed that. I think it was a good way to get started.
Oh, 100%, man. Like, you can say a lot of things about that game, how one-sided it was. It definitely wasn't boring. I can say that much. I had a good time watching that, Anders. More of that, please.
Yes, we hope we can get quite a bit more of it. But before we get there, I do think we have the desk ready to talk about a couple of things. So let's see what they have to break it all down for us.
Thanks, Anders. He looks so cozy there with his little Jackie on and getting comfortable for all the CS coming up. Vince mentioned there it was an entertaining game. Trav, obviously, yes. GG in the start, they get the pistol. It looked a little bit... I don't actually want to say it looked close. It didn't. But they got a few rounds on the board. They were going toe-to-toe in the beginning, and then Legacy kind of just put their foot on the accelerator, and off they went.
It's a bit of one of those sort of results where it's like maybe the scoreline's a little bit harsh on Gjiiehao. The main thing is that Legacy's rifling core is just like so much more established at a good level than Gjiihao's is. I mean, Sadzin, that was that 1v2 in round 2 to win the force buy. that sort of round, when you win that sort of round, it just hurts the economy straight away on Gjiiehao, and it kind of put them on the back foot immediately. There were some great moments for Gjiiehao. I mean, Osama's had that ninja defuse. He had some of that first bullet aim that I wanted to see from him, that I pointed out before. Again, a player who's rating on HLTV doesn't really do him justice, I suppose. But Sadzin, who I did mention, that Vince pointed out, he really stole the show.
Even though it did look competitive for a moment in terms of the scoreline, you got to think about how Gjiiehao were winning some of those rounds, right? They win a pistol, they win they win an eco round, a bit of a half investment from them. They win a 2v5 ninja defuse. 3 of their 5 rounds come through rounds that you're just never going to be able to replicate, really, right? So that's the concern for me, is there's just nothing sustainable to kind of draw on the successes from Gjiiehao.
For sure. And I mean, this is kind of exactly how we saw this playing out. It was Legacy's map pick, Hayes. It wasn't a surprise when they started getting round after round, and that sort of victory became imminent.
Yeah, I mean, you could see some deficiencies in the game there from Gjiiehao as well. Just didn't really... It looked like they went into a bit of a shell very early on. Weren't really disrupting Legacy all that much. There was clearly a handicap towards Archers as well. There were so many rounds where Legacy just had free reign in towards top mid, and then wrapping around Archers into the A-bomb side as well without much friction or without much of a struggle. So you could just see it did kind of feel like boys against men, and Legacy just kind of got to have their way with Gjiiehao.
Okay, let's swap this around, Trav. If Gjiihao's thinking back to what they've just done here, what is it that they need to tweak a little bit, do you think, in terms of their game plan?
I think what Matt said is the thing I do want. I want them to get into the face of Legacy a little bit more. I mean, we see the first bullet aim of Osama. Kumau is a youngster that is, trying to come through, and I want to see. He's had his moments. He can, as we mentioned in the pre-game, can sort of blow hot and cold a little bit. He can deliver in these important moments. Bibu played pretty okay in map 1 as well. He's pretty snappy. But Mini didn't get into the game whatsoever, and that was the issue, right? I mean, his rating, because he's been playing sort of lower tier opposition, it was a lot higher than Sadzin's, and that kind of gives you hope for that particular head-to-head. But Sadzin showed, 1, why they have been playing at a higher level, and 2, why he is just plainly better. The ratings can always be deceiving. You shouldn't really dig into that. Just need them to get into the faces of Legacy a little bit more. I mean, they're just a bit too respectful, Matt, I think, right?
I agree, but almost like the problem is Legacy love it when it gets scrappy as well. Like, Gjiiehao wants players to come at him, right? So it's like, how do you even try and draw a game plan from that for Gjiiehao? I completely agree with you, but at the same time, does that not then maybe in turn play into Legacy's strength? But if they don't do that, then they give up too much space. It's almost a lose-lose in that regard, and it's just, always very difficult for Gjiiehao coming up against a team like Legacy.
I will say that at least, right, even though Mirage is not a good map for them historically, at least it's like a pick that they can go into and try and do something with, because it's a map a bit like Dust 2, the one map that I have seen Gjiiehao kind of farm on recently. Like, at least that's a map where they can maybe use some of that individual level to the best of their ability. They got a good win on it recently against Zero Tenacity. And that's not obviously a team that's a very sort of grindy team in Tier 3, so it's a decent result. Unfortunately, like, if you look at their other results, they are a little bit deceiving with how, like, supposedly bad they are, because it's, like, ecstatic, it's OG, like, it's, Passion UA when they were good and existed, right, with the Ukrainian team rather than the current Complexity edition of Passion UA. So, like, they're playing decent teams. So, like, I'm hopeful we're going to see at least more rounds on the board for them on map 2 than we did on Inferno.
I mean, Trav, Hayes has kind of hit the nail on the head here. This is what's difficult, because if you try and slow down the pace, Legacy has the experience of playing higher tier teams that structurally they can handle that. If you try get in their face and play a bit more aggressive, they enjoy that as well. So this is actually really tough now for GG when they're looking at what they need to do coming into their map pick. I'm presuming they have a plan, but how have they historically played this map? I mean, what are we expecting from them?
I think, like, when we speak about that, like, sometimes you can maybe overanalyze it a little bit and be like, oh, okay, listen, they can do this, they can do this, they can do that. But reality is, we came into this game, especially after we saw the Veto, expecting a 2-0, and it should be a 2-0 every single day of the week. And for Gjiiehao, they will probably have known that going in as well. Because, like, Legacy, sometimes, like, without being too defeatist, there are some matchups which, even in an online environment, even in, a volatile situation where, like, it's a single elimination bracket, only 2 wins that you need for LAN, sometimes your stylistic way of playing just won't match up. And this feels like one of those games.
I tell you what, we've got the carry on, Hayes.
Sorry, Sam. Just jumping in. I want to also say, Mini was the one guy we were bigging up for Gjiiehao a lot coming into the series, and he just didn't really deliver at all. Wasn't able to get going on Inferno, so that's definitely a factor we're going to have to see an improvement on going into Mirage. And for Gjiiehao, they also want to walk away from this qualifier, at least saying, at least we put a bit of a dent into Legacy. At least we did some damage. We got to kind of show what we're capable of, and we pushed them into a situation where they had to maybe dig a little bit deeper and come up with some sort of an adaptation and a solution on the fly, because for now, Legacy are just coasting in first gear.
So obviously you aren't being negative, Nellies. We actually have the map stats for Mirage, so we can show you how this plays out, because this is a map that Legacy enjoys being on, Trav.
Yeah, and I think as well, that's one of the main issues, sadly. Like, Legacy, they play it regionally, and they've kind of been beating everyone regionally as well, right? That's the main thing. I mentioned how they haven't, like, they've been playing the VRS, like, smartly by not accepting too many online events, and mainly only, like, important qualifiers. Since the Austin Major, they played the quals for ESL Pro League, they played the quals for Blast London, and they played the Bounty, right? So, and they are in those regional qualifiers. They've been beating everyone on the map, but for Imperial once in the Pro League qualifier. But they still won that qualifier in the end anyway. And if you look at their recent losses, sure, it's 3 in a row, but it's Vitality, Fury, and FlyQuest. You could argue that FlyQuest, that's one. Maybe they could and should have won, knowing that FlyQuest are very up and down. But still, like, Legacy do play well on this map, and they do so with the same style we've seen on Inferno.
Not just Legacy, but this is a Gjiiehao specialty, and maybe this is where we can even just segue to the head-to-head where we talk about Gjiiehao, but because this guy, on the CT side of Mirage in particular, is a playmaker. He's the guy who's going to be pushing up middle, dropping down lowers, pushing through apartments, got a double push with luck through ramp. He's always looking to try and make some sort of a play. So many different openings from Legacy and Gjiiehao in particular that it's really difficult to try and come up with a game plan against him, because every round it basically just feels different in one way or another. So it's going to be very difficult for Gjiiehao to try and contain Gjiiehao in particular, and I feel like he could almost just dominate the CT side here. Yeah,
and it's weird, right, Matt? Because, like, even though they've moved on, they're playing games in Tier 3 EU, like Gjiiehao are getting some acceptable results, they're pushing some decent Tier 3 teams, they're beating some Tier 3 teams. We know how good Boris used to be, and maybe probably still is, on Mirage. They've moved on from him now. If they had Boris, I would say maybe they have someone that can go head-to-head with the likes of a Gjiiehao. Now, I'm not so sure anymore.
You say you're not so sure. What are your doubts about Gjiiehao, Trav?
Purely experience. Like, he's not a player that has come from, like, a really decent Tier 2 run, for example. I mean, look at Molodoi on Amcal, and now him going to Fury off the back of that. It was a shock, but he had put in some incredible results on Amcal, and I think a couple of other rosters he was on as well before that. Same scene that Gjiiehao comes from, the local Kazakh scene, but didn't necessarily set the world alight when he was playing for a team. I believe it's called All Inners in Kazakhstan. So there are some players that are true prospects from that region, but hasn't really had much time to grow into a team. And it's not like he's growing into a team that's, I guess you could say, going to have pieces around him that will elevate him. It's rare, because it's sort of an unknown prospect in Tier 2 EU once they had their region changed.
I think look at Gjiiehao coming into this game, and for him, I'm pretty sure this could be the biggest game of his career so far. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the biggest opportunity for him to date, whereas for Legacy, this is just a Tuesday.
I mean, that is the best way to sum up this matchup right there, Hayes. Good job on that. You are watching the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifiers. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to Mirage.
going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers. You weren't paying attention, so you didn't see that whole second map where Legacy was... I'm kidding. Obviously, there's been a forfeit, which means Legacy takes the victory 2-0. Gjiiehao bows out of the closed qualifiers, and it's unfortunate. I know you were all waiting to watch some Counter-Strike, so were we, but it is a good step forward for Legacy. Obviously, they move into the next round. They'll be very happy with that, Trav.
Yeah, one win away now from the main event. TNL or Imperial will be their opponents as well. And it's sad for Gjiiehao, especially in such a cutthroat qualifier, right? They play one map and they're out, but that's the brutality and reality of online Counter-Strike, right? I mean, it was Kumail's... I believe Kamau had an issue with restarting his PC and stuff like that, right? Which is a shame. But at the end of the day, Legacy were probably going to win that game anyway.
Well, there we go. I don't have to say anything because he just took my point. I was going to say, it's one of those things. Forfeit wins obviously suck because you never get to see the map or the series completely played out. But it is one of those situations where it doesn't completely throw the bracket into disrepute because Legacy should have won it from there anyway.
Sure. But I mean, it's nice for Legacy, frustrating for Gjiiehao. But this is also online CS. I don't dabble my toes here often, boys. I know you spend a lot of time doing this. So this is new for me. But here you go. PC doesn't restart. We all get to chat and we're back here. What are Legacy's chances, though, moving forward, would you say, Hayes, in this competition?
I'd say they're pretty good, but they're going to have a far more difficult affair on their hands now going into this next game against either TNL or Imperial.
Fair enough. We actually do have someone from Legacy with us. Sadson is here, so let's say hello to him. We get a chance to chat. Sadson, that was an easy Tuesday victory for you, wasn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't play the second map, but yeah.
Through to the next round, and my question to you, I've seen all of you, you're all together. You're at a boot camp at the moment?
Yes. We are in Serbia right now.
Nice.
Easy. So my quick question for you, Sadzin, of course, like, how would you have prepared going into this game against a team from a totally different region who play pretty unpredictable? Would you just stick to your own game?
Yes. Like it was an important match for us because in the last match we played your best maps and don't play well. So we practice a lot. And this game was very good for us to get confidence. And yeah, just play your own game, like you said.
Sadzin, I'm curious. I feel like there must have been a dynamic shift in the team after your guys' very successful run at the Austin Major, because before the event, you guys were seen as a team with a lot of potential, especially within your region, you'd done very well. And then you went to the biggest stage in World Counter-Strike, and you guys showed a fantastic display, obviously. So there must be a change in the goals and the general expectation within the team now after having that result. Now it's no longer just, trying to do well within your region. Surely now you guys have kind of lifted the bar as far as your goals are concerned, right?
Yes. Like we are very excited to play another LAN, It was the last LAN was in Major, so in these weeks we just training, so everyone is very excited to play the LAN now in Fissure, your next compromise. But yeah, everyone is very excited and very confident.
Yeah, I got one. Oh, sorry. Very one quick question. My bad. I want to quickly say, you said like playing LANs and everything. Have you been actively like denying invites for online events on purpose between like the major and now, and only playing like these really critical online qualifiers? Because I think that's a really good thing to do when you're ranked the way you are right now.
Yes, it's because we want to play LANs. It's better for us, for the points to get to the major. So yeah, it's your goal, play these LANs and get good points for the major.
Thank you.
Big brain strategies. Thank you so much, Sadson. We're going to let you go now after that hard slog and all that Counter-Strike you had to play. We'll see you in 2 days' time. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, bless.
Travis, it's a very smart strategy as a team to prioritize lands, right?
Of course, right? And that's why I kind of like, I wanted to maybe be a little bit cheekier response. I was like, oh yeah, we denied a CCT, we denied this, we denied that. But
Come
yeah,
on.
I mean, like, I'm putting a little bit too much pressure on him maybe for an answer like that. But yeah, as I said to you, that's the main thing that I'm happy with what they're doing, because they're prioritizing and doing the right thing with accepting what they accept. Because of the Austin Major,
Yeah.
that's where they put themselves, and they can keep themselves there by not taking the risk of playing too much.
I don't appreciate the stray bullet at CCT, okay, let's just get that out there. But what I will say is that it's not necessarily super valuable for them to take as much as they can on their plate, because a lot of it's counterintuitive. You're not going to gain many points if you do well, and if you don't do well, then you're going to drop down the rankings. So yeah, Trav's definitely onto something there. It does make sense.
Nice move for Legacy, and now we move on to our next one, BB versus 9Z. And for all of you sticking around, you want to watch some Counter-Strike, we're going to have some Counter-Strike for you. But first, we're going to set the scene here. And this matchup, I know, Travis, you have a lot to say about the South American team. But first off, let's just talk about generally, what are we expecting from this particular head-to-head?
I think it should be a Betboom win. I mean, there's quite a big disparity in what both these teams have been doing online recently. Betboom have been on a great streak. I think only lost one their last, like, 10 or something like that, or like 9. And 9Z are still integrating 2 new players to the team from what is a Tier 2, Tier 3 South American team in W7M. And they're even losing like quite a few regional domestic matchups, which you would say is not what an organization of 9Z's historic quality should be losing.
Obviously, BB team, this roster, very experienced. They've got Boomich in the IGL role there. Hayes. I mean, we are expecting them to push through this relatively easily, I would say, based on the players that they have.
Absolutely, and not only the players that they have, but also the form that they've shown lately has been incredible online. All of those results only mean something though if they materialize here over the next couple of days, because it's all good and well that you're performing in these online cups and competitions, but that's what's now earned them the opportunity to play at this qualifier for a massive LAN event, $850,000 prize pool at the Thunderpick World Champs event later on in the year. This is what it's about right now. It's all good and well, like I said, that they've been dominating and bossing Tier 2 online, but this is where now all that form has to translate to actually materialize it into something tangible and take it to the next level and make good of all that hard work that you've done.
What do you like about this lineup, Hayes?
Oh, there's a lot, Sam. There's a lot I like about this
Sam.
team. I think in particular, there's a few. I think one of the things I really like is that Gjiiehao has gotten his chance now in one of the top teams in the region. He was plying his trade in 9 Pandas for a long time before this. That team imploded, and he, for my money, was the best player on that team and the one who had the brightest future as well. And that's where he cuts his teeth. So he did a really good job in that team to showcase what he's capable of. And now he's been picked up by a team for that exact skill set, where he's surrounded by players who are more experienced than him. So that'll allow for him to continue to grow and develop. And then the other player is Artfrost, man. Like, I was always so sad that he kind of got iced out after his stint with Spirit. Obviously, they brought in Shiro, so it's like, okay, fair enough. He just got, you know, device with Nork or whatever you want to call it. But he didn't really get the same sort of opportunities for a while, and Parivision for a bit, and then Amcal. He's just such an exciting AWPer to watch, because he's the guy who wants to take over the server. He wants to be on the front lines. He wants to get his hands dirty. He ain't no Princess AWPer. And I think a lot of people had some sort of questions about actually replacing Zorte, who I was also a huge fan of, but it's just really good to see Artfrost back in a team and performing at the level that he is.
I think, like, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. Like, this edition of Betboom is probably the one I'm most happy with. And I think the results are really reflecting that, right? They're on an 11-match win streak before they lost to Paravision in the final of the ECL Cup. That would have given them a chance, actually, in a 14 bracket to make Pro League. So it's an annoying streak breaker for them. But I still see them at the very top of Tier 2, and if not, like a Tier 1.5 team at this point, maybe. Like, I always liked Zorta and Axile as well, but you can't argue the fact that especially Axile had fallen off horribly, which is a shame, because, you know, the heights that he reached were incredible. I think Gjiiehao provides much more of a consistent baseline, especially online, and he was one of them, as you mentioned, one of the most stable factors during his time on 9 Pandas. So I've always been a big Artfrost enjoyer too. I mean, I'm completely on board with that. I was delighted to see him finally get a solid chance like this. He gets a little bit overly flashy for me, Matt. Like, I think he can be that style that he played in the past that could maybe burn him a little bit, but he's starting to be more consistent with the basics now.
And I think being surrounded by guys like Siren and Dilladez in particular do kind of give him that ground to have that flashy style.
I tell you what, let's take a look at 9Z though, because I have some concerns here with this team. Yeah, and what we've not seen from them, I would say, in the past few months. Trav, I know. I would like to think we haven't spoken about this. You've kept this to your chest. You said you have a lot to say about this roster, and I am 99% sure a lot of what you're going to say is the concerns that I have. So I'm going to let you weigh in on 9Z as it stands.
Basically, I'm totally uninspired by this particular edition of 9Z. They qualified for this particular close qualifier through one of the South American regional series, but that was with Martineza, now on Gentlemates, and Adam S, who's now benched. As replacements, they picked up Urbano and Levi from a smaller team in Brazil called W7M after they had dropped the team. Now, of course, like, I'm not privy to all the insider information about what went on in, like, a tier 3 Brazilian team. It's very hard to glean that information. They're both still pretty young, right, at 20 and 21, but I've seen nothing from either of them that indicates to me they can help keep 9Z relevant. I mean, Lucan, who 9Z brought back after a 3-year absence in January, is very often hard carrying them, but he's like 28 now. It's not really sustainable. Harasso Peak is trying to keep up, but there just isn't really much firepower anymore apart from those two. It's really a far cry from the 9Z that shocked everyone at IM Dallas last year, and I know they lost EGT. He was a huge player. That duo with Max, that was always a wonderful thing that 9Z had. But now, it's only downward trajectory for me.
The problem is that in the past, 9 months, there's just been so much chopping and changing within this 9Z roster. So many players in and out of the team, even coach changes as well. I think they've used 8 or 9 different players this year and 3 different coaches from TGE, Yell. They've got Zach now, Bit now, who's coaching. So there's just been a lot of changing within the roster, which makes it obviously quite difficult to find stability. And with the players that they've now brought into the mix, it kind of signals to me that 9Z is looking to go in a bit of a different direction as a team and an org. They've kind of changed what the goals might be as well, that they're now looking to maybe compete within their region, maybe looking to develop some more talent now as well. They clearly haven't brought a team together that they want to immediately travel across to Europe and try and qualify for LANs. I mean, obviously they have the opportunity here, but guys like Levi and Urbano, it's not like they were tearing up the tier 2 Brazilian scene before they were picked up by 9Z. They were fine, they were decent, but it's not like these guys were absolutely the guys who had to be picked up to a bigger team and get these opportunities. I feel like they hold a place in the team, but I also struggle to find aspects to get excited about at the moment.
That's the thing as well, right? Like 9Z, their identity was always showing off the best of South American Counter-Strike, whether you're from Uruguay, Argentina, Chile with Davides, now of course it's Harasso Peak. Now you're just picking up, I don't want to be mean, but 2 mid-Brazilian players.
Exactly.
I just wish, as I said earlier with the buyout conversation, maybe there was no other option to keep them relevant with the current core they had. But still, it upsets me because I remember what 9Z used to be.
I think, that's you summarized my thoughts so nicely there in that last line. I remember what they used to be and the potential of what they used to be, and I'm concerned now that that's gone. Obviously, we actually haven't had a chance to see this lineup against EU opposition. So that's the other thing. Maybe they surprise us, Trav?
I think that's the main thing, that stylistically, you never truly know how a team like this is going to play against, especially a team like Betboom, but it's hard to be confident in them when they're losing against Fluxo, losing against Bestia, having games that streaks they're winning are against Odic, Sharks, Red Canids, who aren't really all that anymore. They're okay wins, but you need to be the very top of your region, like Legacy were before they sort of made waves at the major, obviously. But to really prove what you are and what you can be internationally. And if you look at Betboom's results, 11 wins in a row, BC Game, TNL, Monty, OG, Foot, 9. This is a really solid baseline for EU, and we've seen nothing from 9Z that indicates they can do that in EU as well as South America.
I mean, you talk about maybe them surprising us. I think they're the ones who are going to be surprised, Sam. I don't think Levi and Urbano, I stand to be corrected, but I'm not sure these guys have actually ever played Counter-Strike out of South America before. This might be their first venture into international CS. I mean, they've played in a bunch of local qualifiers, but I don't know if they've qualified for any LAN events in Europe or outside of South America. So this is going to be a hell of an opportunity and a lot of learning necessary for them, but this could be very difficult.
I do believe that we have the Veto that's come in, so we'll have a chance to see what maps these teams are going to be playing on. And there you go. I mean, gents, BB on Nuke, I can't see 9Z taking that one.
Yeah,
Trev?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Nuke is the one lock that Betboom have had. Even when they were playing pretty badly, they can rely on Nuke. It's still, I think that's the one thing they've improved significantly over the last, like, I would say month or so in that 11-match win streak that they've had in the sort of 2 or 3 weeks, is they have improved their map pool. They were good on Train to begin with when they had Zorta and Axile. That fell off pretty drastically. They were good on D2. They were good on Nuke. Now, for a period, they only had Nuke. Now they're introducing more into their pool and looking more consistent in their pool as well. Sure, it's a map that 9Z play a lot as well. Nuke is actually their most played last 3 months. But Betboom, this is their absolute home ground right now.
Yeah, I mean, you even scratch beneath the surface. You look at the numbers on Train, they don't look fantastic for Betboom, but then you see the sort of teams that they're beating. OG 13-9, they beat TNL, who are a strong Train team. They lost to Paravision 13-10, that's nothing to scoff at. And then you see 9Z, okay, yeah, fantastic win rate, but it's all regional, beating teams like Red Canids, Odic, Sharks, all those games going into overtime. So even though they're getting victories, it's by the skin of their teeth, and now they're playing against a completely different box of frogs in BB.
Bigger conversation. Hayes, there was a time when you were going up against a South American team, especially one you didn't know, I think a lot of EU and NA teams were fearful because of the very aggressive style that South Americans brought, the fact that they had these incredible shooters who just never missed their picks. The narrative's kind of changed now, right? Like, we're not really as scared of... So, for example, here with 9Z, we're not really talking in a way that we're scared that maybe something spectacular is going to pop up and come out of them. Do you think that there has been a change in the narrative for South American Counter-Strike?
I do, and I think it also is a symptom of the change between CSGO and CS2, where it's become a pretty similar playstyle to how South Americans would play CSGO. Is actually just the general adoption of how to play CS2 as well, so it's almost not something alien or weird or abnormal that you go up against anymore. It's the general approach for most of these teams, obviously to varying degrees, but it's not going to catch Betboom off guard where they're used to playing this very slow, grindy, methodical style of checking all the boxes. There's guys like Magnosias who will just blow the round wide open, guys like Artfrost who will just go for ridiculous peaks. I don't think that sort of style is something that should be catching Betboom off guard.
Trav, you in agreement?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the main thing for me is that Betboom have proved, in my eyes, that they're ready for the next like half tier up to like more tier 1.5 competition, because they've won an Exort Proving Grounds online event, they've won a CCT, they've proved it, whereas 9Z have not proved anything in EU yet, and that's the big difference between the two.
I think that they have to fully prove it, though, by qualifying here in this event for the LAN, right? Because sure, they've done well in winning those online tournaments, but for me to push up a half a tier to tier 1.5 requires them to not only win online cups and get VRS points and cash, but also make deep runs and qualify for the LANs as well.
Yeah, I think an important thing to mention as well, it is a very interesting portion of the bracket that Betboom have. If they win, they play Paravision. That's a very fun matchup, because those two teams are exactly, for me, in the same position, where they want to punch up, they think they can punch up, but yeah, we haven't truly seen it yet. Paravision have taken so long to make a LAN this year, you know, with so many opportunities through like ESL Challenger League and like other cups that they had a chance to qualify. All they played was a regional Russian LAN, and now finally they've got Star Series, they've got a chance to qualify for a Pro League coming up later on in the year, and they want to make this one too. So I think Betboom will have a really tough game on their hands if they do win here.
that sucks so much that we're only going to get Betboom or Parry Vision, because you're right, both teams are in the exact... yeah, okay, or 9Z. Let me not get too far ahead of myself. But if we do get that game between Betboom and Parry Vision, you're right, they're absolutely in the same sort of situation, looking to punch upwards into tier 1.5, and whoever doesn't get the qualification between them, if it is those two, is going to be devastated.
We actually have some map stats for Nuke, so let's take a look. We spoke about this already, but it's worthwhile for you to see the numbers. Obviously, BB team, we've seen them do really well on this map. And I think, like Trav mentioned earlier, you can look at the stats, but 9Z, you've got to think about the opposition and who they're going against. While you're looking at those numbers, though, I kind of want to touch on something Hayes said, Trav, which is, for me, BB, it doesn't matter what they do online, they're not delivering on LAN. I'm not seeing them deliver on LAN. What do you think the disconnect is?
Honestly, I think we haven't seen this particular edition on LAN properly yet, and an event that I think is relevant for me anyway. Like, I want to see them at like a big S tier LAN. That's what I think is going to be exciting for them coming up, because they do have some opportunities. There are some conversations that can be had about what events they're going to play. They've got a small Russian LAN to play, which they need to win desperately for me. I think that's an absolute lock. They have to take that one. But the only thing they have after this is actually planned for them right now is an online CCT. So it's an absolute necessity that they do qualify for it. Nice, Matt. But like, look, we saw the old edition of Betboom on LAN with Zorta, with Axile. That gave us the confirmation that Zorta was falling off a little bit. Axile had fallen off a little bit, and maybe more than a little bit, considering what he used to be. We haven't seen a true example of what Betboom can do, this particular Betboom can do on LAN yet. And that's why I'm excited, because Gjiiehao, stable level online pandas for a long time. He's had quite a lot of experience now at every single level, I feel. And Artfrost has always been a good LAN player. People forget that he was the MVP of the LAN that Spirit won before they dropped him for Gjiiehao, which is obviously something you have to do. Look what it's done for them. But like, he's incredible, and seeing them on LAN at this event in particular, I think would be the really important step up, like Matt mentioned, that this team has to get.
So Betboom up against 9Z. Gents, if you were to summarize this, how do you think it's going to play out, Hayes?
I think that Betboom should be able to clean this up without much of an issue. And again, it's one of those situations where they've got to come into this and not only win the game, but they've got to do it fairly comprehensively to also take confidence away from it, because it's not only a win that's required. If it's a scrappy win, and if they win, like I said, with the previous series, it's a pretty similar storyline with Legacy Gjiiehao. If this goes to multiple overtimes and a third map, they're probably not going to be able to draw many positives, even though they get the win. So for me, it's about getting the win fairly cleanly here, and I think that they should be able to, not only with the experience that they have as a team, but they've just got superior players. They've got the better AWPer, they've got the superior rifle pack, they've got the IGL, who's got not just the t-shirt, he's got the whole wardrobe. Boomich has won the majors, he's qualified for many LANs, he's been doing it for ages. So for Betboom, I reckon they should be able to win this without breaking much of a sweat.
And put very simply, right, we're talking about their new additions, Gjiiehao, Artfrost. We haven't even mentioned masterclass, who is still, for me, one of the most enjoyable players to watch in tier 1.5, tier 2. He's always had that level that is what Betboom need. That's why they kept with him after this shuffle. Siren is, I think, now more reliable than he's ever been before at this tier. That's why they went on that 11-match win streak against really good opposition as well in tier 2. So yeah, I don't see a world unless Lucan pops off against EU like he pops off against South American opposition, where 9Z can make an upset happen here.
Why do you think masterclass is so enjoyable to watch, Trav?
I think it's because he's not like a world star like the likes of a Donk or any of these top riflers that can really take over a game. He does it, wouldn't say necessarily in the background, but I feel like more often than not, you look at the KDs and it's like, oh, he's 15 and 6. That's very normal for masterclass. Like, he just has these games, floats around the map, always gets his 1-for-1, sometimes makes it more than that. Most reliable player that I feel like hasn't been asked for an upgrade from like a team like Betboom, maybe in tier 2 in like CIS rosters.
Yeah, he's also just so ridiculously clean, Sam. Like, he's just really clean with his movements, his mechanics, his crosshair placement, his sprays. He never looks like he's out of control. Never looks like he gets flustered either. He's always got that, like, poker face kind of thing, similar to Zontix. You just never really know if he's feeling emotional, if he's happy, if he's sad. He just always seems to keep it very stable. And I just enjoy watching him for that, like, that clean aspect of his game ability as well.
Obviously, he's on our screen now, so I have to ask you, Hayes, what are your thoughts on Lucan?
So, Lucan, this is actually his third stint in 9Z. He's now 28, so I don't think he's going to be getting another opportunity. He's been in and out of the team over the past, like, 6 or 7 years. This is his moment where, as a 28-year-old, he's been in and out. He's gone to the lower tiers of the region within his scene, and he's proven that he's way better. He deserves a better team than just competing regionally. But now this is where he has to make the most of the opportunity and kind of realize, okay, if I don't get it done here, then the ship might sail soon. We know how good he is as an individual, and now he has to deliver.
He has to deliver. There you go. They all have to deliver because there's a spot at land up for grabs. Vince and Anders are ready to take us into game.
Yes, we are. We're beyond ready. Unfortunately, that last game ended a little bit sooner than we were expecting, but I think for me, anyway, this is probably the highlight. I just really like Betboom. I think 9C might have a hard game on their hands, but we're going to find out right now, Vince. Let's just get into it. Betboom going to be starting on the T side. It's 9C on the CT side, and we are on Nuke to begin with.
We most certainly are. A map that statistically, and as the desk kind of touched on multiple times, should go the way of Betboom. T side as well, if they can get off to a good start, really does apply that pressure directly to 9Z. Art Frost already outside, going to be trying to bypass that smoke, get down into secret, but it's Levy, one of the new recruits, one of the Brazilians in the team that does kick off the round with the USP headshot.
Yeah, said it before, but if you're the underdog, this is the time to really do it. MagnoJez, though, he's shown up with a headshot in return. He's managed to take down Max, and Gjiiehao, he's trying to hunt that down, but it's not really going to be working out. So Bano instead shows up with a shot. The shadow is showing there for Boomich, and that's an easy execution with the Glock. Will take him down. 3 versus 3, but only for a second here. Kills are just coming in faster than we can even call them out. Lucan is the next to go down, and Levy being hunted. MagnoJez, 3 kills. All of them headshots so far. And Wowzo Peak is the last one left. The bomb is going to be planted, and how does he even get out of the vent here?
That's a good question. One thing that may work in his favor is that MagnoJez is low, and so he can't afford to be sat out in the open in case he gets picked off from main. But now he has exploded out of the vents. He's made a ton of noise, and MagnoJez picks up his 4th kill. That ruthless efficiency they touched on the desk, coming through full circle, kicking off this round. And they went down multiple players as well at the start of this. It looked like it was going to slip out of control, but then MagnoJez just put that aim to use.
That is so sick. Yeah, I'm so glad that the guys in the desk as well were talking about MagnoJez. I'm a huge fan of his. I think I said that he was going to have like a breakout sort of moment at the major. Now, that didn't really happen. He kind of underperformed in my opinion. I actually haven't given up on him at all. I think he's super good. And especially on Train, which unfortunately for 9C is the second map that they picked themselves. I think MagnoJez is he's a demon on that map. So I'm excited to see him play. Yeah, we'll see how this one goes, though. Betboom winning the pistol. We appreciate the force up here, including the UMP on Lucan. I feel like that's a rare occurrence, isn't it, these days?
Yeah, I think we saw it briefly as like a knee-jerk reaction to the MP9 getting some nerfs, but the MP9 is still stupidly strong. So I have to just assume that's pure personal preference on the UMP. There's not that much difference between them in terms of cost, in terms of kill reward. So yeah, definitely a bit of a head turner. We'll see if we can get any success with it, though. It's full-on investment. It's only Levy that hasn't really gone in. You'll be expecting to see him with the AWP further down the line. Max holding the line, though, with the Deagle. And I like the Betboom have slowed down the pace. They have a good read of the situation here. They're not going to get too far ahead of themselves.
Clock's running down low, but I mean, they started to get in through Mini as well, so it's going to be very, very hard to hold on to this for very long. The reload is in, and Wowzo Peak, you could just tell he wasn't going to get another magazine in that one. Levy goes down. Betboom, kind of, I mean, it is a bit scary when you see the clock run down that low, but because they had the Mini control, it was just going to be hard to hold the A-bomb side, I think, almost under all circumstances there. Max getting tagged up a little bit, and him and Lucan probably best or better served at least, walking away from the bomb side of this stage. So really patient stuff there for Betboom, which I guess I'm not too surprised by. If you think about how which sort of came up as an IGL and all the rest of it, like it makes sense that he would be able to play a slower kind of Counter-Strike, even if they don't always do that.
Oh, 100%. And I think this is also maybe where like the reputation of 9Z and the South American kind of flair kind of gets ahead of them as well. Like you kind of almost anticipate and expect to get pushed. You got classic call-outs like the lobby crunch. You know, you get these pistols, you rush through main or hut, wrap around through on the ramp side. And so Betboom just set up very passively to kick off the round. And as each second passes, making sure they don't get pushed outside, making sure there's no full-on stack on the site. Just really well played, all things considered, from Betboom. And although 9Z may be able to hold on to that UMP, there's going to be nothing alongside it. So you're expecting this to kick off with a 3-0. And keep in mind as well, by the way, not just is this a fortress of a map when it comes to the stats in terms of Betboom getting wins, they've got a 66% win rate on that CT side. So any rounds they pick up here, Anders, are going to be worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. That is, that means the turnaround here for 9C has to come really quickly, or it might just be too late here. We'll see. Probably hard pressed to try and force their way back into this round. They do have the 5-7 in the UMP with some armor on top of Lucan and Wowzo Peak, so it's not impossible. They've taken over this lobby position, which is really cool, but I don't think Betboom care. They already know that someone's in there, and they're going to be wrapping around outside, while you can see Siren is back there in T-spawn, just kind of making sure that no one is really sneaking up behind them. Boomich, not the first time that we've seen him flying through the air with a MAC-10. It's kind of a common thing. Some good kills, to be honest. Really impressive work. If they could find Artfrost in the corner, then maybe there's a chance, but Max is going to get smoked out, and Betboom still with a slight lead in this round, but it's gone better than I was expecting, to be honest, for the 9C squad.
100%. I think, of course, the competitor in them will still want to win this one out. Max is still very much going to be trying to jockey for position and just outright get that 2-1 scoreline. But even if they do concede from here, this is going to be far above their expectations. A low Artfrost did just get the bomb planted down. Galil in hand. The AK should have the upper hand here, but it's an insta-headshot as Max sent packing. But especially with board per kill they picked up in the round, that is just going to build their economy that little bit quicker. So a really solid round, all things considered.
Yeah, I keep sort of slightly forgetting about that little change, but it really does make a difference, doesn't it, over the span of a game, getting a couple of more kills into the mix. And I appreciate the fact that they went for it again. They definitely are the underdog team, but so far not really playing like it. I think that's probably a good sign here. Round number 4, though, and we're going to see finally the M4s have come out. What a dive from Gjiiehao right into the vent. They probably know that, but there's nobody downstairs. He's just all the way running. He's inside of the B-bomb side already. If they don't know about it, this is so devastating. He's made his way so far here.
Yeah, he has. And he can also hear footsteps. He knows the player's in ramp, and they're also causing chaos and mayhem outside. 9Z, head spinning from all these rotational plays and angles they have to be cognizant of. And now the rest of the T starting to spill downside. And Lucan had no idea. He may have anticipated that vent push was forthcoming, but he never expected him to be up close and personal.
Just normally when you do those vent dives, the CTs will know about it very quickly, and the communication is going to allow any ramp players to kind of be aware. And that just wasn't the case. I actually think Gjiiehao, they did a little bit of damage to Lucan beforehand, and then they kind of was a second engagement that we caught there where they ended up fighting each other. But either way, he definitely wasn't aware the first time, and really scary stuff. So that's, you already said it, the fact that these are the T rounds that they're picking up, and the first buy round as well, just getting slapped out of their hands. Just unfortunate. If you're in a, you know, school lunchroom cafeteria kind of environment, and some idiot slaps your toast out of your hand, Vince, I don't know if that happened in your school, but similar kind of vibe.
It never did.
Flashbacks, no. PTSD.
No, it was good. Did it for you, Anders? I mean, you're a big guy. I feel like no one's going to try that with you.
Yeah, but that was later, you know, that was later in life. So I feel like up until like the 7th or 8th grade or something, you know, the school lunchroom was a real crazy place. It all worked out in the end, you know. You know, I have a poster somewhere. We all had to do this in like the 9th grade, where basically we had to say like, what could they improve on, and what are they good at, or something like that. It's like you had to write that for your classmates. I don't know why. It was just an invitation to bully people. But mine, every single person in my school said he talks too much about video games. Like every single comment, for, like what I could improve was like, don't talk about video games so much.
Now you do it for a living.
No, I do it
Who's
for a
laughing
living, yeah.
now?
Exactly.
Nerds.
That's what I say. Nice kill at the start of this round for Max. Just right through the smoke.
And it is also a very important player, MagnaJess, 9-2. Now, the downside is for 9Z, yes, you got the first pick. That's great. Not many weapons to play behind, though. And Betboom have already shown that they can mix up the pace. They're holding position now, anticipating some kind of a push. But although 9Z do have a great advantage to kick things off, do not write Betboom out of this round just yet.
Yeah, they still have every opportunity. And again, they're a team that can thrive in the very fading seconds of a round. So you got to be careful. You can see Boomich is slowly making his way across, although they'll find Gjiiehao. That was Levy with the kill. They were sneaking up, I think, for the ramp to get that one. So a lot of chaos now unfolding. 35 seconds left as they should be able to get this one. Boomich. He wanted to be real sneaky, but he also didn't want to let them go. And Urbano up on the rafters, getting that one. USPs come out now. We're down to about 20 seconds, and what a great work coming in. Double kill with the... Oh, all right, that's nicely done. It turns into a triple for Urbano. It's going to say a double from on top of the hut there. That would have been plenty enough already. So, wow, 9C picking up a round that they probably weren't expected to.
No, certainly not. And again, it's that kill into MagnaJess to kick things off that really sets them into a great position here. And yeah, I completely agree. I think Boomich's idea was to try and sneak his way up into heaven and facilitate this explosion out of the squeaky and the hot positions, but he realized that once that player gets up into heaven, he can just get backstabbed, especially if they stacked on the A side, so he had to snatch at that opportunity when he could. 9Z, though, it's all well and good winning the one round. Can you string together some consecutive success? Otherwise, your money is going to just flush down the toilet and all that momentum is going to go out the sails. They've got to get this round, Anders. It's so important.
Yeah, it would be a classic Counter-Strike tragedy if you end up losing this round. I feel like it happens all the time, but yeah, you're right. They must hold on to this one. A little bit of an incendiary pushed up. Lucan, he's very, very committed to this. I hate everything about it. We say it all the time, but ramp is not a bomb sign. You really don't have to stay and die. Might have thought that he was sort of trying to play a bit of a trick. Maybe they were expecting him to fall back, and he was playing counter to what the intuition would have been. But it doesn't work out for him. Gjiiehao has gone down, but they've also lost another player. And speaking of which, it's Magno just back with another kill. They are sort of trading, but it's going to go in favor of Betboom in a big way. They have some money. I suppose you might as well try and go for this. What? Max? He's strafing while shooting and getting the headshot on Artfrost. That is an absurd kill.
Well, now they're definitely going for it. If they were dipping their toe in the pool just before to see what the temperature was looking like, but the timing there, Siren decides to snatch the life away of Max, and there's not much that Levy can do about it. Too many angles for him to watch out for, and that consecutive string of success that we were talking about has been cut abruptly short.
Oh, devastating, isn't it? I really think... I'm guessing Lucan thought that if he drops the incendiary and kind of, you know, actually pushes forward into it, they're going to think he's dropped the incendiary and is just running away in some fashion, but didn't work out. They were very, very clear in checking that one, so yeah, nicely done. Betboom, already such a fantastic start. The loss bonus, I suppose, has started to kick in really for 9C, so there is that, but you can see the weapons are all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. 2 MP9s. Levy with another AWP. But a lack of grenades. Max and Huazopeak both have nothing to their name in terms of utility. And that's a real problem on a map like Nuke. Additionally, you only have one kit. If Urbano gets picked off in the middle of nowhere, things can quickly come apart at the seams. Another crucially important round falls upon the South Americans. And wouldn't you know it, Betboom, they've just dialed back the pace. So slow, so methodical, letting 9Z sweat this one out.
Incredibly frustrating. I feel like it might be even more so if you're an underdog team having to play this slightly slower version of Counter-Strike, because, I don't know, it always feels counterintuitive, but when you're on the CT side, like this, waiting around for a long time, it doesn't feel good. You feel like you're supposed to be doing something. You see it a lot where people start making mistakes. First trade is pretty decent, I suppose, and Magna just taking a bit of damage. She's picked up the AWP as a result, so Following Bogdan's law, still works in 2025. Oh, what a shot, though.
Well, they may get caught off guard by the player that's in the corner. Oh, this is such a good smoke. I was thinking Urbano could have been that man, and Villadez still checks the angle and removes his head. Lucan's the only player that really has anything to say about this. A guy that's statistically one of their best players, had phenomenal success in regional matchups. It's been a real rough day to kick things off, 1-4 with 34 HP, but Magnajez walks straight into Levy. A battle of the Orpers now puts it down into a 2-on-2. They don't have control of too much here, 9Z, but they do have their hands back on the kit again. As the spray goes awry, Lucan gets his second kill of the round, and it's down to the IGL himself of Boomich to clutch this one out. First frag in his favor, knows the second player was spotted around Squeaky, but Levy is so fast on the draw, takes down Boomich, and gets his second round.
That is kind of an unlikely victory there, I must be honest. And it's so exciting he had to get up for a minute there. He had to leave his chair just in raw excitement, but what an interesting round there. The flashbang thrown out from Boomich towards the end. It doesn't hit the other player. It doesn't really flash him at all, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm surprised they got back into this round at all. It looked like Betboom were going to run away with this one every single time. So great job.
I'm wondering about the thought process of Magnajez pushing Squeaky there with an AWP. Especially as you mentioned, he was on low HP. It didn't end up mattering because he walked straight into Levy's AWP, but you're in a 3v2. Like, is that really necessary? I don't know what the idea was, if it was just a poor call or maybe got a bit antsy, as you said, like feeling like he had to try and do something. Completely backfires, though. Opens the door wide open for 9Z, and they will oblige.
To be honest, I think this is one of the criticisms I sometimes have of Magnajez, and the problem is that I think he's also incentivized to do this within the team, because when he has really good games, he can totally take over a game, and it does involve him being very aggressive. So it's one of those things where you sort of live and die by the same play style. I just wish he could find some moments to turn it off. Like, there are players like him where they have a bit of an off button, but then they can switch it back on again. I feel like I've definitely seen a number of games where he's just aggressive too much. Speaking of which, he goes down to Lucan. Was he? That's interesting. So he was on the ladder inside of the vent, and Siren, apparently his gun sticks through when he tries to climb into the vent and just dies. That's a trick for you.
That's a jump scare as well. I bet he just jumped out of his seat a couple of inches, but they have tried these vent dives quite a few times. 9Z making the adaptations. However, 3 players already barrage their way down into Secret. They're not being stealthy about it. Molotov's going to proceed to push, so the CT's already wrapping downstairs. Levy is there with his AWP. He's had a good start so far to this game. He'll be called upon again.
See how much damage they could do right now. 9C would love to make it out of this round with especially stolen AK or 2 and just keeping everybody alive. They do have everybody in position here. Smoke is going to go up, and incendiary to the Molotov to the side, so that should give it a little bit of a space for a bomb plant if they are quick about it, but so far they're taking great care to check out every single corner of the bomb site. They want to make sure that no one's hiding anywhere. Boomich getting max as he was trying to reinforce through the vents, so back into a 4 versus 3, and things are getting more interesting. Unfortunately for the T side, they are out of grenades here, so that bomb plant, even that is going to be potentially a little bit risky.
Yeah, especially when you consider there's 2 incendiaries as well, and there's on the CTs, so they can draw out a couple of these angles. But Levy is low. I'm surprised they only had basically 1 player down on B side this entire time. Like, that does seem like a massive oversight, but they've got the kills going back and forth. Now it falls upon Artfrost, realistically, to have a ton of impact on the double door side. Urbano's not really wanting to peak this on low HP, and suddenly down into a 2-on-2. One of those aforementioned players is the weakened Levy with the AWP. Far from ideal to go for this one, and they couldn't really cover the bomb defusal, and so Betboom get it done.
Yeah, and Spider Boomich burning after the fact, but it just doesn't matter. That's a 3 versus 5 conversion in favor of Betboom. That's so heartbreaking for 9C. I've got to be honest, like, they've been playing it real hard. Yeah, look at this trick here from Urbano. That's pretty disgusting, but I really appreciate how 9C have tried to play this, but they're losing some critical rounds in the first half, and you can just tell that it is coming back to haunt them now. They're going to force into this next round. I don't even blame them. They might as well try. They got so close so many times with this kind of a buy-up, so they need this more than anything. 3 MP9s, 2 M4s, and Boomich has got his trusty Mac 10. There's actually only helmets on 2 out of 3 players on that 9Z side, so if he finds one of them, it could be all over. Nice tap away while flashed. Boomich does go down, but it reveals there's a player behind that Unbreakable, so see if he can find him right away. Chaos in the yard. I think Betboom did not need to commit to all those fights.
Yeah, they were just kind of stuck out in the open for too long. It felt like Secret was begging to be pushed into. Now, obviously, the bomb getting dropped down is always a bit of a nightmare. But you consider the distinct lack of weaponry and really that much invested into this round collectively on 9Z to come out with a potential 4-player strong save, upgrading to multiple AKs. This would be a great shot in the arm for the rest of their half, assuming they can clutch out from this point. Now, please, 9Z, do not lose from this position. We saw you just lose a 3v5. Surely you can't lose this against Siren.
There's no way. There's no way they're going to be able to give this one up. But yeah, you're right. The bomb getting lost out there is obviously makes things a little bit more critical. I think that's a case of maybe slight hubris on the side of Betboom, right? They felt like we have the better weapons. We found 1 kill. We're just going to fight out here. And they just get jiggled. Like they kept getting repicked by someone new in a new position over and over and over again. And it just doesn't really work out. So saving the AK is Siren, and it means a 3rd round for 9C. They really, really needed this. I mean, to be fair, they probably need the rest of the rounds. They need to tie this up and make it a 6-6 scoreline at this stage.
Sure, yeah. It's hard to argue against that when the best is yet to come, you'd have to think, from Betboom. But I will say, like, 9Z have been close in a couple of these rounds. It's come down to the 2v2s. That previous one, obviously, they shouldn't have been losing. So I think this scoreline may be a little bit harsh on 9Z. And that's something that they can definitely build upon in terms of confidence, in terms of having that self-belief. I don't think we can write them off, especially as Train is up next. And yes, the opposition they're playing against, typically not the greatest, but a very healthy win rate, a map they're clearly quite confident on. Yes, there are 2 new recruits into the team, but they've played the last 3 trains with Levy and Urbano in this team, and they've won in OT 3 times in a row. Boomich has just died to a Molotov?
I assume that's the case, yeah. They're getting slaughtered in this round. Wow.
What just happened?
So confused. Either that or I don't know. There's no way he could take fall damage. I suppose he could outside. That's really confusing. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, it's the classic fall off, isn't it?
Oh, dear.
Fought in the air. You're right about Train, though. I do worry that the results for 9C on that map, just the opposition might kind of throw us off a little bit. But in theory, they should have some confidence. Like, even if, like, a win is a win in your own head, right? So, at least they should be having a little bit of confidence coming into it. Ooh, Betboom are out of money, too. INC are actually making somewhat of a comeback here.
Yeah, making a strong case for themselves. And I completely agree. Like, you can only beat what's against you, right? Like, we often talk about regional matchups and the quality of CS not being on the same sort of stature. But then you do also have these outlier teams like Legacy, for example, a team that we just casted earlier, that seem to always play above their level when they play against the very top teams. You know, the Vitalities, the Mouses of this world, they play at a so high a level.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have cared much about Legacy before the major at all. Like, it wasn't obvious to me that they were going to come in and play like they did. So you're right. Sometimes you can have the really shocking upsets, and it's one of the great joys of watching some of the early days of the major like that. There's always some crazy surprise that nobody saw coming. This time, Legacy, definitely one of them. Perhaps, you know, some of the Chinese teams also playing pretty well. Lin Vision, I suppose, was the other big headline for some extent. Which goes down. No, nothing really to talk about in this round, to be honest. It's kind of going to be over at some point here. Maybe a couple of unnecessary casualties, but it shouldn't make a big difference. They might lose some of the AKs, which that is annoying for 9C. They don't care about the money. They just care about saving the AKs. If Artfrost is really really petty here, he'll just throw it away.
Yeah, that's precisely it. Because obviously, this is the penultimate round. Tons of cash at their disposal. But Artfrost decides, like, I'm not going to be throwing away anything. I want to get another kill, and he has successfully peeled back another frag. So 3 casualties against basically Deagles. That's solid going for Betboom.
Yeah, that certainly will make sure they can only save 2 AKs, right? So, if nothing else, he still is successful at taking a couple of them away. Kind of annoying. So, close to a tied game as we head into round number 12. It is going to be, I don't know, interesting to see. 9C showing some strength, I must say. In my mind, I'm picturing this as being way more of a one-sided game. So, I think 9C are kind of proving that they, in spite of the roster changes, for me, the fact that they lost Martinez, I rate him super highly. I think he's such an exciting player. So, I just... Maybe I'm too biased. I felt like that was going to be the end of the the end of the squad almost, you know.
I think a lot of people would have gone alongside that rhetoric and that thought process as well, to be fair. I mean, he was such a strong part of this 9Z squad. And so bringing in two relatively unknown Brazilians, it's not necessarily worked great for them thus far, but this is an amazing opportunity. If they can somehow make it the distance to the LAN itself, that would be an insane outcome. That being said, though, Magnajez continues to be a real pain in the backside for 9Z. His 13th kill in the first half, and he's opened up business outside in the process.
You can just tell the confidence is so ridiculous. Siren's going to catch one player, and even if he dies, it confirms there's another player on this site here, or not safe either. Magno just hunting, and they know where Wowzer Peak is, so the only question is Lucan, who's now head towards the ramp with his teammate, and they're just not even ready for it here. Boom, which will clean it up. What a nice finish here, and it will be a 7th round for Betboom towards the end. That's got to be more than enough, surely, Vince.
100%, and you can see why having a player of Magnajez's capabilities to go aggressive and almost become just this raw entry fragger can have serious consequences. Those two players in ramp, they wanted to try and push or rotate around the side to help out Heaven, and they just ended up getting stuck in ramp. And that's where Boomich comes up from the underside or ramp and just shuts them down from the back. Here's my concern, though, Anders. Like, it is a good half. Don't get me wrong. 7 rounds on T side when you have such a strong second side, that's great. It has been pretty top-heavy for Magnajez, though. He has definitely been the strongest player on this team by a considerable margin. And when you move across that CT side, if we can have a slow start from players like Dilladez, players like Artfrost, 9Z can potentially make the most of that and cause some serious problems. So keep an eye out for that on their CT side going forward.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Like that's a nice way, I think, to build the story around what could go wrong. We've definitely seen that before, where you've got one player that's just leading the charge for everything, and then if they quiet down, it's a bit different. And Magno just definitely does a lot of his great work, really, I would say, on the T sides. And obviously playing the CT side is just fundamentally a different job anyway. So there are moments where things change. But let's find out. We're going to see right now Betboom now on the CT side, up closest Boomich with a Zeus. God damn, what is he doing? Is he actually going to try and Zeus one of them in the pistol round? That's so mean. He takes down Max Boomich. Why? Try and humiliate them. Siren is going to be next to fall, and 9C. I'm almost rooting for them now. I want them to take a bit of revenge here.
Well, they still have to deal with Magnajez, and he has those Julies alongside him. Spots the first player, finds him as well, and then cleans up, of course. He picked up 4 kills in the first pistol round, and he's gone back-to-back with those Julies. Oh, man, it's going to sting. 3 kills in this for Magnajez, but it's that Zeus shot, isn't it? He had the player at the back of the site to allow him the luxury to go for that, but it's just so cheeky.
It is. You see they're smiling a little bit too. Yeah, that's got to be really, really annoying. Almost a return to the round there for 9C. It's not really a bad hit to the bomb site, but it was too much towards the end. Like you said, Magnajez cleaning it up with a double kill, putting Betboom with a solid lead. They did get the bomb plant, so nobody is surprised that they're going to be buying into this one. Just the 1 AK, but let's see what they bring.
Magnajez also has 4 opening jewels in his favor and 4 multi-frags coming into this second half. And there's another one to add to the mix. Wowzer Peak, another victim, as he spots multiple players outside. So that's relayed intel. They're going to try and blow open that smoke wall one more time. It's really stalling 9Z from getting across there. They finally do get Magnajez, but look at how much these smokes have basically been forced back on. You've got Max at low HP, and they're still unable to get all their players down on Secret. Only one's pushed by himself.
Yeah, it's a really awkward position, you're right. And they don't have more smokes to put down. So, yeah, the continued HEs, the spam through, it's just kind of given up this early advantage that otherwise 9Z would have had to try and keep them guessing. And Artfrost knows that someone's out here. The flash doesn't go deep enough. It's going to be Gjiiehao on the other side. And that, by the way, is the bomb on the ground. Artfrost with a laser shot through the yard to take down Max, leaving Lucan in a bit of a weird position. Goes back, not even worried about that ladder, but there was actually a CT that already made his way up. So either way, I think Lucan is in an unwinnable position here. I don't know what you do.
He's in a world of hurt, isn't he? No control over the bomb, 30 seconds on the clock. You want to die before time. Like, the Mac-10 is not something you really care about saving too much. He needs to go out and try and get some kills here, or die on his sword. And down he will fall to the hands of Artfrost. And again, I really can't overstate how sick that was, that combined kind of chipping away at the wall of smoke, constantly knocking it down, not allowing the T's to ever feel comfortable like they could push across. It completely threw their round up in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the big, I would say, like if you had to boil all of Nuke down to sort of a single idea, it really is throwing smokes in the yard on the T side and forcing the CTs to try and guess whether or not you've got like 1 or 2 or 0 players down into, you know, into the lower part of the map. Like, that guessing game is really what Nuke is ultimately about. And when you can delay the Ts from making the crossing, if you're on the CT side, you're doing such an important job right there. They're going to flash their way through, or at least try. It's not really gone so well at the start. Artfrost with the M4A4, 30 bullets, and already 3 kills here. They're going to hunt down Levy. My God, this is a quick round, and Betboom just look unstoppable right now.
Yeah, and that narrative that we were kind of holding on for 9Z for this to be a close game, it kind of just fell apart, hasn't it? As we were like, oh, it's all Magna Jets. Yeah. Well, Artfrost is, sure, it's against an eco, so you can't get too crazy about this, but he was also looking really sharp outside in that previous round. His aim is on point, and he's catapulted up to 15 frags so quickly.
N5. They've got quite a bit of money on the CT side here. Artfrost hasn't even had the AWP yet on the CT side. No reason for him to buy it until he actually loses the M4 here. So they're going to continue kind of a bonus buy situation that's happening for Betboom, which, if they win it, I mean, they're just going to continue to become richer and richer. Here's another wall of smokes coming up. Max is going to set up another one there. So, yeah, they're trying to see if they can make the cross and keep Betboom guessing to some extent. Magno Jez, he's back here, well aware that someone could be in front. You could see Max is looking for it as well. There could be a flash coming in, potentially for Magno Jez, but it's not going to happen in time. Max gets the headshot. That's super well played.
I love that he's trying to make the most of this as well. He's trying to push this aggressively. He gets shoulder peeked by Boomich, who's going to throw down a flashbang to allow him a bit of reprieve. And this now could activate Siren as they slowly crab walk into his crosshair. He goes down to Levy, and this should be 9Z getting some success on their T side, and it's looking pretty clean. Just the 1 loss of life on Levy. And Gjiiehao, I mean, there's tons of cash surplus for Betboom, but he's got the AK, and we've already discussed how important that is on the CT side, so I doubt he's even going to bother trying for this.
They come out so well with that particular round. I'm impressed. Gjiiehao trying to do a little bit of damage. He does have a kit, I suppose, so if they're not careful, it could have gone wrong. He does get a couple of kills that was maybe unexpected, but he's also going to give up the AK, so plenty of money for Betboom to be able to buy into the next one. They can't buy the AKs for obvious reasons, but Artfrost should have the AWP right here. These are just some very, very nice entries, pretty much all across the board, so I don't know. They need 2 more rounds like this pretty much on the 9C side, and then I think the conversation will change significantly at that point.
I was not expecting Gjiiehao to go in like that. Like you say, I mean, they had tons of cash, but damn, just goes to show the confidence, and in doing so has also hurt the economy, hamstrung it just a little bit. Tactical timeout now for EB team to get on the same page. Doesn't seem like too much talking's going on right now, just trying to lock in.
Well, timeout's over. Pretty good team effort. If you look at 9C, like top fragging with 11, bottom fragging at 8 with Max. I mean, that's a nice spread. So, like we said on the other side, it's been Magno Jez, but I guess Artfrost has started to join. He was up to 15 kills. So slowly but surely we are getting there. Lucan looking to see if he could touch anyone. He did step foot into the Molotov there. I don't think they realized. Great pathing through the edge of the incendiaries that have been thrown down. That's really well played. He does die eventually, but he pretty much did his job. And Siren, it's one of the worst things, having to fight right directly under yourself. And Gjiiehao and Artfrost, they're already trying to make a bit of an escape, but they were. Wowzo Peak has hunted them down. That is an assertive round from 9C.
That is so aggressive. I mean, I love to see Lucan having some success. Like, obviously, we're building him up as one of those players to really highlight and watch out for. Statistically speaking, he does so much work in these sort of regional matchups. Very slow start for him. He was 0-4 at one point. Very low on ADR, around like 50 to 40 ADR. So having a round like this with 2 clean entry frags, that's going to do the world of good to his confidence, but also the overall momentum of 9Z now starting to shimmy back around again. There is an open play for Artfrost. But apart from that, it's upgraded pistols, and that's about all. So are we going to continue to see that ruthless aggression from 9Z as they push down into Secret without any smoke wall there to help them out?
Yeah, they don't feel like they need it. Also kind of proving, I think, that they're not expecting the Artfrost AWP. Now, it's not outside, it's down here, but I would be surprised if there are a lot of grenade turf thrown at him. Maybe they will try for the Molotov, but I feel like they're already slightly proving that they don't really expect it. All right, a little bit more care this time. Some flashes out. They're so confused about the fact that there's nobody here from Betboom. Like, they are expecting for there to be a fight here. And the fact that there hasn't been one is wasting their time quite a bit more than maybe I would even want to see. 55 seconds.
Yeah, and they're going to start to be concerned about potential A or B stacks. Because they know the economy from Betboom is going to be pretty grim shape.
Ooh.
Big grenade. Slows them down. Boomich can hear the footsteps. Relays information to his teammates. They've got a player up in heaven. One back his sight as well. Magnajez can only post up the one frag, but there's Boomich on the approach. Drops the bomb down. A second kill as well is huge. And it could activate Artfrost and Gjiiehao now to try and clutch out, especially considering that Levy's down to just 7 HP.
Yeah, here he comes. Straight shot onto Lucan. He can't quite escape, but 19 seconds. Gjiiehao with a reposition. I don't know if Levy's even expecting this. Grenade does nothing. The Deagle shot's not connecting. He's down to 10 seconds. He's got to pick up the bomb right now on just straight up fight Gjiiehao, who hasn't even had a chance to reload. He's got 3 bullets here, Vince. Going for the swing. There's only 4 seconds. He can't get off it. Oh, if he goes right now, Levy's got no chance whatsoever. What a tough round to lose for 9C.
Oh, that is a brutal body blow, but I've got to give a lot of props there to Boomich. Not just for the call, but the 2 kills that he gets from this box position is so valuable there. Bomb dropped, second kill comes in as well, and it forces them to funnel into main and allows this rotation from Artfrost. Huge, huge turn of events. A bitter pill to swallow if you're 9Z, but Betboom, they're going to be delighted with this outcome.
Yeah, you're right, though. That is just devastating. The HE first, and then the follow-up is there. All right, now it's Levy who's just out combat AWPing. He actually wins against Artfrost, in spite of the fact that his position was already revealed at that point in time. That's kind of interesting. 11-7 here. Betboom quite close to the mark right now. They're almost home safe on Nuke. Magno just picking up an AWP. Wants to try and see if he can get a shot at it here, but got to be careful. Surprised that he lives through that one. But yeah, they're out in the yard waiting for somebody else to peek.
I don't think that second shot was confirmed damage, but I'm pretty sure they know that Levy is low. Down to 17, Urbano going to try and get aggressive, try and take a page out of Magnajez's playbook. Had a lot of success with this very push. Oh, but he shoots. I don't know what he was shooting at there, but Magnajez just splatters him anyway.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. Hard position to clear out against Siren. He might be able to get the kill on for free. Lucan sneaking his way through, but Siren, he's been so good at checking the position. Under 40 seconds now, 3 versus 3, and they're still trying to make it. There's nobody down below. This is still an attempted wraparound now. Look, they're in CT spawn with 30 seconds left. Max trying to get up out of the ladder, but it's absolute chaos. They get stuck on each other on top. It's one of the worst things I've seen in a while. Wowzo Peak ends up going down as well, and there's no chance for Levy. He has to exit the round and just try and save the AWP. Oh, dear.
How 9Z fans wish they had bleach for their eyes after this round. It's like after the first frag that Levy lands onto Artfrost, just skip forward, lads. There's nothing else to see in this round
I know.
for 9Z. Oh, what a complete disaster.
Imagine how much money you could make with like a, you know, just a Men in Black device, but it just deletes like the last 30 seconds of your life. You just don't
The
remember it.
neuralizer, yeah.
Yeah, it's for Counter-Strike fans to just, you're like, nah, never mind. I never even knew that it happened. Oh, you're right though. That's devastating. Oh, not good. It doesn't get any better in slow motion, does it? 12-7. And we're moving in to round number 20 here. And the economy is just... is not good. They are wrapping around once again outside. I think Levy is up on the silo, yeah, with the AWP. So they're going to try and see if they can make their way past here without getting interrupted. They will make a bit of noise to try and see if they can skip past. But again, this is the big test of Nuke. Can you fool the CTs, or will they figure out what's going on?
Magnajez is still holding that same position. You see Nico play a lot. Very good player in that garage area on CT side. Just watching for the play. Boomich has consistently been playing downstairs, typically in the vents with an MP9. This time, though, throws in the utility and backs off. Has strength in numbers. Second player there in control room. And Levy is still watching for that secret push. Dilladez has spotted himself a couple of players, but the run and gun from the Tech-9 is good, and now it all falls upon the IGL of Betboom to try and hold the line as long as he possibly can. Any kills, he'll be huge, but he jumps into the lines then.
That is so chaotic. Really well done to dance against Dilladez at the start of it. Like, you could see, because I was about to say, he's going to have the shadow advantage on that corner, but they actually baited him into like a really awkward fight, and he's got the M4A1, so when you start to panic just a little bit, things kind of can go out of control there, and they certainly did. So an 8th round for 9C, just really good work, honestly. Betboom will have to delay the victory a little while longer, and the money is not that good either. Artfrost here's got 4,000, that's the most that they have. So interesting turnaround.
Yeah, spot on. It's a position where Artfrost desperately needs to save this. 5,600, I mean, he could... If he's fancying Yorp, he can pick it up for himself and drop the M4 to somebody else. Like Magnajez, I would say, is probably prime candidate for that. But we'll see, because they do have surplus of rounds. They don't have to throw everything all in here. They've got a 4-round lead still. You can play a little bit more conservatively, a bit more chill. But yeah, it's that moment from Boomich. You really expected him to get a kill or two from that area. I think he's going to be bitterly disappointed he couldn't get that one done.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Be curious to see if they can try and block some of these early grenades out in the yard with one of the CT incendiaries at one point. That's become... I don't know if it's become... It still is like a very popular way to stop the Ts from making their way across, but not in this round. Pretty heavy presence in the lobby position. P250 here for Boomich. Oh, what a position on top of the box, but on the outside of it. Why is he such a rat in every position? Like Zeus earlier, jumping MP9s, and now shot for the smoke by just crouching on that little box. I mean, he's got it all. I love him.
I love that play, though, Anders, because he's basically the sacrificial lamb. He's like, listen, if I die, so be it. They had Magnajez on the backside of the vent. If any tags came through, you're typically going to focus onto Boomich's area, which allows Magnajez then to put the A1S bullets through the smoke. So it's like this bait and switch where you're just trying to do as much damage as possible while also stalling any kind of a push. You can't really fully focus an A hit if there's just bullets coming through on Squeaky. It's too narrow of an alleyway for you to be able to just brute force that.
He stole not just the AK, but the Molotov to slow them down even further.
Huge. Like,
that's so sick. And you could see they wanted to push through. That's why they Molotov the hut, right? Now they can't do that. Now they have to worry about it in other ways. They're going to make the bit dive down, but they're losing players left and right. The bomb has made its way down, so at least they should be getting the bomb plant here. Levy trying to stay alive, but it doesn't matter. Flicked out of the air. No bomb plant down below, and Betboom with an early victory here on Nuke to start the series with.
I mean, Magnajez was fantastic, but I've got to say, I was very impressed with Boomich's calling there. That was a Boomich masterclass of the Nuke. Really well played, but also credit to 9C Anders. They showed up. They didn't get completely destroyed as many people would have expected. They had their moments. They had their chances to maybe make this one close.
Yes, I think they played with great heart in this game. At no point did it look like they really surrendered or rolled over or anything else like that. I think that they're really big underdogs in this team, but they definitely didn't play like it. So I'm just really excited. I think that was really cool to watch. I'm glad we got a chance to catch some more great Counter-Strike. We do have more maps coming up, but not before we get a bit of a breakdown from the desk.
Right, so we have to talk about this because I do feel like maybe we did 9Z a bit of a dirty in our pre-match. The way we were speaking, we were disappointed with this lineup. We've only seen them on South American soil and opposition. They're not doing that great. I felt, Trav, that they actually held their own here. A couple of silly mistakes, maybe, let it slip between their fingers, but I do think that they were able to, I wouldn't say go toe-to-toe with BB Team completely, but definitely show up.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is that that's a bit of a boot camp buff for me, that performance, right? You can see them all together. I think Matt made a very good point in the pre-game that maybe Urbano and Levi haven't actually, really done that in their career yet, because their previous team was W7M, a very lower ranked South American team, and they looked like they could do something. The issue was they couldn't string 2 rounds together. They had a 5v3. I think on the B-bomb site where Boomich got that final kill and then died to the Molotov. A split-second round, could have gone either way. Artfrost had a couple of very important impact kills in that one as well. And that kind of broke their back a little bit, but they stayed relevant throughout the game, so fair play to them. It's just the fact that they're going up against Betboom's best map. Yeah. That's now 11 out of 12 for them.
I'm not sure we did them too dirty, Sam. I think that it was a pretty fair level of expectation that we had coming into it, and I think that they exceeded that expectation and that they showed that they actually maybe are better than what we thought coming into this, but obviously we weren't, to really know what to expect in that regard, and they've delivered in a way now that we can see, okay, this team has something going for them, even at this level against a team like Betboom. They were looking pretty good across the board. Everybody had their moments within the team. Nobody was exceptional or lights out throughout Nuke, but there were these glimpses and moments. It's something I was talking about with Gjiiehao earlier, where you want to try and have positives that you can draw away from this opportunity, despite the fact that they've lost the first map. There's positives for them, and I think that that's great. Huaso Peak in particular, he had some really good moments. He looked the sharpest for my money on the team here, with some really big moments and rounds where he found multi-kills. So yeah, you can color me impressed from that performance from 9Z, despite the fact they lost.
So your highlights are up right now, and the round that I actually want to speak about, I think is about to happen. And it's Travis, one that we were talking about when we were watching this game, where you could see that the thing that set BB Team apart was just a little bit more time together, right? A little bit more experience in these scenarios. Walk me through what you were looking at.
Yeah, I think it's because I mentioned that the 9Z not being able to string 2 rounds together. Betboom, especially on Nuke, with even previous editions of the team they've had as well, have a level to fall back on, and the synergy that they have across the whole 5, they're so confident in. Every single player knows what they need to do. Every single player knows, if Boomich makes a specific call, what they're going to do immediately after that, and how it's going to play out after the first engagement as well. It's all set in stone, and that's something that 9Z, of course, at a lower level and getting 2 new players in won't have. Sure,
yeah.
Betboom have also added 2 new players, but at the same time, Nuke has been so consistent for them over the last, what is it? I said it was 11 wins out of 12 now on Nuke, that they have always had that level, and they look so smooth doing it too. It all fits into place. Every single puzzle piece fits into place second after second.
I really like the approach from Betboom coming out the gates here on Nuke, because you could see they knew that they were the favorites, and they played like that. They played with confidence, conviction, on the front foot in every single round, looking to just run at 9Z and effectively bully them. And then we had that little moment where it's like, come on 9Z, don't let them bully you. Why are you feeling sorry for yourself? You've got to stand up here and show them that you have what it takes to actually make them respect you a little bit. And then we got that from them. 9Z were able to win some rounds there in the first half, and that forced Betboom to reassess and think, okay, we can't just come out the gate swinging and expect to win the round based on getting kills alone. We have to actually go through the checks and boxes here a little bit more, right? We have to have a bit of a methodical approach to win, and I think that was good from 9Z, that they didn't just get pushed aside.
Yeah, and I think as well, Boomich kind of showed what he's all about in that game somewhat. It's not against, it's against a team he should be beating and a map they should be winning every single day of the week, but, the P250 on the box near Squeaky, the Zeus kill on the pistol, by the way,
that was
the Zeus was nerfed a while back. Rops used to do that all the time in even tier 1 events. When the Zeus was really powerful at a particular point, of CS2 coming out, he used to play close hut, exactly where Boomich positioned himself, get a free kill on the pistol, sometimes even manage to strafe back behind the corner of hut, pull out his pistol, and then get another kill after. But I haven't seen that since the minor Zeus nerf that came through. So the fact he's willing to do that in this sort of game when it's such a cutthroat qualifier with no lower bracket, it shows you how they're feeling on that map in particular.
And obviously we need to talk about this, Jade. We spoke about him in the pre-show, Hayes, and he delivered here on Nuke.
Absolutely. And again, you kind of notice what we were talking about, where he kind of quietly racks up the numbers, and at the end of the map, you're like, damn, Magno, 22 kills. He's one of those, silent killers, man, who's just so reliable, super stable, doesn't seem like he's a big ego in the team, doesn't seem like he takes up a huge amount of space or the resources either. He's always happy to also be thrust in first. He's not that guy who always has to be set up perfectly and have all the conditions in his favor. He's willing to be the team player as well. I could imagine he must be such a massive asset for someone like Boomich, and he completely delivered here in this map as we expected.
For sure. So if you were 9Z, Trav, what is the takeaways from this map as we move into train?
I think they can be encouraged in general, because we thought that it'd be a bit more of a walkover. There's some individual performances here from the new players as well, which I think are notable. Levi got a very important clutch on the A bomb site, didn't come to the map win in the end, but I thought Boomich had the one under control. He got baited in behind the silos on the A bomb site. It was a free opening headshot. He had the shadow advantage on Levi as he crept forward with the AWP, but Levi hit the shot close range. That's hard to do in those sort of those high pressure rounds, right? And that's the first we're really seeing of him playing against any EU opposition ever. So there's something there for him. And going in toward Train, which is an AWPers map, sure, you're up against Art Frost. That's a hard opponent, but it's something. And I'm happy that he didn't just completely disappear.
My concern is that I don't know how much juice there is left to the squeeze here for 9Z, because I feel like we might have seen maximum capability out of them on Nuke. At some points there, Betboom were just the better team, but obviously now going into Train, it's not like they have to try and do that on their opponent's map pick. Now it goes into their map pick, where they'll be more well-versed, they'll have a better game plan, they'll have a deeper playbook as well. So if we can get that same sort of level that we got from them now translating into Train, I actually think that they could make this one competitive.
They're up and down on Train. Don't get me wrong. I think if you were to look at the percentages on HLTV, you'd say, oh, 9Z could have this one under lock and key. But again, it's all regional opposition. Betboom have improved on Train recently. They're beating OG and TNL are two decent wins. They did lose to Paravision in that all-important ESL Challenger League game. But the thing is that Betboom are trying to make Train great again for them, because they had a very good start on Train when it came into the pool, and they played with Zorto and Axel. It was kind of a lock map for them. I think they played it quite a lot in the CCT Global Finals, if I remember correctly, and they were very good on it. Apart from, I think they lost to Heroic in the end, in a very long game, if memory serves me correctly. But they're trying to improve it once again. I do think that level that they have and are improving again should still be too much, even for a 9Z that have confidence on it regionally.
So this is one of those situations where the stats don't tell the full story. Trav, you did mention that it's an AWPers paradise. So let's talk about these two AWPers on either side and how they go and match up against one another.
I've always been a big enjoyer of Art Frost. I mentioned him in the pre-game, right? I always felt like he was on a little bit dirty and had a little bit of a hard run of things in his career when he's got that much talent. It was obvious on Spirit, but you can't say no to Gjiiehao. It's an obvious upgrade. But then when he got played in some of these lower ranked teams in Tier 2, Tier 3, I think he had one game for Amcal and disappeared for ages and was kind of just in no man's land on Paravision as well. So I was really worried that we weren't going to see him on a good Tier 1.5 team again, maybe ever. But I'm glad he's back. I'm glad Betboom chose to sign him permanently. That's what I was kind of mentioning earlier as well. He's very flashy, but he's kind of toned down the overly flashiness, and he's starting to hit the shots that are the easy ones. And those are the bread and butter for AWPers, right?
It's about finding that balance, right? You still stick to your strengths, but you make sure that you don't overstep that mark where you then give up the hard work that you've done. Maybe you get 2 quick fire frags. He's no longer going for that third peak anymore where he then dies and it's just a one-man advantage. He's now thinking at that point, cool, knife out, jumps back to safety and secures the two-man advantage. So you can see that sort of maturity and experience in his game now coming to fruition. Obviously, Train is seen as an AWP's playground, not to the same degree that it was in the older versions of the map, but obviously still can get dominated by an AWP, and I expect to see Art Frost actually just taking over the map here on Train, honestly.
And we don't have any belief, Hayes, in Levi, or is it a situation where we just haven't seen enough of him to really have a strong opinion?
That is genuinely it, I'm afraid, is that we just don't really have much knowledge on what to expect coming through from Mr. Levi. I mean, I can go on HLTV here, have a look at Train, and he actually does put up a 1.33 rating on the map in the past 7 times he's played on Train. So regionally, he has actually been dominating against some pretty good teams like Odik, who has Coldzera, Sharks, Red Cannons now as well. So it's just about translating that level from South America to Europe and still sticking to his game and doing, you know, what's gotten to this point here for him, and not now kind of going into a shell and being a bit more reserved because he sees the name value of the opponents he's going up against. He has to have that self-belief.
Yeah, I'm not going to take away from your point, Matt. I think that's a very good factor that you've pointed out there. But, you know, Odik and Coldzera, that's Coldzera as like a full-time AWPer in Big 2025. Like, I wouldn't say it's a massive like feather to his cap, but yeah, fair enough. You just got to defeat and destroy what's in front of you. So there you go.
Let's find out which one of you are correct. Maybe it is Art Frost's game. Maybe it's Levi's. We'll have to see. There is one game separating BB Team from claiming the victory. They've just got to get through Train. Alternatively, we're going to a third map. But first, just a quick break.
force the kill. The last second hurts right to the smoke.
Betboom continue their winning ways on Nuke with another notch on the belt, and doing it pretty convincingly so. But we now move to Train, Anders, and we are right in the thick of the action, as Artfrost on the CT side has already picked up a frag alongside Magnajez.
And you've got to introduce these things quicker, Vince. We've got no time.
My bad.
I know, what are you doing? So 2 versus 3, and to be honest, with the bomb not down, this is kind of a tough position to be in if you're on the T side. I don't know how they get back into this one, although they do have Magna just kind of low already. He's just stuck in the corner waiting here, but I respect the fact that he's not moving forward too much. He's brought in Boomich. Unfortunately, that's not going to work out, so maybe a bit of a failed attempt there. And with a minute on the clock, 9C, they look like they're actually kind of coming back into this round by just waiting around for a long time. I'd have done it here, looking for another shot. Magno just has to escape. He'll pick up the kit along the way, but this is an awkward round, to say the least.
Yeah, it feels like Siren's going to need to alleviate some of this pressure. I say that as they just hunt down the weakened Magnajez. Could sense that weakness, and they do pivot in. Siren unsure as to which of these bomb sites is going to be pushed onto, and a lot of this is because they waited for so long, as you highlighted, Anders. He's not sure as to what to expect here. Now, the kit was put into Ivy, as Levy probably should be a dead man right now. Siren's going to be getting aggressive behind it, but there's Lucan, and that is the first pistol round that has become successful for 9Z. They lost both of them on Nuke, but they've kicked this one out with a bang.
That is super interesting. I think, you know, we're praising Betboom a little bit for this in the first map, saying that they were pretty good sometimes at slowing the round downs and playing, you know, just playing the time. And that's pretty much what 9C successfully did in this round. I think that's really well done. Speaks to kind of, I think, the mentality in the team. It's really easy. There's a 2v3. It's easy to just panic and try and plant the bomb in, you know, in an awkward moment and kind of try and go for it a little bit more than you need to. And instead, they wait. They let Betboom make a couple of relatively small mistakes, but enough that you can win the round based on it. So super sick. I actually loved seeing that. You know, I have no expectations, to be honest, of his 9C team, but those are the kind of moves that make me think, okay, like they're building, they're working with something, they're cooking, as the kids say.
Boomich is cooked fully, ripe for the taking. Now, there was a lot of grenade damage done early in the round, by the way. Like Urbano, Lazopeak, and Lucan all taking a chunk through on the main side. But they did get that one pesky player in the form of Boomich out on the site, and that's probably going to force the save. It's unconfirmed damage in main as well. If they knew all 3 players are weak, maybe they would have a go at this, but it just doesn't seem worth it from Betboom's perspective. So they will dial it back. It does give them plenty to play with into this next round. You've got a Scout, got some Deagles, an MP9, and also a kit. But yeah, 9Z up to a 2-0 start.
Yeah, really well played. I will say I'm picking Betboom to win this train map just because of Magnajez alone. Like, I have a couple of train games. It's probably completely irrational to try and pick him just based off, like, the 2 train games I remember watching him on. But I've just seen him slaughter teams on this map. It's so much fun. So, yeah, that's my reasoning. It's all down to one player, basically. It's not the most scientific approach, I admit.
It's not the most scientific approach, but it's a kind of approach that has some basis behind it. And we did just see him pop off a nuke as well, so we know he's in good form right now. Yeah. There's no reason he couldn't do it again. So I get exactly where you're coming from. Obviously, he's going to need some supporting cast members. We saw Artfrost do that over on Nuke. I want to see a little bit more from Siren here, because I feel like his trajectory has been rising. He was typically like a supportive element, but of course I mentioned him. I'm sorry, guys. That's the caster curse first. My bad. My bad. Rest in peace, Siren.
Just walked into like 3 landmines for no reason. Blown up. Yeah, nicely done though. Obviously, people throw Molotovs to this position all the time, but the fact is the Molotovs can be extinguished and people can run through them. The grenades are definitely the surefire way. Now, you mentioned the Scout earlier. Artfrost definitely in position to try and do something. Boomich has found another interesting angle. So, yeah, if they push B right now, it could be real tricky. But you know what? 9C are back to their tricks themselves in slowing down the round. They're checking everything. They can execute from C spawn as well. You can see they've got Wowzo Peak ready to throw a couple of smokes out there. So I think all in all, they are picking the right bomb side from what it looks like it, and ultimately should be an easier third round for them, honestly.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so. For their confidence, so just every single metric to make this best of 3 close.
I mean, Magna just has an HE. If they wanted to blow open the smoke, they don't even do that. I was just wondering if they were going to blow open the smoke here in CT spawn, but they're not even doing that.
No, it looks like they're going to just try and stand and fight in towards the dying embers of this round, because, I mean, typically you want to throw away as many of these guns as possible. I'm assuming they're going to be buying into the next one.
They will. Hold on, they do have a smoke and a kit on Magnogis. In theory, if they charge onto the bomb site in the fading seconds, we could see an attempt, because it might be the 9C don't think that there's going to be any kind of a kit in play in this round. So let's just see. Gjiiehao down, Boomich with a nice headshot. Here comes the smoke on top of the bomb. You can see Magna just running straight for it. There's no one there, Vince. They've already run away. Now they're charging back in, looking for him, but he's inside, hiding, and it will be a stolen round from Betboom.
Oh, God. We were just talking about momentum. We were using all those buzzwords, Anders. We were like, this is 9Z's chance. They've got to win this round, but I guess they're taking a page out of Osama's playbook from early on Inferno. He got the ninja defuse. This is not really stealthy, is it? This is in your face. This is like another cheeky play from Boomich that's worked out for them.
Oh, that's just devastating, isn't it? They just weren't expecting it. All right, jumping in his Art Frost. Just nimble on his toes around the corner. Does miss the next one, so this E-Box could be his grave, but he's going to get some backup finally. Magno just with the heavy ordnance going to be taking down Max as well, and they will clear out Levy, so some very fast rounds coming through. Betboom back to tie up the game, and things looking quite a bit better.
Also, just credit to Art Frost there. He gets the first pick, and instead of fully committing to wide swing again with the AWP, he was just playing around the E-Box. He was shoulder peeking on both sides because he knew there were strength numbers and the reinforcements were there, as you can see from Gjiiehao, Magnogis. He was doing so much work without actually pulling the trigger after that point. So well done, Art Frost, and Betboom straight back to a 2-2 score, and 9Z, very little to play with.
MP9 walking up into the updog hallway, and he's going to keep on going. Classic Boomich. This is one of the reasons. I mean, I like his tactical style as well in the game, but the kind of stuff that he's into now is exactly why he's such an annoying player. He's up in the T hallways now, pushing forward. He's essentially backstabbed the entire team. He's got an MP9, but even just the information here is out of control. Shadow showing on the ground, and Gjiiehao, that's an easy pick-off here. Boom, it's just seconds away now from turning the corner, and there he goes, hunting them down. A triple kill from the captain of Betboom.
You called him a rat before.
He is a rat.
He's got fangs the size of sabers, Anders, and he's just plunged them into the back of the entirety of 9Z. There you go. There you go.
That's an awful, but I'm saying it as a compliment. Rat Counter-Strike is great. Like, everyone should aim to try and play Rat Counter-Strike, because it is just so hard to deal with. It's not a diss. I'm a big fan of Boomich, so, you know.
Oh, now it's Art Frost turn. He wants to get aggressive into the Pop Dog side, but he's going to be playing a bit more passive. This position very much relies, though, on a lot of presence around E-Box, and Magnogis once again dials it in. 2 kills, repelling Ivy. The flash is good as well. That is the bomb carrier, so Max would do well not to lose the bomb. He is the IGL of 9Z, so the brains behind the operation as he pulls the plug and looks to try and divert his attention elsewhere.
Yeah, and we didn't even talk about this, but you're going to be able to tell how good Magnogis feels about this game based on when he starts pushing Ivy himself. Like, this time he's back playing the rational, normal CT defensive position, but later on he's going to want to push down to the bottom of Ivy and try and fight them in T-spawn, and it's really hard to stop. Like, even if you know it's coming, even if you've seen the demos and you can kind of guess it, like, he's so hard to stop in that position. So we'll see if it actually gets that far. Right now, they have decided to change or switch up their attention and go for the B-bomb side instead, where it's just a single player holding, which is very common. Obviously, if you guys have been watching Train before, you know this. Very likely this B anchor is going to be on his own, and it's just about trying to stay alive and get the information as long as you can. There's good kill for Siren. That's already mission accomplished from his point of view. Max will take him down, but yeah, that's not a bad job at all.
Another reason why I was kind of highlighting him as a player to watch out for, because he will be holding B alone so often. And if he's having a rough day, that is a potential weakness. Now, sure, he goes down, a bit of a rough spray on the second frag. Still, though, the player advantage should be good enough, and it is now being collected on. And who else but Magna Jez to put the final nail in the coffin of round 5 and secure another one for Betboom.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it was a good call for 9C to go back here. In some sense, I don't really hate the idea of trying to do it. Like we said, very often you'll find solo B players, so if you're in doubt, you can always try this. Gonna be another round, though, for Betboom, so up to 4 in total. And Siren, it'd be hard to get out of that one, but yeah, fine job ultimately. Good spray here from Boomich. A little bit of confusion there when the AWP wasn't quite ready. Timeout's been called, I believe, so let's see. Yeah, tactical timeout for 9C to discuss what is next.
And that is the difficult question, isn't it? You can see them all huddled together, boot camping. Trying desperately to make the most of these opportunities they get to play at these kind of tournaments against some really solid European adversaries. Of course, we did see earlier that Legacy also boot camping. We saw the interview with Sadzin. Seems like a lovely guy, by the way. Super happy and super smiley. Understandable when you just dropped 25 kills or whatever it was in Inferno, to be fair.
Yeah, he fragged so hard the other team just forfeit the game. You're like, we're out. Can't do it anymore. Frost back here. I love the fact that he's playing this position because Boomich was aggressive earlier, and 9C would have known that, or they could have guessed it was probably one of these two positions. So there's a chance that they're going to want to check this hallway quite a bit. If they check it the wrong way, they're going to die. If they don't check it, it's also really uncomfortable if you're on the T side, because you could be pushing in and just getting yourself killed. But this is going to be fast, Vince. I don't think they're going to slow this down. I think they're going to throw the grenades and go no matter what.
I think you kind of have to at this point, especially with their weaponry, right? Like, you kind of need to try and push the envelope here and really force this, but they're maybe taking a bit too long.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe going to try and take as long as possible to bait as if they're going to hit A and try and draw away a couple of these players, but oh no, they've just waited too long, and at this point they're going to be facing a 3-player stack. Already taking a ton of damage as they push out. Siren using that smoke to his advantage. He does get tagged down, able to do enough damage alongside Dilladez to take out 2, but here is Urbano with the Tech 9 before Artfrost puts him down. Spins like a turret and takes a second player. Magna Jez cleans the round up. They had another chance there though, Anders. 9Z probably should have won that round.
Oh, that's wild. For some reason, that was much more efficient than I was expecting. It was down to the no-scope. The 180 no-scope for Artfrost is what saved the round for them there. I'm kind of shocked that turned out that way. Great shots for Dilladez here at the start, but then it just spirals. Luke with the Deagle, and then the Tech 9 flanking there. I mean, that's as close as you can get, really. It works out in the end. Betboom will survive the round, but 9C, that is... You already said it was a 3-man setup at the bomb site. That's supposed to be a very clean victory for Betboom.
Yeah, especially considering 2 players effectively were in smoke and just uncontested. Molotov goes down. And Dilladez, he backs off. There was definitely some eyebrows raised when Zorti was removed from this Betboom squad. You know, like, people kind of expected him to be one of the better players. Artfrost comes in and we're seeing reasons as to why. Dilladez goes down, though. Some team damage from Artfrost. Not quite sure what just happened, but Boomich is going to be able to step up and deliver 1 before Huazopeak gets aggressive through on Ivy, and Artfrost caught between 2 players can't do anything.
It's a crazy position for Artfrost to find himself in, and I feel like pushing forward. I guess it's unexpected, but that is a hard round of AWP your way out of, to be honest. Magno just missing the spray. I've got to be honest, I think he had every opportunity to find that kill and just kind of whiffed it a little bit, to be honest. I hate to say it, now that I've talked him up so much, but that probably is the case here. Urbano, nice shots, and they will clean up the round, only losing Luke in here. So that's going to be a confidence-building round if you're 9C. You just straight out battle them in that A-bomb side. So very well played. It's going to be a lot more pressure all of a sudden on the Betboom economy. I've got to assume that they can't keep this up forever here. It's been like that last round that they barely won in the 2v2 towards the end. That's an expensive round for them.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Even though they do take that round down, it's so costly that it's going to have reverberating consequences further down the line. If they were to lose this round, couple players may be low on funds.
Yeah, they actually slightly more than I was expecting here, so kind of interesting. Artfrost has the AWP and still has about 6,000, but yeah, you're right. I guess suppose Boomich and Magno just both are right on that limit where it stops being fun. See if he can do better this time. Incendiary goes down just to try and slow it here. They did want to push through, but they're going to have to wait it out just a little bit. And waiting on the other side is uncomfortable, right? There could be more grenades coming. There could be backup coming in for it. Magno is expecting a flash to come through, so he had his back turned, and he was going to be ready if anyone tried to do that. They're not afraid of him down at Ivy, which that's got to be good news for 9C. You can't really just run away, but look at how much backup he's got all of a sudden.
Yeah, the way that Quazo peak in the last 2 rounds is just rushed straight through on Ivy. I'm very curious if we see Artfrost play that next round with the AWP. And like almost dare you, like, you want to do this again? I'll peek you and I will snatch the life away from you. Very curious on that one. But like you said, they're very content here to stack this area. Going to go in for the peak. No one's showing. There's 40 seconds left, Wanders. At some point, 9Z have got to make a call. They've got to make a read and do something with these positions. Now they're going to be moving forward, but there's Boomich. He may have gone down, but he spots multiple players in the process.
They know Magnus is somewhere here. They know that he's the third player, so they finally find him. Turns around and spins for it. Takes another kill and now swings wide out of the Molotov. I can't believe he's still alive. There's only 14 seconds left. And the backup surely going to be coming here. They need a space to plant, and that's not going to be happening any longer. Max, he doesn't have the time for it here. Going to go down to Artfrost, but even if he won the battle against Artfrost, he couldn't make it back to the bomb site to actually plant the bomb. That is a wild round that, honestly, again, I think the setup for it here for 9C was just fine. I think they had almost everything they wanted to win this round.
Magnajez getting 3 kills out of this round just seems impossible. Like, he stood in Molotov for what will feel like an eternity, but again, it just goes to show that he has that just X factor that very few players have, and it's that clarity in chaos. When everything just seems to be going away from you, he just has that extra second of resolve. And it makes a huge amount of difference at this level of Counter-Strike. As he steamrolls to 11-5, and Betboom with that 6-3 lead. Ridiculous round again individually, and hell, he's proving your point, and as you said, you think they'll win just because of Magnajez. So far, so good.
Yeah, we haven't even really got to the peak Magnajez moment. Like I said, that we'll know when that is when he starts pushing the bottom of banana. That's when he's in a different mindset. But right now he's going to be far away from the action because they are headed back to the B bomb site once again. Boomich going to be found. Here's an A main somewhere. They're pushing out into Siren, and it's not the best spray that we've seen here. Artfrost missing the opportunity maybe by just a second. Levy will run into it, but the bomb being planted here. There's still a smoke on Wowzo Peak, so they should be able to just keep Betboom back, and they might even just run away from this one. They've decided it's not worth it, so good calls from 9C.
Yeah, credit to them, man. Could have easily won that last round, barring a Magnajez special. But they're not going to let it buckle them. And I should also mention as well, I did mention this in the previous map, but just to reiterate that point, as Magnajez lands the headshot, but Gjiiehao Peak is far too fast with the AK. They have won their last 3 games on train with this very roster, but they have all gone to OT. And that shows the resilience, the grit, the tenacity of these guys. And some of those games, they were losing at one point. So they're down but never out.
Yeah, and it does make you sort of ask the question, if they play OT against worse opponents than Betboom, then how does that sort of transfer over? Before this game, I would have said probably not that well. But again, I'm really impressed by the tenacity of 9C in this game. I just feel like they've shown up with, you know, like they're great mentality for the game, even though Betboom, I think, should in theory be a scary team for them to play. They're certainly not acting like it. So that just, I think, is really nice to see. Artfrost into the Hellfire. Doesn't make it that far out, but Boomich is back with his shenanigans, going to be taking down Lucan. It's a funny way to start the round.
And these are the kind of rounds where the economy that we were discussing a couple of times kind of comes back to catch up with Betboom a little bit. You don't have the open play now. You don't have that much utility. Betboom have nothing on Boomich or Magnajez, and that's why he's gone aggressive looking for information that's cost him his life.
It has, but at the same time, like, you could see he was so close to making that work. I don't think they recognize that Magnus is already in there. They don't know. If he walks up right now, he could flank the whole team. they got so baited up by that flashbang, not because they got flashed, but because they thought he was peeking on the other side of the hallway. Siren just has to leave. MagnaJez already shooting one in the back here, and expertly played from Siren. Just keep it alive a couple of seconds longer. He will go down. And now they know where MagnaJez, or at least they know that he's in the hallway somewhere. It looks like WowZoPeak is not thinking about the fact that he could have snuck up all this way. Not sure who's cheating who at the moment. Dilladez down on the bomb site, looking for the headshot against Levy, and he's just perfectly played it there. MagnaJez with another shot in the back, and that is, man, there was a lot happening in this round. Very tricky play, I must say, for Betboom.
That is such a sick round for MagnaJez, man. It's so nice to watch that. Like, you can just see the kind of cogs turning in his head, why he's pushing at the moment, then why he sits there in the showers and just waits. He knows that Dilladez is on the site. All he has to do is live, and he will thrive. WowZoPeak will be forced back into the rotation. He can shut him down in the back. It's such a sick round. And that's exactly why you look at this guy and you believe anything's possible while he's still alive. 2 HP, and he seals the deal again.
And the idea of, you know, calling for a flashbang for Pop Dog, not to flash and like take the swing and fight, but to sell the idea that you are on the other side, that you're in the A yard. So when then they go and check and they see, okay, there's nobody in the hallway. They check again, they see there's no one in the hallway, and then they commit to the B bomb side. And as soon as, like, his timing internally for when they are going to walk away is absolutely insane. That's just so frustrating. Like, when they go back and watch the demo, they're going to know exactly what happened, but it's going to be real annoying. 7-4, honestly, it's a pretty good first half already. I don't think it's, like, 4 rounds on the T side of Train. It's not a disaster, to be honest. If they get 5, like, it's still absolutely on here for 9C.
I agree. I definitely agree with you, and the stats also agree with you. Again, limited sample size, but 40% win rate on T side, 67% on the CT side. So, yeah, I think 4 rounds is okay. 5 rounds would be a damn good showing. MagnaJez, not for the first time under heavy duress over on Ivy. Meanwhile, though, Siren in a different angle has the AWP overwatch of ArtFrost there. MagnaJez does lose his trade, though, which is going to force the rotation away from ArtFrost. That leaves Siren alone. He's scared about this potential peek from Hwazo. Oh, and he doesn't catch him. Oh, it betrays him. The timing could not have been worse. And that should be B site now. Being barraged down on Siren, did get his 1-4 on trade and picks up a second frag. Oh, that's so huge. That's a lifeline for Betboom.
Which, unfortunately, sneaking in and just missing the timing there, just not quite ready for it. Siren is surely going to get traded out of this position. Max with the skill, and it is another round for 9C at the end of it, so not really that bad. They're up to 5 at the end of the half. I must say that's putting them in a nice position to do some real damage coming into the second half here. I guess the pistol round could really be important, right? If they end up winning it 9C, then I think there's a good chance they make the full comeback. But if Betboom win it, you never really know. It could be that they run away with the game.
That's a very good point, and it obviously hangs in the balance. So far in this series, we've had 3 pistol rounds. 2 of them have gone to Betboom, and 1 has gone to 9Z. Keep in mind, the 2 pistol rounds that Betboom won, MagnaJez got a collective 7 kills in those 2 rounds. So he is a big piece of the puzzle that they need to shine again.
I've got to be honest, I feel like when he wasn't getting shot in the back, I feel like there were a bunch of rounds where WowZoPeak actually out-battled MagnaJez, like right at the end here we saw it, but there were a couple of other rounds like that. That's really impressive. That's really important, and I'm sure that MagnaJez can feel that too. And I think in some of the fights, MagnaJez even had better positioning, like he had the advantage in the fight at any rate, and it just didn't matter because WowZoPeak was just lightning fast. So that's really interesting to think about. See, yeah, we're catching a couple of them on the replay here, which is kind of nice. Real interesting stuff. I would have never expected that, but yeah, more credit to WowZoPeak for showing up in that moment and delivering what they needed here. Maybe it's enough. We'll find out now. Second half is going to be coming up, and it's going to be Betboom now starting on the T side with 9C on the CT side. Well, I think you said they had a pretty good win rate on that CT side of Train.
67%. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, that kind of goes par for the course of a lot of teams on Train, of course. It is more of a CT-sided map for sure, especially since things have kind of calmed down and settled a little bit since it was reintegrated into the pro level. But I completely agree with you. WowZoPeak had a solid half. My concern now, though, is that you are going to be on the receiving end of those aggressive peaks. It's one thing to be taking those fights. How do you do when the pressure is firmly placed on you? Because MagnaJez didn't slow down on the T side of Nuke. He was a fiend on that T side. So, and you also started to see Art Frost step up as well. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Art Frost has picked up the first frag though, but there is Levy.
Yeah, Lucan though, they're going to combine. Art Frost is down the P250. That was at the bottom of Ivy to get that first kill. Kind of a swing back here in favor of 9C. There's still plenty of time in the round. And they're going to be grouping up. A lot of this is going to depend on how deep can they get an Ivy before they get discovered. Max is going back to check. This is so important. He doesn't have to commit to the fight, although he absolutely does. I was going to say, just peek it, just find out that they're there. That's all you need. But now they're kind of back into it. 2 versus 3, a minute on the clock, and let's see how slow they play it. Remember, this is how 9C won the pistol to begin with, is by just playing it slowly enough for Betboom to make a mistake. Well, the shoe's kind of on the other foot here. We'll see if 9C give them an opportunity, an isolated fight. Lucan. They're not playing to trade the kills right now on 9C.
And they still have tons of time left. Like, they've got the pick they were looking for. 30 seconds. They can easily slow walk this all the way over onto the B site. They don't have to fully commit to this. They're hoping that 9Z have fully bit down on this rotation. Levy's watching the cross. Magnajez with a P250 is going to go out first here. And he's just spotted a pixel around the corner. Needs to convert this frag, but Levy gets both. They line up and he knocks them down. You're talking about the importance of the pistol round. Well, 9Z have picked it up, no problems.
I'm kind of curious about the fact that they stayed at the A bomb site. I think it's worth you mentioning that because that's a long time to be waiting, and you could have easily decided to go back and check B at some point. But good job in the 2v2. Hanging on to it. Kind of scary when they lose Luke in here. I thought, oh, okay. I don't know. That looked like he didn't even register what was happening himself. No bomb line, by the way. So, yeah, we probably will have a tied-up game.
Oh, Glock rattles the dome of Lucan, but Levy is there to make sure his life is not cost in vain. I did just get an interesting stat there from Hayes, who told me that Betboom have a 27.6% win rate on their T side of trade. That's pretty bleak. I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, it's shout out to Hayes for figuring. I remember this as well because I have seen some ridiculous losses on, or like fights into overtime on this map for Betboom. I actually do kind of have a bit of a I don't know, PTSD about that myself from watching them. So yeah, maybe that is something that's worth thinking about. Maybe this is where we somehow find a way onto a third map. How cool would that be? From 9C kind of coming in and everyone is, or most of us were talking about the departure of Martinez and saying that's probably going to be kind of a potentially the end of the lineup. Certainly not acting that way.
Well, Frost is still on the prowl. Oh, probably needed that shot. That's going to be a disappointment for him. It's never easy to nail those Deagle headshots. It's a fickle gun at times. More opportunities. This time he won't miss. Comes out into the open. And it's the MP9 at range from Max, who will slice and dice him down. And also another interesting thing about Max, like obviously we discussed him briefly before. Obviously he is the IGL of 9Z, hailing from Uruguay. He's been in this team since February of 2020, which is a remarkably long time at this like level of Counter-Strike. There's so many roster changes. People are constantly in tandem, like switching out of teams and back in. Like Lucan's been in 9Z for 3 different stints, for example. So it kind of reminds me a bit of Big Azera on Pain. It just seems like he's going to be in that team forever for the rest of his career.
Yeah, trying to build it with whatever he can find, whatever pieces he can get to make the puzzle work. I respect it. I think it's nice to see. It's also good to see that, you know, there was a really point in time in Counter-Strike when we said like South America, we just meant Brazil. Like that was the only thing that we really meant. But now you've got other countries starting to really, you know, get in the mix. Like Argentina's there. You've got Uruguay now. We've got some Chilean players as well. Like the whole sort of continent is starting to get wrapped into Counter-Strike, which is great news. What we want to see. Magnajez has found a headshot on the Max. So a 3v3 in this round. So Betboom, with a little reminder from Hayes there that that ultimately they're not that good on the T side. It's probably really important they get started early on here. So this buy round is absolutely critical.
No doubt, Magnajez slowly Oh, he's picked up the pace. I thought he was going to just walk straight into Con and into the embracing arms of Urbano, but instead he does get the entry, and that should facilitate a bomb plant. And now Levy and Lucan in a bit of trouble. Levy down at 15 HP. Magnajez low HP of his own. Should not be getting this kill, but he's got the information. The intel's forthcoming. Lucan's position now compromised. Spray good from Siren. And an incendiary will force Boomich into the open, but be careful what you wish for, because on 7 HP, he will close the round out. And I guess to play devil's advocate to that point as well, Anders, if you know your T side, for want of a better term, sucks, you're going to be more likely to put a lot of your effort into improving it. So we may very well see that today from Betboom.
Yeah, that is a good point. They do love the map. They end up playing it quite a bit, so it's got to be frustrating for them. And also, I don't know, to a large extent, it feels like the T side is the more fixable thing on most maps. It can be a little bit easier to kind of just, you know, learn some basic executes and kind of go for it. So maybe they can. Molotov HE combination at the start of the round. We've seen that work a couple of times already. 1 round lead, but more than that, it is probably the economy here. Boomich, unfortunately, not ready at all for that position, and his shadow was showing, so Urbano, pretty good performance from him once again. He's up to 11 kills here. But, yeah, that was a nice, easy kill for him at the start of it.
Here's another point as well, Anders. I know we're kind of beating on this point right now, but I think this is actually important to mention. They played against Power Vision a week ago on Train. Betboom got 1 round on their T side. 1. So, yeah, we're already at that kind of rough position where, sure, the opposition is different. Power Vision, certainly, I would say, are a couple of steps above 9Z, for sure.
I'm assuming that
they have struggled.
Oh, hold on. Max getting the kill. Decides to fall back just a little bit. They're actually boxed in here completely. It's a 5 versus 3. They're in the back B hallways, and I don't think there's a way to really escape this one. Siren gets completely jumped on there. Magno just trying to make his way down, but there's just no more life left in them. Artfrost's going to be going down, and that will be a nice early round here for 9C to try and stop Betboom from rolling their way through. I was about to say, unless you're about to tell me that they only got 1 round because they got 12 in the first half and they just needed 1 round to win, it's definitely an issue.
No, they were quite literally 11-0 down, and then they won a round. They did have a much better CT side, but that's no longer relevant. So yeah, they've really struggled on T sides against decent teams, but yeah, I think we're seeing like little chinks in the armor, I think it's safe to say. This last round, for example, very slow, not quite as confident as you'd expect from Betboom. If you compare it to how they were occupying their nuke T side, it is night and day.
Yeah, it's weird because there's so much of this map that I would have thought would play into how Boomich likes to play, you know, lurking around in the smoke and ivy, trying to get some, you know, jump out onto the B-bomb side, you know, flying through the air with the Mac-10. Like, all of these things feel like they are very Boomich coded. Yet they're not really succeeding in doing it. Just Glocks in this round, so success probably going to be quite far away. And actually 3 AKs have been stolen over to the CT side, so 9C slowly cementing their position in the second half. I mean, this is looking really good. If they get a bomb plant right now, that would be quite something for Betboom.
Especially considering they have no smokes or flashes. Like, this is going to be a very raw push onto the site. They're going to be running into a crossfire. There's grenades being tossed down as well. Are they really about to get this bomb plant down? And they've got a kill on top of it. I mean, that is the icing on the cake. You couldn't really have asked anything else out of this round. Frost gets a second. Betboom, yeah, you lose the round. They're going to be happy with that, Anders. That's about as good as an outcome as you could have possibly asked for.
It all adds up at the end, right? These are the kind of small things that can, you know, over the span of a half can definitely add up. A little bit of extra cash on the side of Betboom, a little bit of extra loss on the side of 9C. Let's see how this one goes, because sure, they still get to keep 3 AKs alive, and that's probably the more important thing than anything else here for 9C, but yeah, it cuts into their economy a bit more than they would have liked. Round number 18, we got Artfrost on the AWP. There's none on the other side. Not that they don't have to have it, but it could mean that there's an opening for Artfrost to maybe find an entry for his team.
What's kind of surprising to me as well is like Lucan, who typically is one of the players that is the star of the show. At 28 years of age, he just seems to be reaching a new peak in his career. He's had a very off series. Bottom fragging right now for 9Z, and he had a rough first map as well. He got started very slow with a 0.67 rating. Rock bottom of either team. So that's another potential gear that 9Z can shift into as well. But on the other side of things, Boomich second top fragger for Betboom behind Magnajez. Like Artfrost, Siren, Diladez have all been a little bit too quiet. They need to step up.
Yeah, that is a good point. Again, this is such a played map for Betboom that you expect for some of them to start to wake up a little bit more, but we'll keep an eye on Lucan too to see if he can find a way to do something more. There is going to be a push happening towards the bottom of Ivy. So you do have Wowzo, Peak, and Lucan, speaking of which, that are making their way down there. We'll see if Diladez is going to be ready. He is checking every once in a while, but all it takes is to be off for like a couple of seconds. You can see now he's going to be setting up the smoke. They're still getting closer now. They've already spotted him out, and he should be a dead man here. The spray is not exactly perfect, but get the job done eventually. Magno just flashed out and goes down. Oh, it's a disaster. Everything has gone horribly wrong here for Betboom. Maybe this is why they're not that good on the T side. Oh, that's awful.
Yep. Can't really add anything to that, Anders. I think awful pretty much sums it up. I mean, some really good calling from 9Z, of course. You got to give them credit, like with the push through an Ivy. It's not a play that we actually saw Betboom go for a single time. It has yielded so much, but a lot of missed like opportunities in terms of the peaks. I think the most damning thing for me, though, is we were just talking about some damage they'd done economically a couple rounds ago. That was zero casualties. You've now got 4 AK-47s on the CT side. The economy is booming. Like, from here on out, pretty much, Betboom are going to have to be consistent, full-on investments from 9Z, and they've had barely any success on this T side.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, isn't it? They've undermined their own previous efforts. Not exactly where you want to be. The Betboom, feeling the pressure now, realizing this has gone off the rails just a tiny bit. They had 7 rounds in the first half. They've had a single round here in the second half, and 9C are just getting right back into it here. Like you said, all the AKs, a lot of money to be built on top. This kind of has a third map written all over it. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I'm not seeing an easy way back into this one for Betboom.
I agree. I think it's not just the stats, which obviously it doesn't paint the full picture. It's the nature and how these T rounds have gone completely apart at the teams. Like consistently getting shut out without a bomb plant coming through or defusals being required. Also, it's really bleak when you look at some of these stats. Like opening duels wise, Boomich is currently 0-6. You only have 2 players that have any opening duels in their favor, which is Artfrost and Diladez. Magnajez, who was just popping off on Nuke with tons, has 0. He's got 5 multi-kill rounds, but no opening duels, and that's the problem. They're not getting entries on this T side. They're unable to do anything to penetrate through this defense.
Yeah. The game does become a lot harder if all the rounds you win have to be clawing your way back after losing the opening fight. That's not exactly ideal. Third map, by the way, in case you're wondering, is Dust 2. So I quite like Dust 2 right now. I think there's still... Weirdly, there's been more innovation on the map in the last couple of months than there's been for a long time. So still some stuff that's being improved upon in spite of how long it's been in the game, obviously. A minute on the clock. It's going to be Levy to set it up, and I think smartly deciding to back on out. Why would you repeat that?
Yeah, no need to do so. A very one-dimensional approach as well from Betboom, like no pushing through on main side. Had one player come out through on the pop dog. And so you're stuck behind the smoke, and Boomich is being peppered left and right, taking a ton of damage. Even if he can get a pick from this point, the rest of his teammates have all been submerged. They are straight up screwed in this round, and that kind of feels like it's par for the course of how this T side has gone so far. Artfrost, Deagle alongside him, bit of damage done. 2 players are low. With 20 seconds left on the clock, and I mean, this just feels like a GG. Like, bag it, tag it, let's go to Dust 2 already.
You think at some point they would have an interest in learning how to play the T side of this map, you know? It feels like a great way to you know, spend your resources instead of whatever else is going on, because it must be frustrating for them too. Just the knowledge that even if the first half is good, the second half is going to just be completely gone. Damn, that is rough. Boomich not with a lot to do in this round, and yeah, timeout called tactical for Betboom. We'll see if they can find a way to have more of an impact, but I don't know. The confidence has kind of disappeared from everyone watching and presumably from the team too.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? Like a bit of a graveyard of a T side. They've only picked up the one so far. Since then, it has been one-way traffic, and a lot of credit to Levy, by the way. Like, one of those unknown players, Brazilians, joined recently with Urbano, 21 frags. Tons of impact with this all, playing it on the Ivy side. I was expecting to see Artfrost sometimes occupy this position, but he never really did.
Yeah.
And Levy showing why it's so powerful.
Okay, Lucan, Max to follow it up. Siren, not quite sure if there's any other combatants nearby. Turns out that isn't the case, but he's certainly a bit of a mission. He is nervous that someone's going to be back there. Ultimately, they are really spread out here, Betboom. You could see bottom of Ivy for Dilladez, Siren is here, and the Magnogez is somewhere in the middle, so they can't really help each other out. I mean, it's just 3 players playing the game on their own. That can work if just one of them gets a kill here in the yard. There's definitely something interesting, but at the same time, 9C are pushing up into the hallways behind them, so there is a timer on this round for Betboom. If they don't move quickly, they will run out of time and get shot in the back instead. Wowzopeak already knows it. He's going to go down to Magnogis, though. An important opening.
Oh, Levy caught in the back. Was fully anticipating this would be a one-dimensional push out of main and Pop Dog respectively. Now the 2 players that were on B have now come through on the Pop Dog of their own. Max taking a ton of damage down to the hands of Dilladez's Galil. They're not sure where Urbano is. Now they're going to find him firsthand, and Siren will send him packing. A second T round now coming through for Betboom. Maybe there is still life left in this T side yet.
That's kind of interesting. I don't know. I was not expecting them to be able to recover this one, but yeah, just good entries coming through. In spite of Max maybe catching one player off there, it just wasn't quite enough. So Betboom with another round. Now, unfortunately, like we said, there's so much money that's been built up at 9C, so Betboom have all of the work still ahead of them. Levy's taking a bit of damage to begin with, but he will still catch Boomich. Because the early grenades that are thrown from team main, they're super common, so that's what tagged up Levy. It doesn't matter.
Continues to have a ton of impact early on in these rounds. Not for the first time, Betboom clumped together, trying to force their will and impose themselves over on Ivy. Wowzopeak spam through the smoke. It's going to start to clear. Flash is there, but there is another player here in Ivy now who's also gone down. That's going to be Max. Levy gets one as he pulls back, but his position is now known, and there is still a lot of time on the clock. There's a lot of ways that Betboom can make this successful as Levy's gun peeks through the smoke and he gets punished by Artfrost.
This is a bit of a change of pace, isn't it? Betboom now slowing it down, but if they win this round again, they are starting to slowly get a little bit of a grip of the second half now. They've headed to the B-bomb side. That's the exact right move. Molotov going into the C connector, and you know, they got 3 more smokes after this. They can keep that connector smoked until the end of time. It's not even clear that 9C will want to go for this because they've got to be thinking about the economy themselves, right? There's no way that they want to be risking it by throwing away the M4s here. Just not that much cash in the bank. Yeah, so another round. Okay, maybe they have improved. Maybe we were too quick to dismiss Betboom's T side.
Oh, when you have an IGL like Boomich, and I completely agree with you, you would think that his IGLing style and the way that he approaches the game would be tailor-made for a map like Train. We've seen so many CIS region teams in the past be incredibly strong on this very map. I'm even thinking back to like Blade's days on Flipside. They used to love playing Train back then as well. Obviously, Boomich has some experience playing in alongside Blade, or under him, I should say, coach and IGL respectively. So I always feel like there's a way that he can turn it back around again, which is why it was so surprising for me to see those stats. Maybe just a case of like some of the players on Betboom not being comfortable individually speaking. And I think we have seen glimpses of that a couple of times with some of these trades.
Certainly seems to be the case. I mean, it's been an interesting day in spite of Magno just having kills. Like I said, you mentioned earlier his lack of opening kills and just the fights that he lost to Wowzo Peak at the first half in itself was kind of an aberration from my point of view. Tactical timeout for 9C. They are worried about the state of affairs too. They probably felt like it was pretty much a smooth glide to the finish line here on Train, and honestly, that's how it felt to me as well. 22nd round with the save up and, you know, the AK they were on Lucan and everything else. They can put together a buy, but you can just tell the money is dipping in very close to zero on that 9C side, so they have to win rounds now.
Yeah, we're getting to that fulcrum point now of this map where it can bend and shatter on either side. Wowzo Peak, not for the first time, going to get aggressive on Ivy, and not for the first time getting success. Oh, nearly finds a kill on the approach from Dillides, but both back away. They got the hit and run they were looking for.
That could have gone a ton of different ways. I like the attempt from Dillides to try and avenge that kill right after the beginning of it, but look at Boomich. This is a forward position that I'm not sure if they're fully aware of. It does look like maybe Levy is kind of watching it, but he might be looking a little bit further back, so there is a chance that somebody could make a mistake. If Urbano falls back, he could get shot in transition. And if they try and rotate in from the C connector, we'll find, yeah, he's not looking for this position. It still could be that Boomer just kind of crouches into the shot, but let's find out if the crosshair actually will betray him here. It's Siren to go down at the beginning, and there's the missed position, but Levy's right there. Important kill for him to get 30 seconds. They're going to start to rotate on in. Deep grenade, but it gets caught on top of the train. That is not how you wanted that to play out. Bomb's going to be planted here, and MagnoJez, see if he can be the hero. He's hiding inside of the smoke, and unfortunately, Max is going to be there to catch him. That would have been fun to watch, but I don't think Dillides can stay alive for much longer.
Oh, he desperately needed MagnoJez to be a real interference play. Try as he may, Dillides is going to fall short after the first kill, and it may look a bit foolish to people, thinking like, why is MagnoJez pushing into the smoke? It's because in a 2v4, when you don't even know if they have incendiaries or HEs, you've got to make a Hail Mary play. You've got to get in their face, play interference, try and find that window. If he can get on the backside of the smoke and bypass all the CTs, he can then backstab them. And that's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure for Dillides. In those kind of positions, you've got to roll the dice and hope for the best. However, 9Z, they're going to have 2 map points now, Anders. So although this has been a little bit shaky the last 5 or so minutes, they can still get the job done here in regulation, no problems.
They can. They're heading in the right direction rapidly. On top, Wowzo Peak jumping on over. It's a trade-in. Boomich starts to get the opening, but they've got rid of MagnoJez, who's up to 20 kills. So getting him out of the round early on, he's got to feel great. They need 3 more kills, and they can make their way onto a 3rd map on Dust 2. Once again, Betboom very stretched out at the start of this round. 2 of them grouped up towards the B-bomb site. They've got Dillides lurking around down towards Ivy, going to be bumping right into Wowzo Peak, but straight shot as he tries to get out of the smoke. They're going to find 1 player on his own, so bomb plant should be happening, but there's another flank coming in. Max is right behind them and surely going to be able to find the kill. I think he already showed his hand there, so they know that he's there.
They're going to just try and force the plant down anyway, though, and Siren now they try and do what MagnoJez was unable to successfully achieve in the last round, but Max, he's finally shown his hand. If they weren't aware before, they certainly are now. Best of luck to you, Art Frost. Surrounded. Position is good for a 1 and done, and that's about all. And he may not even be afforded that luxury because Max will be checking his angles. 9Z takes us to a 3rd map. Against all the odds, Betboom have succumbed on Train.
That T-side continues to betray them. And you already said, I mean, if they lose it this much, surely that's the one thing that they would want to improve. I think the logic makes sense, but I mean, maybe it was better than we were expecting still. They ended up picking up a couple of more rounds, but it's a bit disappointing to see for a team that plays the map as much as they have. So, yeah, we want more, and we're going to get it. It will be on Dust 2 to decide this series with. I think it's going to be quite exciting.
Yeah, I definitely think that we're going to see a much better look from Betboom on Dust 2. I think it's safe to say. Like, their stats certainly are a lot better. However, are they going to be mentally broken after that loss? I guess we'll have to find out.
So Vince just asked, will they be mentally broken after that loss? And I hear Hayes in my ears going, no. You're not too concerned about them.
No, I'm not. I think they're model professionals. You got someone like Boomich at the helm, certainly not his first rodeo, is going to be able to just rally the troops in the break here. They know that Train is a bit of a deficiency in the map pool, in particular the T side as well, so not like they would have expected that, but at the same time, they have a lot more stock in their Dust 2, so I think they should be able to reset in the break just fine.
We'll talk about Dust 2 in a bit. Let's go to discuss that T side. Travis, what a mess for BB team. It's not pretty.
They used to be good on this map, but I do think this game is a perfect example of how, like, you know, it's a CT-sided map anyway, but it's a perfect example of like how much it feels like their CT side was comfortable, even though it was a close half in the end, and how their T side hasn't had much work put into it really at all, it feels like, weirdly. There was one round which I felt like was okay. I do think they put too much pressure on Ivy in general. I think it's a very hard portion of the map now to work in the updated version of Train on CS2. But they went through the smoke, with that little lurk smoke around Ivy. They pushed 2 players through it, but it relied on unreliable factors to go their way to win that round. Magno had a duel that kind of is not a duel that I would say you win more than half the times you take it. And that's really the only reason they won it. And I think also a factor that has to be mentioned about their CT side as well is it would have been worse if, 1, Magno didn't get that defuse in the smoke on the A site, and 2, Artfrost didn't no-scope someone and then 180 quick-scope another on B to recover one of those rounds, I think, midway through the half. So it just shows that there's quite an obvious gap in their map pool here.
Yeah, for me, their T-sides, we got such a stark contrast compared to Nuke and then going into Train in terms of the T-sides from Betboom. On the T-sides on Nuke, they were on the front foot. They were looking so confident. They were clearly a unit with the way that they were moving around the map. They were able to make such quick-fire decisions. On their T-side on Train, it just felt lethargic. It felt very slow. It felt like there wasn't really a huge amount of depth in the plan. It was just very surface level, just trying to work one part of the map, see what happens there, and then try and build off of that. But just lacked depth massively, and an uninspiring T-side from Betboom.
Is it fair to say that this win for 9C had more to do with the fact that Betboom's T-side was so uninspiring, or can we give them credit for some of the plays they put out there, Hayes?
I fully back the success of 9Z on this, and I'm not going to pencil this down to the lackluster performance from Betboom, because 9Z actually showed some really good form throughout the entirety of that map, even on the T side. 5 rounds against what's normally a really good CT side from Betboom on this map is actually impressive. I like the way that they were able to just flick a switch at a moment's notice. It's not like they were playing a hyper-aggressive style on their T side, but they did have that ability to just turn on the burners out of nowhere and just be all over a bomb site, and that was them just being on the same page, covering their bases as a unit. And then on their CT side, conversely, they were making moves. They were disrupting the T side. They were looking to try and push up in towards Brown Halls. They were pushing through Ivy, taking the fight to Betboom, catching them with their pants down. Levi was present quite often towards Ivy, but then he wasn't just hanging around there the whole time. He was then looking to try and get ahead of the rotations. Had a round he started in Pop, then he was on the B-bomb side at the perfect timing. So I don't think we can just chalk this up to Betboom not pitching up. I think 9Z absolutely deserve credit for the way that they won this map.
So Hayes has obviously highlighted some of his favorite things about 9Z and how they played the map. But, I mean, from your side, Trav, anything that you want to add in terms of what 9Z was doing?
I think the thing that has super impressed me, and maybe Matt's already touched on it a little bit, but just this is probably, I think almost certainly, I had a quick, scroll through on HL TV during the game, Levi's first game against like an EU opposition. They're on boot camp together. Maybe it's his first ever boot camp. Maybe if 9Z win, which would be incredible, maybe we can ask them that, right? But like, that was a really just good Train performance that any sort of tier 2 AWPer would look at and say, okay, he's kind of done everything right throughout the map. He's still unpredictable. He's not, as I think as Matt mentioned too, not necessarily going for many opening duels. He's just rotating around and maneuvering very, very well. 24 kills. I think it actually deserves to be said that 14 of those were headshots, by the way. So he was looking good on the rifle and the pistols as well, even getting headshots with the AWP, looking very precise, even as a sniper. 7 multi-kill rounds. Honestly, more than I could have ever hoped for someone who's technically debuting here. Not for the team, but in this sort of competition.
It's one of those performances that he can put in his back pocket, whether they win or lose this, and go, okay, this is sort of the level I need to be playing at, and that's something that he can remember. Now we move to Dust 2. Everything's reset, right? Whoever wins this is the team that ultimately gets to move on through the closed qualifier. Do you think Levi can present this performance again, Hayes, on another map?
I think it is going to be more difficult going into Dust 2, where Betboom are going to be far better versed, especially against Art Frost, who was fine. He had like flashy moments, but he wasn't very consistent. I definitely think we can expect a high-level performance from Levi. I don't think it was a map in isolation or a flash in the pan, the performance on Train. I think now going into Dust, he can deliver that sort of a level again. I just think it's going to be more difficult, but I'm on the 9Z train at this point, man. Like, I'm actually a believer. I saw the positives on as well. I mean, obviously they lost 13-8, but there were still certainly positives that I highlighted. Everybody's pitched up. I mean, I know Lucan's definitely had a quieter game so far, but he's had his moments. Everybody outside of him has actually shone quite brightly, and there's no reason that that's just going to drop off now going into Dust. And let's even think about the belief factor for 9Z right now. Coming into this, almost everybody, including us, just completely wrote them off, and now they've gotten themselves to a third map. We know how motivated they're going to be going into this. And like I said, that self-belief is going to be at an all-time high, and I think Betboom have got an important bit of damage control in their hands going into this third map.
I think it's dangerous, Trav, that Betboom got to this point. I think getting to a third map was a dangerous place, and I think Dust 2 is one of those maps where if 9Z is rolling with confidence after this victory, they could come in and outfrag this team. What do you think the win condition is going to be for either of these teams if they want to take the series?
Well, I think for me as well, I think Betboom, they're used to this, I think is the main thing that I'll mention, because I think 6 or 7 of their like recent 11 or 12 matches, that 11 win streak they had, they lost a map. They won it 2-1, right? But they're still finding a way to win these close matchups. And obviously, I'm not, maybe giving Betboom an out here, but it is difficult to play a team from a different region that you have kind of no clue how they play, other than watching a demo, right? So it is maybe a sort of slightly different style in a way, but I think for me, I just need to see a little bit more from the individuals on Betboom. It's not just Magnajez. He's been great throughout the series. I think I need to see a little bit more of a bounce back from Art Frost after he kind of got schooled by Levi on Train, it has to be said.
Yeah.
Levi was unbelievable. And 9Z on Dust 2 do have a lot more reps than Betboom. They played actually, I think, nearly 10 more than Betboom recently. But Betboom obviously have had some good wins against BC Game, Foot, for example. So, thing is, I'm wondering if now we've seen 2 maps from this series, if 9Z is playing so much, even if it's only regionally, it's actually giving them a little bit better form than I thought they would coming into this.
Yeah, I also just want to see BB come into Dust 2 here, playing the same sort of style that they had on the T side of Nuke, where they were just looking to get into the faces of their opponents and effectively bully them. They're playing like they're up against a Parivision or a Fnatic or an OG or something like that, against a Tier 2, borderline Tier 1.5 team who deserves the utmost respect. I just want to see them roll their sleeves up in school on these guys right now and then kind of force 9Z to respect them once again, but I want to see that confidence back for BB.
We are going to a third map. Both of these teams have won their map picks, and now it will be Dust 2 that decides who will be continuing here in the closed qualifiers for the Thunderpick World Championship. We'll find out after this.
force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the final map of the day here at Thunderpick. It is going to be Betboom playing against 9C. We're on Dust 2 for this one. Vince, who's going to take this one? You changed your mind about Betboom from the start. I think we all thought they were going to win pretty easily.
I still got to believe in Betboom. I've got to say that I think Levy had a phenomenal train. There's no doubting that. And he was actually quite good on Nuke as well. He was one of their shining lights. But I have to think that Lucan not showing up to the server just yet, this is maybe where it's going to catch up with them. I can't imagine that Art Frost and Dilladez in particular have another slow or absent map like we saw on Train. And additionally, on top of that, Dust 2 just is historically a better map for Betboom anyway. We knew Train may have some banana peels. They definitely slipped and slid all over the place on them. I think Dust 2 is where we see Betboom really step it up.
Well, let's see how that prediction plays out. We are into the game now. Betboom, they are going to be starting on the T side, 9C on the CT side, and I do like this forward position on the catwalk here. It just means you're more dynamic on the CT side. You can kind of change your position depending on what's coming your way, or if you're Magnodish, you can just get killed inside of the smoke to begin with. The first casualty there, not exactly ideal. Oh yeah, and I think the HUD is incorrect. There we go. Betboom will be on the CT side. Might have cheated all of you right then, but 9C still... They at least get the opening kill. Unfortunately, now they're bleeding a couple of players trying to get to the B-bomb site.
Well, Levy, though, showing no signs of slowing down, has already erupted out onto the B site, trying to take that P250 at range, but does get tagged down to 47. Doing a good job, though, of stalling and allowing this rotation to come through. Keep an eye on the A site right now, because there is a player coming out of there, but Levy's gone down to the hands of Boomich. And so Max on this long con, this long flank, is not going to yield as much success as he was hoping for. He slows it down, doesn't have control over the bomb, which is spilled out onto the site. It's a nightmare for 9Z. You could see what they were looking for. It was nearly perfect, but now Max has put down his opposite number, IGL. But Siren knows exactly what's up as he holds his position. This is courageous. This is ballsy, Anders. If he gets peeked in this angle, he's just going to die and feel terrible about it. But he's waiting to try and hear for that drop down onto the site. He's now been spotted. Can Max seal the deal in this 1 versus 2? Siren's had so many opportunities and comes out second best. Max will clutch, and it gets 9Z in the lead.
That's a disappointing round for a number of ways there for Betboom, because you're absolutely right. They got the bomb. The last player's far away. They have plenty of time to coordinate and think about it. And then Boomich dies on his own in the window, and I don't really know why. Like, he was very committed to that swing, and then ultimately Max landing another shot. Great work for Max, obviously. This is super sick, but I don't think Boomich needed to go for that kind of an early fight there. So they might be regretting that. They forced up into this round. For Masters already in the middle, in front of the smoke there. Unfortunately, not going to be working out. Magno just goes down at the side, and now they know. They're going to be well aware here of what's happening on the TT side.
Yeah, Magnajest, 2 rounds in a row, hasn't really had much to say. Just gets pillaged through the smoke. No damage inflicted in the return, and this is hot off the back of a full-on investment as well. Yeah, I agree with you. It is an odd peak, isn't it? Like, you've got the bomb down, time is on your favor, you're in a 2v1. You don't really need to go for anything too extravagant. They could have actually just played CAR together and effectively said, if one of us gets traded, the other one is going to get the kill in return. But it's easy to look in the past. They got to just focus on the here and now.
Yeah, I definitely think, with hindsight and all that, there probably were better ways to try and play that one. Smoke going up towards CT spawn. Classic one, of course. Probably one of the most thrown smokes on the map. Flash to go on over. Boomich still so surgical with the 5-7. Very clean kill to begin with, but they are fighting their way through. And just by the firepower alone there in terms of the rifles, they're going to be good for it. It's a no-scope shot from Art Frost. Probably would have looked funny from his point of view, but regardless, they will not win the round. They make it kind of close, kind of expensive on the T side, but ultimately it's Betboom with a bit of a dive early on here. Not able to put anything into the next round, I'm assuming.
Man, Art Frost has landed so many no-scopes in this series already, and they actually do go back in for another kind of mid-investment down to $2,000. So they've got that scout and play again with the 5.7, the P250, a couple of HEs. No.
It's exciting, but it's also, it feels like you're delaying the potential for an AWP as much as you possibly can, right?
Yeah, that is a good point. I'm not sure if with the kind of reworked economy, if they can scrape together some kills, maybe you can just get across the finish line. Assuming they don't just outright win this round, of course, which is possible. They have already landed a shot into Gjiiehao Peak from that aforementioned scout. But yeah, I do agree. You are playing with fire here, and you'd think you'd want the AWP in the hands with a solid buy behind it as fast as possible. But they have confidence they can do some damage right here, right now. And so far, it's looking pretty good for them, but no one's watching long. Oh, that's a huge oversight.
Just powering on through, you're right. Nobody even had their eyes on it. Pretty sick shot from Gjiiehao. I don't think it'll change anything about the round, unfortunately, for Betboom. The bomb is going to be planted here, and they're making a cross in the cover of smoke. Magno just being held on long. That's a bit of a surprise to him, perhaps. But good start here. 9C coming in pretty hot. I think the desk did bring up, I think, an important point. They were talking about this idea that for 9C being the underdog and then kind of winning the second map, they kind of come into this one with a lot of momentum. And I think that's definitely true. I think the energy at the start of this game so far is suggesting that the desk might have been completely right about that. 9C just look like they are coming hot off the victory, straight into this one. A lot of confidence in their play. Dilla, there's no kit, so he's not going to try and... There's no ninja defuse to be had here. But if you could have found a kill, it would have been nice, I suppose.
So they do have enough for the AWP. The problem is, though, that it is going to be a glass cannon AWP and a lack of utility alongside it. That's assuming that Art Frost goes for it. It's hard to see him not pick up the AWP on us, too. Just seemed like the timing was a little bit off there. Like, Boomich was trying to reposition to try and watch Catwalk just as they got peaked. Unfortunate. That is the 3-0. And yeah, absolutely. Like, not just the momentum kind of like shifts across for 9Z in terms of their self-belief, but also the pressure really mounts and swells for Betboom. Because you lose this. I mean, I don't mean disrespect to 9Z, but this would be a bit of an embarrassing loss for Betboom. They're expecting not just to win this game, but to qualify for the tournament itself. If they fall on the first hurdle, like, this is a big deal.
Yeah, that is definitely unacceptable. 9C looking to snatch, or at least try to snatch some of that dream away from them. Gjiiehao just jiggling. All he wants to do is to throw down the incendiary. It can be kind of tricky in this position because if they throw the lurk smoke, that'll probably stop the incendiary. Oh, that smoke goes so deep. Yeah, they're going to run in front of it. That smoke is so far behind them that it just absolutely... I was essentially making the same point just with the incendiary grenade, that it can be hard to throw it correctly. That mistake that he just made there is a really common one, where you toss the smoke grenade so deep in that the tees just run straight through it. It's happened a couple of times already in some of the recent games I was watching on the map. It's actually one of the things I kind of wanted to see if I could find more data on, or try and find like those rounds, because it is, I think, a really common mistake.
Yeah, what a horrible time to make that mistake here for Betboom. Like, you finally got your hands on the AWP. Art Frost did get dropped across an AWP, so you actually did have utility. They managed to juggle across their finances as perfectly as possible, and then you immediately lose B site and you're forced into a save. Also, another very concerning element of this is that Betboom, Magnajez has been unbelievably good in both of their opening maps, even though they're 1-1. He's 0-4. He has had absolutely no impact whatsoever. Coming into this round, he's on about 10 ADR.
Oh,
like,
man.
that is a serious problem, because we've not seen anyone else really step up to the plate. Like, Boomich has actually been probably their second best performing player over the duration of this series, and that includes him going 1-8 in opening duels on Train. But he's one of the few players that was actually trying to do something. So if Magnajez has an off map here, this could be real problematic for Betboom.
Yeah, now is not the time for him to disappear. I think that's a good point. Although, you could also make the other argument, which is to say it's asking a lot if they're going to want him to carry them, or at least attempt to carry them through 3 games or 3 maps. So, it does seem like they do need him at the moment. Although, I guess nobody on Betboom at the moment has any real kills. Siren with a studied position. You can just tell he knows exactly when he's going to fall off this ledge. So we'll see if Lucan is going to be quite ready. I doubt it. It doesn't look like he's even looking for this position at the moment, but it's Smacks to begin with, and Siren, great headshots, tries to make his escape. He's back around the corner. It's all out. Panic still has a couple of bullets left, and finally he's hunted down, but honestly, still great 2-for-1 trade.
Important kill from Art Frost as well. If he dies to the hands of Quazo Peak, that opening 2 from Siren could completely come unraveled. And that would be the A site probably falling and maybe even another save coming into play. So, important frag comes through. Boomich there once again. And, you know, I did just double check the stats. So, you got Magnajez after the first 2 maps. 100 ADR, 42 kills, a 1.66 rating. Unbelievably good. Boomich is in second with a 1.07. Everybody else is on a negative rating for Betboom in this best of 3. So they definitely need an Art Frost, a Dillades to come alive here. You're expecting his Art Frost is, of course, the AWPer. This is where he should shine and start to prevail. But he is against Levy, who's off the back of a heater of a train performance. But he doesn't really want any part in this round. He wants to save. If he can take some kills with him, all the better for it. And that frag is going to push him forward, try and bait out a player pushing into that smoke, but it won't be forthcoming. Looks like he will successfully save the AWP, but Betboom finally on the board.
They really needed to get in here, and they need to make a real run of it right now. It can't just be the one and done. So far, 9C look like the more energetic team. Siren here really delivering some fantastic kills at the beginning of that round. But still, the momentum seems like it's with the T side. See how long that's going to be true for. It's technical timeout this time, so don't know what went wrong, but I think someone's got out of the chair in the meantime, so yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. Obviously, want everyone back on the server, and oh, there's a frozen camera as well. Yeah, maybe somebody stepped over a wire or something. Something's come undone, Vix.
Kind of rough timing as well for 9Z, isn't it? Like, yeah, sure, you lost that last round, but you've got off to such a good start early on here on Dust 2. Deciding matchup. Keep in mind as well, here at the Thunderpick World Championship qualifiers, it is a single elimination bracket, so the loser of this game is eliminated. There's no second chance, there's no second opportunity, no lower bracket. You are done. It is a very cutthroat tournament here with a lot on the line. If you do get through to the quarterfinals, though, the winner of those quarterfinals matchups will successfully qualify. So you effectively need to win 2 best of 3s back-to-back to qualify, but if you lose either of them, you are done.
Yeah, it's game over time. Really thought Betboom were kind of a issue-in to make it to the LAN, and they still can, but 9C providing more of an obstacle than maybe we were expecting, so kind of an interesting scenario that's unfolding here with the departure of their superstar player in Martinez. They found a way to just kind of, you know, move forward, which is kind of cool. Not being slowed down too much by him leaving. He's playing in a Spanish team now, right? With Davigi and some other players too. Martinez, I believe.
Yes, I believe it's like they're called like Gentlemen or Gentle Mates or something.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That, right? Yeah,
it's like a French organization, weirdly enough, but yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, an interesting sidestep, as you say. It's a full Spanish roster. You've got Alex Mopos, Swellsol, Davigi. So there's a lot of Spanish players there that I'm sure many people have heard of in the past in different iterations. So yeah, they seem to be doing okay. World ranking right now of 32, Valve ranking of 28th.
That's kind of crazy. I've actually not had a chance to cast them yet, so maybe that's maybe I'll go and study up on that at some point. Like I said, I really like Martinez, so I kind of want to keep up with what they're doing. Hopefully, it's been ultimately been a good move for him. I think he's an exciting player. Who do we have? We have another player back in the chair. Still, a camera is frozen down there on the bottom left. So yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. But yeah, you said it already. For 9C to have the game slow down a little bit here due to some technical stuff, it's obviously unfortunate. You don't want to see that normally out of their hands. But yeah, I guess in terms of playing on the CT side of Dust 2. I don't know about you, but I feel like at at pro level Counter-Strike, if you can get up to about 5 rounds on that CT side, I'm typically pretty happy with that. I think it can be very punishing sometimes on the CT side.
100%. Oh, we have the camera has reactivated.
Nice, let's go.
Hey, man's been hitting the gym. His biceps bulging, bro.
That's what you gotta do, I feel like, I'm slowly starting to take it a bit more seriously. I should post some stuff about it, Otherwise, does it even count if you go to the gym and you don't post about it? Did you even go at all at that point? But yeah, you're right. He's been working out.
Urbano, one of the new recruits into the team. I don't know about that camera angle, Chief, but hey, whatever works. Looks like the desk might be a little bit too small to put it anywhere else, to be fair to him.
He's just trying his best. Like, there we go.
There we go, yeah.
No, it's fine.
Oh, he's knocked it over.
No. This is like trying to call your parents on like a video call or something, and they just have no idea what's happening. Like, it's just all out chaos, That's what this is.
Your parents try answering like a mobile phone, they turn it off. Like, it's
Exactly.
not working, it's broken. No, it isn't.
Yeah. They flip the camera around, so like instead of you being able to see them, you're just like directly into the lawn or something. You have no idea what's happening. Please.
Well, it looks like they figured it out, because we are ready to jump live again. You could also spin it the other way. Betboom, hot off the back of finally getting some success, then put down into a tech issue. Is it going to stunt their comeback? A lot of damage done to Max, though, early on in the round.
Yeah, well, let's find out. You're right. There is a chance that they just kind of wanted the momentum here. Frost in the middle. Oh, my God. I don't know how Levy wins that fight. He looked so careless walking through, like he had no idea that Artfrost could have seen him. But Artfrost misses the shot and just get instantly punished instead. So that is shocking. What are they going to do in return here? They're actually all in the middle. So look at them on the Betboom side. They've given up the A-bomb side. They've decided, let's hope that this becomes some kind of a split, or at least we can fight in the middle. Magno just unable to flick either. Levy's just beating them on time alone.
Yeah, he's really enjoying himself, isn't he? Like, he's relishing this step up. As I said on the desk, like, it's one of his first times ever playing against European teams, probably first boot camp, a lot of firsts here, and he's showing no signs of fear, pure bravery and courage. And man, they are reaping the rewards of this, because the A site is completely bereft of CTs. They go to save on B. It will be another round to 9Z. 5-1 to kick off the T side already is a phenomenal start to this all-important deciding map.
Just really well done. Probably a chance that Levy would have gone down in both those fights there, but he's just lightning fast, ends up taking him down. And obviously for Betboom, it's kind of a disaster. We said that they only win the one round. Now they're back to saving some weapons if they can. I appreciate 9C for trying to do this. It's not like they have a ton of money themselves, but they should have more than Betboom. If they lose everybody here, but they get all the rifles, it's totally worth it for 9C. So yes, it's risky pushing through this one, but a couple of kills right now could be worth it. It's already Boomich gone down. Trades are in now. Dilladez gets completely taken down. It's so worth it for the T side. If they'd lost 2 more rifles, it still would have been worth it.
100%, because they've got more than enough funds to just reimburse all the lost weapons, whereas on the other side, I believe I saw 2 players around $6,000, so Betboom should be able to buy back again. There's maybe going to be a few missing grenades here or there. It also really strains the rest of the half, knowing that if they lose this round, they're basically screwed. So this time it's going to be a tactical timeout, not the tech issue. And it's Betboom calling their second. Great openers, though. Again, like, Levy is just on point, man. The flicks are on point. Magnajes continues to have a rough start to Dust 2.
Yeah, I don't know where he's gone. Like we said, he was lights out in the first couple of maps that we saw, but you do make a good point. He's kind of not making it work at the moment. The pressure is just mounting right now. Betboom. Gel shocked from 9C playing better than anyone expected. It's going to be fast towards the bomb side. I like this call. Dilladez grenaded. Even the smoke went up there, but it didn't matter at all. he just has no chance. And this round is already done for. The bomb is like planted. There's nothing Betboom can do about this. And they shouldn't try.
I love this call from Max so much, man. Levy drops the AWP to Gjiiehao, who has now just been succumbed by magnogez, who gets his first kill on this half, by the way. But because he had the perfect spawn, he doesn't mind going for the full-on entry, the aggression. He gets the opening pick. However, with magnogez getting a second kill, Anders, maybe there's a way back into this round yet.
I feel like this is where you get lured into trying to go for it, but you end up with so little time that you lose all the rifles. I've seen this 100 times before. Magno just going to get the one kill there. They're pushing right in front and lined up for Lucan. And again, that clock is already running down low. Another spray. He gets a triple before Artfrost decides it's no longer worth it. And you could hear that bomb ticking in the corner. Again, you can totally understand why they want to go for it, but it is a classic Counter-Strike scenario. You get a little bit too much success, and then that becomes your ultimate undoing.
Oh, it's the poison chalice, isn't it?
Yeah.
You think you're drinking for immortality, but instead you just melt away. And that's pretty much what the economy has done for Betboom alongside it. We talked about the importance of their funds being ravaged in that previous round when they were trying to save on B site and they all got killed. Well, this is where it comes full circle. And you said you'd seen it hundreds of times before, and it just plays out once again. Lucan, eerily quiet on the first two maps, now starting to show us why he is one of their star players, why he is one of those guys you're looking at to really serve out a lot of punishment. And it's down to a couple of FAMAS here. It's so grim when you're 6-1 down and desperately struggling to get any kind of success on your CT side.
That is just so punishing, isn't it? Oh, man. FAMAS, the double up certainly is interesting, but apart from that, just think about the lack of grenades as well. It's an important kill at the start. Boomich will take down Inferno. They are out on loan. They've got Max on the catwalk, and he might have to bail them out. But the problem is, Artfrost is holding the corner right now. If he peeks into it and dies, it should be over. That's it. Like, Max is down. 3 of them stuck on long. There should be no road back into this one for 9Z.
Should being the operative word. But even if they don't win this round, Anders, if you see 2 or 3 kills picked up in this position, it is still going to have dire consequences for Betboom. It will put someone down into a horrible bye come the next round, potentially 2 or 3 players. And although they had 3, it's now down to 2. But Levy still alive. The man that has been on form for 9Z during all the ups and downs. And once again, he rattles the dome of Siren with the AWP. 50 seconds left. There's a player up close, but Levy's going to be watching for this as they try and boost up potentially onto the elevator position, but the CTs are not together. They're going to be taking some serious time off this clock.
Yeah, nice Molotov. You can see how much pressure it puts on, but I can understand the worry in your voice here. There is definitely a chance for something. What a headshot from Gjiiehao. Levy as well on top. He goes for another swing. He wants this one. If they steal it back, it's going to destroy Betboom. They were destined to win this round. A 5 versus 3. A missed opportunity for the flick there, but Levy's repositioning. Got to be careful. This is his last shot. He doesn't have any more, and it's a headshot. He blows the helmet and the skull off of magnogez.
Bro, that Gjiiehao peak double, the first kill he gets is pure reaction speed instinct. I hope we get to see that one again. And it's a great transfer for the second frag, but the first shot is absolutely outrageous. 9Z have stolen away this round. Levy, again, tons of impact. It's his first shot, that and then the transfer. That's gross.
Incredibly sick, isn't it? How do you recover from this one mentally? If you can't win this round, which rounds are you planning on winning in the future? 7-1. This is as close as you can get to being gifted around. You get all the kills you needed to start, and it still doesn't really work out. I am blown away.
Yeah, like I posed the question after the second map and I said, will Betboom be mentally destroyed? I didn't really believe that. I agree with Hayes. They are consummate professionals. They've been in these positions so many times. You see that last round and how it just played out? I couldn't even blame them if there's some tilt now creeping in. Like, you can't lose those rounds. They had no right to win that 2v4.
Certainly going to be tilted now. Max. Entry in the middle. It's Magno just a fall and a great follow-up here from the captain. just securing the bomb site. And once again, I know it's a bit boring, but there's no point in retaking this bomb site. It's not going to happen in a 4 versus 3 like this. Bomb already planted here. We're looking at an 8-1 scoreline now as 9C showing up with great determination. I mean, it's so cool to be wrong about these things. Like, I was very much thinking Betboom. I actually thought Betboom were going to win this whole series 2-0, and even not necessarily just a walkover, but definitely in an easier fashion. And the fact that it's not turned out that way is obviously spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, these are all educated guesses, and there just isn't that much intel on 9Z in particular, right? Like, 2 of their players basically unknown. Now we're starting to become very familiar. It's like, I almost feel like that meme. Like, I apologize, Levy. I wasn't aware of your game type thing. Like, he's actually just came into this series and blown us all away, and he's certainly do that to Betboom. But it's the nature and how Betboom are losing on this now. And pardon me, by the way, it wasn't a 2v4. It was a 2v5. It gets even worse for Betboom's perspective. But it's the way that they are just waltzing through middle, winning every single duel, winning rounds they should never even be close in. They are absolutely battering Betboom right now and making them look like a very ordinary team.
Yeah, they really, really managed to shut them down. The heavy hitters from Betboom have left the building. Magno just no longer having the impact that we're looking for. And I mean, you already said it, but the other members who aren't Boomich are supposed to be the ones really carrying them into this, right? Where is Siren when you need him? Where even Dilladez and Art Frost, they're supposed to be there to really help out. We just haven't really seen that throughout the series, unfortunately. So they are getting donked on right now. It's going to be round number 10, and the money, not a problem for 9C. Betboom, they managed to save some rifles at the very least. Out long we go. It's a very aggressive move. They might be able to get the kill here. I think Siren is barely around the corner, but there was a chance he was going to get caught there.
They've already just bullied their way through, like, onto long, this early into the round. Able to play around the periphery of the smokes. There's no one here on card. No one's up close. Like, Betboom right now, they are being pushed around and slapped across the face, and they have nothing to say about it. They just have to take it over and over again.
Yeah, it seems kind of hopeless. I mean, even in the rounds where things start very well. Okay, a little bit of a jump there. Oh, what a shot, though. Wowzo Peak catching Magno just as he's just almost got his eyes down behind the ledge there. It does obviously slow down the bomb plan. That's kind of good news, but is it enough to actually win the round? 3v3. They've already got a couple of people out on this catwalk position. You've got to be careful when the smoke fades that they don't get caught. Boomich seems very committed at the moment.
As you highlight, though, it really is stalling and stagnating this, and at some point, 9Z are going to be concerned about a long push. They're going to have to start to worry about this being a possibility. And although we can see no one is there, it's going to trade a couple of sets of eyes away from Catwalk, away from CT. And that's where maybe things come undone. Dilladez hiding behind the box forever, playing the long game, being patient, is going to be paid out with that one. But he's gone down now, and so will Boomich, as once again, 9Z steal a round away, coming out clutch.
They try so much. Like, there are a lot of different potential opportunities here for Betboom. You could see the reposition, playing behind the box there. They catch some player off guard. Only for a second, really, but it's not enough here. Great work from Magno Jazz, but he gets punished as well. Yeah, this is a lot to have to deal with. So far, best they can do is a second round in the half, maybe a third if things go really wild, like a 9-3 scoreline. That's still not something you're going to be celebrating if you're Betboom. So they need everything. Orb on Art Frost. Flick doesn't connect. It's one of the rare rounds where no one's even throwing grenades on Catwalk. Like, you're not going to get many chances in Orpa to get a clean shot like that.
Yeah, and he has missed a fair few of those shots already, whereas Levy's having no chill. There is no second opportunity. If he sees you, you are a dead man with that AWP. 12-3. And I would assume that a lot of this is down to Boomich's calling, But man, someone else needs to step up when it comes to these opening duels, because it feels like Boomich is taking like a very large amount, 75% plus. I'd have to go back and look at the stats after this game, but like no one else is seemingly capable of taking any map control. Again, Siren, called upon, needs to get at least one frag, maybe two, dies instantly alongside Artfrost. It's just deja vu.
This does look like a team that's kind of lost the belief in anything at the moment. Like they've kind of disintegrated from within. All right, let's sneak across here. Wowzo peek. All right, spotted out. That's a little bit unfortunate. A grenade in hand as well. Boomich will go down nonetheless, and Magno just looking to reposition, but Urbano's just so quick in the AK. Straight headshots to get the kill. Dilides, they know where he is. They've heard him jumping, and backup is coming. They might as well just wait a little bit here. 7 seconds left. It's Max to get the kill. Time was running low. That was maybe the only problem, but otherwise, another great round here as 9C just continue to stomp on Betboom.
Man, if I came into this map and I said to you it's going to be 10-1, would you have ever assumed that was 9Z that would be leading 10-1 here on Dust 2?
Definitely not.
Like, we
Definitely
kind of expect Train is going to be a potential problem for Betboom, the way they've been playing on it as of late. Plus, it was a very good map statistically for 9Z. But Dust 2 should never be this one-sided. This is insane. Look at how aggressive they are again. And it's the easiest of picks. Just they line up for Urbano. Holds left click, sprays down 2. Round's done.
They've just fumbled absolutely everything here, Betboom. Like, once they started slipping up, it never really ended. Oh, no. That is... It's just a devastating fumble, unfortunately. Sure, they get Wowzabeak here, but it's also Dilides alone with 6 health. There is no world in which you can get this one. Max is just ready and waiting, trying to decide a Deagle or AK. Which weapon am I going to be using? It will be the AK at the end here. 9C with a sick first half. My God.
And they deserve every single round they picked up. Like, sure, there was a couple of like 2v5s, a couple of 3v3 clutches that they probably shouldn't have won. But they have been so on point.
You know, sometimes you have a day where it's like, what you every time you get near anything, like a cup of water or something, you knock it over and things spill, and it's just like you're just clumsy for like half a day for no fucking reason. Basically, I feel like that's what Betboom was happening here, and I had a day like this once, Vince. That was like the worst day of all time for me. Like, we had a shelf in our bathroom, and you know how you have little cups in the bathroom just to, like, you know, you need a glass of water at the end of the day or whatever. Like, you get up in the middle of the night. One of those cups I managed to knock over brushing my teeth, and it fell off the shelf and into the toilet and knocked a hole in the toilet bowl. So I just destroyed like the toilet by like one mistake, like just from chipping this thing with like my toothbrush or whatever. And basically, I'm saying that's what Betboom are experiencing right now. You know, just the whole thing's destroyed. Toilet doesn't work anymore. You gotta get a new one.
Just collective clumsiness. Like, just get me out of today. Just make it tomorrow already.
Yeah, just exactly. Just go like that. That is the solution at that point. Just go to bed. Just don't try and save the day. Just say that's it. That was the day. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm going to bed.
This is a write-off. I'm done. I guess the thing is, at least with Betboom, I'm pretty sure where they are, it's probably closer to midnight, so you can just go to sleep, and then tomorrow is here before you know it. The downside is that you are going to be knocked out of the tournament, so, you know, but silver linings and all that, you stop getting absolutely destroyed by 9Z.
Yeah, at least you're not going to get spanked by these guys any longer. I am really genuinely blown away. 9C showing up with a wild assortment of South American players and somehow just making it work. What a great display for them. New lineup. Nobody had really any expectations. Some of the players not really that familiar with them at a high level of Counter-Strike, but they are certainly delivering right here in Thunderpick. It's 11-1. We're in the second half now. Betboom, I don't even really want to discuss what it would take to bring it back. Let's just see if they can win a pistol round. That would be a start. Let's set the bar as low as possible. Just win the pistol, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. The old cliche, one round at a time, but I mean, it is so applicable here. The thing is, you can't even just unwind and turn your brain off and go to the next map, because this is the last map in the series. They have got the first pick, though. Magnajez, who had, I think it was a 0-5 start in the first half, has already kicked off the second half with a bang. As Levy now called upon, the way he's playing, you'd almost fancy him to crack a couple of domes, but instead he will go down. And that should be a second round to Betboom. So they've navigated their way over the first hurdle. There's going to be a lot more where that came from, but at least they've done this one pretty clean.
Yeah, good work. There is usually some sort of inflection point in a game like this one where the team that's obviously winning suddenly is not so obviously winning anymore. And that happens so much later on. So that's why it's not really worth discussing too much yet, but we'll try and flag it when we kind of get to it. And usually you can even feel it just watching the game. You can kind of get a sense of like, ooh, that it's easy, we're winning feeling has kind of gone away. And, you know, if 9C ever get there, it's going to be an interesting test of the mentality of the team. If they crumble and succumb to that feeling, or if they can, you know, just power on through. I feel like it's hard to question their mental state at the moment, because even in the maps that they were losing earlier, they still never really just rolled over. Like, they were pretty strong all throughout.
Oh, that strength is definitely going to be called upon many a time before the end of this game and where we currently reside. But we are going to have a solid assortment of weaponry. Flashbang out early on. Smoke also there, trying to draw away some of 9Z, and it has been successful in that regard. Betboom sitting at the top of middle right now. You have to smoke down on the door so they can get up close and personal with that Mac-10. Fast rotation, though, as well from 9Z. They are pushing through on CT side in the form of Max with his MP9. So he's going to be up close on those doors. And it has also facilitated a push from Gjiiehao, who's had a really good map so far on 12 kills with his Deagle. That could be a potential threat.
Yeah, and if he can... There's two options. Like, either he's the first one to peek, and if they hunt him down, they run into the scout that's at the A-bomb site. So we'll see. Yeah, he's been found in the pit. So now the question is if the scout can help him out. They are kind of trying to get that battle out there. Max is going to get one, and he will be traded out. And wow, so he goes down to the pit. So now the scout is, you know, it was out there. Levy was the one who was by the car with the scout. So he was hoping to sort of try and play around the Deagle that was in the pit. It just doesn't really work out that way, unfortunately. And they will lose Urbano at the end. So ultimately, it's another round for Betboom. They're slowly collecting. They're slowly trying to get as many as they can. We're far away from that inflection point still, so we're just gonna have to see Betboom continue to try and power their way back into this one.
And it will be an interesting sort of test of resolve as well to 9Z, especially like Levy and Urbano, because you haven't been in these positions before. It's going to be one of the biggest games you've played in your career to date. And when you're this close to the finish line, that's maybe where you start to second guess yourself, maybe where some voices start to just emerge in the background, especially if Betboom can get close. If they can make this like 11-7, 11-8, I think that's maybe where the panic button starts to get pressed a little bit. But in the meanwhile, P250 is good for one kill. It's not going to stop the rot for this round, though. It's going to be 4 rounds to Betboom, almost guaranteed.
Trying his very best here. Bomb planted way on the other side of the map, and bit of a confusing spray. Probably thought there was going to be a peek on the other side. So, yeah. Betboom. One more step in the right direction. The interesting thing, obviously, and this is always a little bit deceptive, when you've got this much of a lead, it's almost like subconsciously when you're watching the game, you forget that some of the rounds just will be pistol rounds or, like, you know, very low eco rounds where there's nothing you can do. So... Even though it's an 11-4 scoreline, just worth remembering that 9C obviously will not going to be super well equipped for all of those rounds. I do like this, though, pushing into lower dark with 2 people. And no one's really seen it yet. Siren is aware that it could be happening, but they're not really confirmed.
Yeah, and the problem for Siren here as well is he's alone. So you can see he's basically holding a 360 angle position at this point. Like going backwards and forwards. He has got the first pick and a second as well. And now the cavalry's arriving. And I think Max realized too late as he heard the pitter-patter of footsteps charging him down. Siren with 3. Finally, we're starting to see some of these periphery players, some of these supporting cast members step up and take some of the slack. Better late than never.
Okay. Magnus is down. gonna at least be able to pick up the AK with the AWP on the other side. I think it's likely that we'll see some more saving happening in some of these rounds from 9C because, again, that economy is just such a big part of it. So more important for them to keep it alive. All they need is 2 more rounds, and that's what their focus should be on. And it's more likely at the end of the day that those 2 rounds will be picked off of actual full buys and not, you know, scrambled together force-ups. So it makes sense what they're doing right now. Just keep cool, but Betboom can do up to 5 rounds. I mean, and you're right. Slowly, we're seeing some other players really starting to, you know, get into the game a little bit more, which obviously what was Betboom was needing all along.
Yeah, I'm still concerned though that Artfrost is actually like bottom of the scoreboard overall on both teams, I believe, but especially on Betboom. Like, it's Europa. You've got a map where he should be shining. He should be really showing what he's capable of, what he's worth. It has been a consistent problem for Betboom. You know, like, at one point, Boomich has had to AWP in some of the teams he's played in because of a lack of AWPers that were kind of working with him. Zorti wasn't the answer. They bring Artfrost in. He's had a couple of strong matches, don't get me wrong, but he is also susceptible to dropping off the edge of a cliff as well, as we're seeing right now. So I would hope that we're going to see that second, third gear come into effect for him individually, because he's just not had a great series.
Yeah, well, the good thing is, I suppose, that if the game goes on long enough, then it increases the amount of time for him to make that personal comeback. So yeah, if the rest of his team can keep on going, then there might still be a chance here for Artfrost to have a bit of an impact. Smoke goes up to deny him any kind of vision and allow his teammates to get up on the box in the middle. It's so close to getting caught here, and yeah, you got to be careful. Lucan decides it is not worth dying for, and I couldn't agree more. Just go back and try and see if you could play it. They do have close to a good setup at the A-bomb side. Maybe not quite there yet. Levy's a little bit further back, so if you get the first shot and then you can call in the reinforcements, it might be worth it. But if they're fast enough here, Betboom, they should be able to overwhelm him.
Kind of have to push behind this, though. They don't have the time to be second-guessing themselves. And if there's no flashes that are going to precede this peak, it should be pretty straightforward for Levy. There is a Molotov, and he decides to pull the plug just in the nick of time. Another Molotov down, surviving, but now while Flash will burn to a crisp. And there's no one here to stop this bomb plant. Lucan then jump up and show his position. With 4 players left, what's the decision going to be? I mean, you wouldn't hold it against them if they went to save here. I know it sucks, but Peak may have just baited them in. Oh, what a shot!
That's absurd. He's just so accurate. He's found another headshot, and now they should be able to go for the defuse right now. If they can just make it around the corner here, put the pressure on Artfrost. Wowzerbeat goes down, tapping the bomb, and Artfrost to save the day. That is finally his time to shine.
And that's exactly why we have been singling him out and asking, where is he? Because he can have those moments of individual brilliance. He can take over the server and effectively just steal rounds away for Betboom. Let's be honest, 9Z probably shouldn't have even been in with a shout, but Peak, oh, those one taps, those double taps are filthy. The Artfrost finally arriving at us, and that is great news for Betboom. Can they do anything with this, though?
I mean, that's such a wild round. I can't believe Wowzerbeat, like you said, he's the one that got them back into it. I don't agree, though. There was a world in which 9C would have saved the round, would have saved instead. Caught in the middle here, unfortunately, just all of them murdered, trying to push up the top of mid. I like the idea, but you can see now we're getting to a scoreline that's about to be a 7-11 scoreline, with the money being, you know, they have the round loss bonus, so it's going to be a little bit better here for 9C, but still, all in all, you can see how Betboom can claw their way back in this game.
Oh, 100%. I think I even said like an 11-7 type of scoreline. That's maybe where 9Z start to have the alarm bells ringing in the background. It's going to be a distant sound right now. It's not going to be echoing around their minds, but as every step gets closer, this is where the pressure on Levi and Urbano in particular is going to start to swell that little bit more, because they've not been in these pressure cooker situations as much with this much on the line before. And although Levy has had a really good game, don't get me wrong, he was 14-4 at one point. He's now 16-9. Just slowing down a tad. Some of that's down to Betboom waking up, don't get me wrong. But if that continues, that could be a difference maker.
Yeah, I think the pressure is definitely slowly mounting. Hopefully, this is where the leadership aspect of it, where Max can sort of chime in, obviously very experienced. And if they can sort of rely on that and make sure the troops don't get too crazy on the 9C side, then it's definitely still a very winnable position here. And they're going to feel that too, by the way. If they have just one round here, then I think the whole mental game is right back in their favor again. They're going to think, yes, that's it. Like, we finally found that one round. Now we just need one more. Wowzo Peak out on long. They are suspicious that someone could be here, but they haven't really confirmed it yet, I believe. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, and a lot that shows that this could be some sort of a B-split that's coming in. They certainly have the grenades for it. So far, they're just delaying, but we'll see if they actually go for it. They could decide to turn it into a split on A, I suppose, with that long position on Magnogis. It is interesting, and he's holding it for a long, long time. 50 seconds now.
Max may be called upon here. Diladez up close, and Max deals with him. And trade up to that AK as well if he so chooses. Molotov down to afford him that luxury, who is scared about being pushed. And now the pressure firmly on the shoulders of Betboom. 30 seconds. They've got to try and bypass this defense once again. Levy with the AWP. They don't have time to mess around. They've got to get out there right now.
Yeah, they're really running the clock down low here. 18 seconds. Good flash. His teammate in Wowzo Peak is coming in from long here, but that AWP very nearly falls. That could have been a bit of a nightmare. Bomb's going to be planted now. Betboom, so far so good. This looked like a round that could have completely spiraled out of control. Losing the fight in the middle, nearly running out of time, and then running into the AWP on the catwalk. I mean, it's a lot to overcome, but so far they've done a remarkable job. And maybe they can keep it alive and still find a way to Malta for the actual finals here. Artfrost gets one, but he's not quick enough on the flick. And now Lucan activated. Doesn't even reload. He's got 6 bullets left, pushing up. His teammates on the other side. There's a really good retake coming in. 9C, now up to 12 rounds.
Great play from Lucan, showing us that maybe he's had a bit of a quiet series, but he's still a problem. He's still a nuisance. I've got to give a lot of credit to Magnogis as well, by the way, even though they have just lost that last round. At one point, we were talking about him being like 0-5. He had 10 ADR in like round 5. He's now up to 15 frags and 96 ADR. He's had a real turnaround. It's a big part of why Betboom have got themselves back into this. But is it too little too late?
Yeah, that's a really big question here. It's going to feel perhaps a bit gut-wrenching to end up losing that round. If you're Betboom, you fought really hard to get in there and get the bomb planted. So now you know the best that you could do is to fight for overtime, which obviously they've done it before. It's not a new thing, and they got pretty close before that 12th round ticked in on the 9C side. But like I said, I think this is also revitalizing the spirits of 9C. Now you feel like, okay, just one more round like that. One good opening AWP shot here, and we are home safe. If you're 9C, that's got to be the dream. Some smokes landing at the long corner. It's Magnogis thinking about going for the run, and he actually will continue. It's a little bit slowed down, and he will get dropped by Levy. Great shot. Takes care of him. Boomich in the middle. It is starting to unravel, Vince.
Yeah. It's quickly getting out of control. For all of the posturing, for all of the doubts in these last 5 or so rounds, 9Z showing us it was no fluke. Wowzo Peaks had a great map, tons of impact, tons of highlight reel-worthy moments, but Levy, once again, has had a stellar series throughout the entire matches. Even when they lost on Nuke, he was one of the players to watch out for, but Artfrost may not be done just yet. This is going to allow them now to effectively swarm onto this B side. There's only one player here in the form of Urbano. If he can get one kill, that may be good enough. Oh, you can see he was pressured, he was anxious, he pre-fired way too soon, gave his position away, and gave away his life. Betboom may have a couple more stings in the tail yet.
That is one of those small mistakes that can have big consequences. Bombs planted, a tough retake in a 3v3, but they do have Wowzo Peak sneaking up behind, and as long as he's alive, I mean, a can't really blame them for trying to go for it. Artfrost might be a free kill. He's not even thinking about it at all. Yeah, he's going to be dead instantly. Now it's a disaster. Now it's trouble. Max in the window, trying to get through. Siren, he's got to be low on bullets as well. Spray not connecting for Wowzopeak, and the USP's out. They thought he was low, but Siren standing tall. That's 4 kills in the round to keep Betboom in the tournament.
On 9 HP, he stands ever so tall. I go back to that moment again, Anders. Urbano had the chance to really wreck this B hit, and he just pre-fired way too soon. There was no real duress. There's no flashes or mollies or smokes forcing him into action. And as soon as he shot, they punished him.
That might be a round to remember for 9C. Oh, the spin around there. Max thinking there was going to be a flashbang. They still cleaned it up in the middle, pushing everywhere all at once. That is so hard to stop. That was a 3-way push coming in, but they still get traded in. Wowzopeak to go down, and somehow Betboom have come out on top in spite of what looked like almost the finishing blow there against Betboom.
Yeah, stay of execution. Oh, Siren needs to get this done clean. It's anything but. Does it get punished? And there's still a minute left on the clock. That's a second potential AK picked up as well, but they're not sure about the position of the 2Ts, who are now scampering across onto the long side. Levy does have the M4 alongside Lucan's AK. We say a stay of execution, but maybe it will come full circle, and that axe, the guillotine, is still going to come down. Oh, Levy's in position as well. They may not expect him to be here this quickly.
A little bit of a tap coming in. Frost. My God, he is so low on health here. Bomb gets planted. Can he make it out? If he'd walked the other way into the HE, it could have been the end of the round already, but the reposition is pretty good, and I'm not seeing anything like a smoke on Lucan, because obviously that would put a lot of pressure on Artfrost here. If he can drop that smoke on top of the plant, there is a better chance. No kit either. It's all down to this 1v1. This could easily be the full comeback for Betboom if they win this one.
I'm surprised Lucan's even sticking around at this point. You have no kit. You know it's Artfrost. You know the chance of the Norp and where he's realistically going to be.
Yeah, you're right.
Has to back out. Like, I think he was looking around for a perspective like smoke or something that would be laid around, but nothing forthcoming, and Artfrost will go down with a bomb. Not that he'll care too much, because they have just snuck by. Probably should have been cleaner from Betboom, all things considered, but they're still in this game, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the closer it gets, I think now we're at that inflection point, I would say, where 9C might be starting to feel like, okay, this could just go horribly wrong. If Levy had one more bullet, that's probably it. That's all he really needed. They would have already knocked him out. 12-9. Betboom need 3 more rounds, but it's desperate times, and for 9C, this is where you could easily start to make a couple of mistakes. It's so much pressure here. Max with a bit of a jump. Did see the shadow of somebody, but the grenade goes very deep, and unfortunately, he's going to get taken down by Artfrost, who's really started to come alive. He's up to 16 kills. He might actually end up saving Betboom.
He was 6 kills, 9 deaths when I highlighted him before. Then he pulled off that 1v3 clutch, and that seemed to be like the shot in his arm of vitality that he so desperately required. And now Dilladez, he's been motivated. He's been inspired by his AWP. Comes in with 2 clean Gjiiehao headshots. And the way that this is going, you would not put it past Betboom to take us to OT and maybe just outright win. It would be an absolutely devastating turn of affairs for 9Z, all things considered. Like you said, one more bullet in that M4A1S for Levy, it's probably done. They have had a lot of opportunities, and you said maybe some mistakes starting to creep in. I think we're already seeing them. That Urbano pre-fire, for example, a couple of missed utility, a couple of missteps when it comes to able to avenge and counter-frag. Do 9Z have the ability to still pick it up? They've got 2 more chances.
And it's so hard to blame them for these kind of mistakes. I mean, it's hard to imagine what kind of pressure you're going to be under when you are so close to the line, you were so close to making this work, and then suddenly it all spirals. Levy found with the AWP, they hunt down every single weapon, and now Betboom close to the full comeback, close to getting this one into overtime. 9C, tactical timeout call now. I mean, all they need is just one good opening here. Somebody pull out a miracle for them, and they're going to be good to go.
No saved. Well, for Levy, as you saw at the end there. Tactical timeout. I would love to be a fly on the wall and be able to hear what these calls would be right now for Max. A guy that's been in IGL for quite some time. What do you say to your teammates in a situation like this? How do you calm the nerves? How do you get them back on track again? Well, they will have an AWP anyway for Levy. May not have saved it, but he's going to be taking it out of the round regardless.
Comes down to this. Dangerously close right now. I mean, that one hero EWP, but even one of the Deagles. I mean, it doesn't take that much right now. It's not like Betboom aren't going to be feeling the stress too, even though they've probably got the momentum with them a bit more. They're going to be running a more or less default here. Upper dark controlled long as well, and the rest of them clearing out middle. So it's all pretty much by the book Counter-Strike for Betboom, at least for now. 2 more rounds, and what a shattering feeling for 9C if this ends up in overtime.
They do have 4 of their 5, though, over on A, 2 of which are on long. Occupying on the ramp side. It has been primarily catwalk and long pushes from Betboom, so understandable why they would stack the players here. But more importantly than that, it allows the Deagles to shine at longer ranges alongside the AWP. Lucan's had multiple chances, missed all of them, and that's let Huazo peek down. There were definitely 2 or 3 opportunities for Lucan to get some serious damage done, and it goes begging.
Yeah, you could see trying to land some of those headshots, but just not quite connecting. And unfortunately, that does break it wide open in favor of Betboom. Doubt if the AW is going to be good into play. We'll see if Levy can find a way. All right, trying to do a little bit of damage here, but the grenade is going to be able to catch him. Still got 25 seconds left, and that smoke is just making his job completely impossible here. Nice little shot, but slowly being found. Magno just the one to complete the mission. And that AWP should never be recovered here. Max surely going to be found as well. It's another round of Betboom clawing their way back in the game. They can see overtime now. They need but 1 more round.
Gotta make sure if you're 90, you don't push the panic button. Don't press the self-destruct button. You've worked so hard. You can still cross the finish line. You have a really solid purchase because of max round loss bonus. You have every opportunity, and a bit of an off jump there. Magnajez wanted to boost on top of his teammate to watch through on middle. May have missed out on that chance. 2 players cross to the B site.
I love this from Levy. Think about the stress that they're under right now, and he decides to just take the AWP into the middle and hope to catch somebody off guard. It's super dangerous. Yes, it could backfire. Yes, it could cost them almost everything, or at least get it into OT, but he almost gets a shot on Dilladez. Look at him, down to 16 health. That's a kind of winning mentality. We don't know really that much about Levy, but you see a move like that, and you think, all right, that is the kind of player I want on my team.
Yeah, that's courage, isn't it? Courage manifests. Just the kind of mentality that you want as a player that's like, okay, give me a chance. I don't care what the score is. I don't care what's on the line. Give me the opportunity, and I will give us the advantage. And he has. No kill, but like you said, he knocks off the leg of Dilladez. Boomich also down to 29. If they're looking to try and execute over onto the B site right now, a stray bullet through the smoke could get a couple kills here for 9Z. 40 seconds. Boomich, though, still gets the first pick, and it is that man of Levy.
Down and out. Urbano, what could you do? He's got an incendiary. He's already thrown it down. That will slow them, and there's only 25 seconds. That's actually kind of sick. They kind of have to do something about this. He's got a flashbang, but there's no backup coming. They're so far away. In the middle, it's Boomich to go down, and Urbano's still back here. Lucan in the doorway. Hold on. Hold the phone for just a second. Max has shown up as well. This might work out. There's only 8 seconds left. They need to find the kills, Betboom. I don't think they're going to be able to plant the bomb any longer. They're running out of time. It's already up. They try to plant it now, but I don't don't think it's in time. No! 9C win as the clock runs out. And Betboom, what a way to lose.
Oh man, what an anticlimactic way to lose the game. They were milliseconds away from getting that plant down, but like you said, Urbano, he didn't even need to get kills. He stalled them for so long. But we were talking about maybe it would be 9Z that made mistakes. Maybe it would be them that got anxious and let things slip away. It ended up being Betboom. It goes both ways.
That is just so devastating, isn't it? They were so close to making a full comeback into overtime. That would have been a story on its own. And ultimately, it just doesn't work out. They needed half a second more, and the bomb plant's theirs.
Half a second is all that it took in the end, Anders. 9Z, a well-deserved victory. They played so well throughout the entire series. And again, Levy, take a bow, man. We knew so little about you, but he's definitely won over a lot of fans after this performance, I think.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. I mean, like, the move and the end to try and go into the middle with the AWP. I love everything about it. Let's see what the analysts have to say. That was one hell of an action-packed game.
I think Hayes said this while we were watching, that if 9Z won this, it was the upset of the day. No doubt about it. But what a way to lose in that last round. Hayes, BB team, there's going to be some rough conversations happening in that team speak a little later.
It was always going to be tragedy no matter what happened at the end of that last round, because it was either tragic for Betboom that they fell short at the final hurdle after that massive fight back, would have been tragic for 9Z if the game had slipped into overtime, so the tragedy was unavoidable, but that was one of the car crashes I just couldn't turn away from.
I like that, calling it a car crash. Okay, let's go right back to the beginning. Let's talk about the start of this map, the dominance that we saw from 9Z on that T side. 11 rounds. I think they let BB get one in there. Why were they so strong, Hayes?
I just was so surprised and impressed with the style that they brought to the table from the word go on map 3. And I don't think the style we saw from 9Z on this T side is the way that they would play any Dust 2 that they came into. I think this was a symptom of the fact that it was a third map in a single elimination game where they had just beaten Betboom on train in 13-11 fashion. They knew that Betboom's mental would have been quite weak. So I love that they just came out with the style of playing very aggressively on the front foot with these 4-1s. They were just so confident with the way that they were breaching into the B-bomb side in particular, but it was just this pack-based mentality, 4-1 after 4-1, just throwing numbers at the problem, and it stuck, it worked out. But like I say, they were playing third map Counter-Strike there on Dust 2 with so much confidence, and that's what impressed me.
Travis, for you, I mean, was there, when the second half comes in and you see BB team, was there a moment where you thought, okay, they could bring it back?
I think it was, the main one for me was the one where Peak gets those, I think it was it 4 kills, I believe?
3, he missed the 4th.
Yeah, he missed the 4th, you're right. That incredible flick tap onto the elbow player, and the slow taps at range onto Magno, flanking from mid doors to try and get the kill up toward ramp. Once Artfrost won that 1v3, I was like, okay, they can actually do this now. I mean, I think that the thing that was most remarkable for me is that the only round Betboom got in that first half was the round where Siren played that weird, like, off angle on blue box, right, on the little ledge, little drop down bit, and got 2 kills, and then the rest of the team kind of cleared up after that. The fact that's the only round they got was unbelievable, and the game should have ended. The game should have been over for before we got to that round 24. That Levi flank from long at 8-12. Low bullets. If he had one more bullet, it would have connected with Artfrost. It would have been game over. We wouldn't have had that crazy round in round 24. So, honestly, rip up everything you know about that game. That was just a crazy ending.
I mean, Trav, you speak about how they only win that one round in the first half. I mean, think about some of the rounds that Betboom lost. They lost the 2v1 in the pistol where they had the bomb in control on the B-bomb site, but then Boomich just inexplicably peeks window, he dies. They lost a 5 versus 2 retake as well. They lost a 4v2 retake. They had so many advantageous situations, and if you think about if they win those rounds and they have such a dominant T side, would have been their game every day of the week.
We cannot stress enough that as much as I want to congratulate 9Z, Trav, this is very bad for Betboom.
Yeah.
This is not good. This was an opportunity to get to land. This was the easy matchup. This is unacceptable from this team.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I think it deserves to be framed. Because look, I get it. It's a cutthroat tournament. It's single elim, but You're off the back of 11 BO3s out of 12 in a row. You've just lost to Paravision in the final of the ESL Challenger League Cup, which would have got them to a 4-team bracket, which if they won that, I believe they would have made Pro League. You failed there. You have to go again in another cup coming up. And now here, they're probably one of the favourites to qualify, and with that streak that they'd been on, that showed to me, with winning a couple of other online events as well, that they're ready for that next, like, half tier up. That upgrade to a LAN. And it's not like this qualifies on LAN either, right? It's not like you can forgive them, oh, maybe they're good on LAN but bad on LAN. No, this is where they do their best work. This is their bread and butter. And it's catastrophic for them, really, to not get a chance to play in Malta.
Yeah, I was even billing this as like Paravision versus Betboom for the spot on LAN.
Yeah.
I was looking too far forward at that point. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Betboom were as well.
Is this the problem with Betboom, though? If we're looking at the longer-term bigger picture, it's just that they lack the consistency that you need to make an impact, Hayes.
I mean, evidently, they've now fallen short at a couple qualification opportunities. They've been grinding super hard in Tier 2 online Counter-Strike, finding those results, scrapping victories regularly, consistently, and then when it comes time to deliver, they just haven't been able to, and that's now, you got to start to figure out, well, we've made 2 roster changes, brought in a new AWP, brought in a new rifler, we're still having the same problems. Where else can they look at this point?
On your screen right now, the stats for Levi. Trav, what a performance from the new signing here on 9Z. The stepping into EU. I mean, for me, possibly their player for the whole series, not just the map.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's what is the best thing about these sort of qualifiers at this particular level, right? Because you're going to find some of the teams that are maybe not seen as much. I mean, obviously we know 9Z are very well known as an organization, but these 2 players weren't really well known at all when they played for W7M. Yeah, of course, they dropped the team. The organization left Counter-Strike. They were free agents. 9Z picked them up. As you know, I was very much, I wouldn't say anti-9Z, but I wasn't inspired by the team whatsoever, right? And, well, it's what these qualifiers are all about, is finding an individual that can show up when needed and put his name on the map, and look at those numbers. I mean, we thought Magno would be the star for the whole series. He was, for Betboom. He does have the most ADR and all that jazz, right? But he doesn't get the win. And Levi was the guy to get that win for his team. I mean, sure, decent performance across the board, especially Peak as well, who is always reliable. But Lucan is their top-rated player going into this series. I wouldn't say he was absent, but he wasn't on the form that we know he can be. So this was all Levi, really, for me.
For sure. I mean, Lucan had some moments on Dust 2 where at least was able to chime in. Peak absolutely deserves a shout out as well. He was instrumental in their successes. He was often the guy who would just blow the round wide open for them with the multi-kill out of nowhere. Just like create a round out of nothing basically for the team. But you guys are right. I mean, Levi was on the money throughout this entire match. I almost feel like I owe him the Shaquille O'Neal. I'm sorry, Levi. I wasn't familiar with your game. I certainly am now though. And we'll be looking at him through a different lens going forward.
I mean, have we got enough? Let's be fair, Hayes, have we actually got enough from this lineup, from what we've seen in the last 3 maps, to make a decision as to how they perform, you know, in 48 hours time when the opportunity to play at LAN is on the table?
I tell you now, I certainly won't be writing them off nearly as much as I did coming into this game against BB with them lined up against Paravision. I think that their confidence is going to be incredibly high as well off the back of this victory. We know how the South American scene are always just fueled by like motivation and inspiration, being the underdogs, being written off. This is their bread and butter really. And I think that this team is going to be massively fueled by the success today, have tomorrow to go back to the drawing board and figure out a few little kinks that they want to iron out. But I think they're going to be backing themselves, and while I'll still have them as underdogs, it's certainly not a clear-cut case.
Trav, key